for it. Wait for it. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the end of the month. This is about to be the first monthly decline since all of 2024, since 2024. But we have a lot of things going on. You have a ton of earnings. They weren't that bad. There's a ton of earnings movers. However, the ECI data came in hotter. That was our important set of data, but it had a pretty decent reaction, and we are down now almost like 0.6. It was 0.4, but we had a little bit of a gain. You had more comments on the yen. That turned around. Bank of Japan currency collapse. It is still going to be in focus. We are going to get a little more data. You actually have a house prices coming out right now, and then before you know it, end of the day, it's Amazon earnings, and then Jerome Powell is tomorrow. So don't forget about that, because even after this data, I already hear people talking about Jerome. Even Nick Timmerhouse, he made something too. So Chad, we'll see where it is. It should be exciting. Welcome to the end of the month, but Chadadonia. Good morning. What's up, baby? How you living, Najee Wolf? What up, Yee? Kevo, Carissa Hayes. Good morning, baby. Dirty Bird, Oslo, Laker, Jay. Good morning, baby. What up, Ian? How you living, Rosa? Troy Lemon, baby. Brian. Oh, my goodness. Mr. San Diego. Good morning, baby. What up, Wandering? How you living, Frank Free? Ben Stone. Sean Most. You feel me? Regal in the house, baby. Shane McBride. Clorex Senpai, baby. Jeff Kent, Cisco, Ben Stone, Tim Whitman. Good morning, baby. Oh, how you living, Ray? What up, Jason? How you living, Anzel? Good morning, Dees. What up, NRG? Good morning, Darius. Have a blessed day, Trey. Rodney, I know you got the long-term juice trays. It's going to be a beautiful one. I know Katie woke up in drive. I know Freedom Maker ready to go. It's a Chattadone. I just punched the shit out of that. I don't know why. My goodness. I had a good workout yesterday, too, so we'll take it. But chat. Oh, what about the Twitch? Oh, I totally almost forgot about the Twitch. Ripping. Ghost Loaded. Feed Me Seymour. Most Dope Andy. KJ Lemur. Blowing Doll. Ninja Baseball. Louise. Liberate Sav Chase, baby. No Step on Snake. Blizzy B. Nikki on Smash. Robo Hand Tech. Most Dope Andy. BDA and Uncle Nick, baby. Oh, and Robo Hand Tech. Good morning, baby. So, Chad, I hope you guys are ready. There's a lot of headlines. So even the news today, it's kind of a little different how I set it up. So we'll see. You're gonna have Josh AI here, but again, there's like a lot of headlines, a lot of individual. Every company has its own thing going on. You have 3 sets of data out right now. You have all of the CPIs and stuff from overseas, and then it's Jerome Powell at the end of it. But don't let me take too long. So here it is, Chad. Good morning. Stocks fall and U.S. yields rise after hot ECI data. Stock futures fell and bond yields rose after a hot employment cost index reinforced speculation the Federal Reserve will be in no rush to cut interest rates. S&P futures down 0.4% in Tuesday morning trading, near worst levels after this morning's hotter Q1 ECI data. Follows stocks finishing higher in a fairly quiet Monday session, with strength in big tech laggards Apple and Tesla, utilities and most short, while a number of other big tech names underperformed. Treasuries weaker across the curve after yields fell on Monday. Dollar index up 0.2%. Gold down 1.7%. Bitcoin futures off 2.9%. Wutai crude up 0.5%. Quiet start to a busy week. Path of least resistance has recently been higher on AI secular growth theme. Big tech earnings, oversold conditions, less stretch positioning, and sentiment readings dampen CTA supply, resilient buybacks, stagflation concern pushback, and potential for Gaza ceasefire agreement. Also thoughts FOMC meeting largely de-risked by extent of hawkish pivot repricing. In addition, despite Despite higher Treasury borrowing estimate for quarter two, market still seems to expect largely unchanged auction sizes. Several economic releases on today's calendar. Q1 employment cost index printed hotter than consensus. February house price data, FHFA and Case-Shiller. April Chicago PMI and Conference Board consumer confidence coming later today. Overseas, Eurozone headline CPI in line with expectations, while core reading a touch hotter. Eurozone Q1 GDP growth firmer than expected. China manufacturing PMIs both ahead of expectations. NBS decelerated but remained in expansion for second straight month, while Caixin highest since February 2023, while NBS non-manufacturing declined more than expected with softness in real estate and financial services. Still no official confirmation of yen intervention out of Japan. FT discussed AI hiring spree at Apple. Walmart scrapped plans for low-cost health clinic system. Samsung talked up AI tailwind for second half. Eli Lilly beat and raised, sees production acceleration in second half. Coca-Cola beat and raised organic revenue growth, continued to note ongoing Forex headwinds. McDonald's EPS comps light but reaffirmed fully year margins. Restaurant unit expansion. ETN beat and raised full year organic growth margin forecast. 3M beat, reinstated buybacks, which analysts said reflects litigation optimism. SBAC missed and lowered 2024 guide on Forex and international churn. MSTR BI software light, while takeaways focused on BDC strategy. IUMC said macro has not changed though. Street positive on cost control. Corporate highlights. McDonald's Corp. Results fell short of expectations in the first quarter, hampered by slowing growth in the U.S. and the reverberations of the Israel-Hamas war. Coca-Cola Company issued a more optimistic 2024 forecast after first quarter results outpaced Wall Street's expectations. 3M Company plans to slash its dividend, ending more than 6 decades of boosting the payout each year as it enters a new era following the spin-off of its healthcare products division. Eli Lilly and Company raised its annual outlook for sales and profit as the company races to satisfy soaring demand for its blockbuster weight loss and diabetes drugs. PayPal Holdings Inc.'s payment volume climbed 14% in the first quarter on increased consumer spending globally. Meta Platforms Inc.'s social media platforms Facebook and Instagram are under investigation from the European Union amid concerns they're failing to cull targeted disinformation peddled by Russia that aims to sow discord on the continent. Walmart Inc.'s deal to buy smart TV maker Vizio Holding Corp. Will undergo an in-depth antitrust review by the Federal Trade Commission, Vizio said Tuesday. Archer Daniels Midland Co.'s profit fell less than expected in the first quarter as an increase in the crop traders' processed volumes helped partly offset lower pricing and margins. Paramount Global replaced Chief Executive Officer Bob Bakish, appointing a management committee as the board negotiates a possible change in control of the company. MicroStrategy Inc. posted a first quarter loss after taking an impairment change against the value of its roughly $13 billion in Bitcoin holdings, even though the cryptocurrency surged during the period. Mercedes-Benz Group AG's earnings plummeted 34% in the first quarter, weighed down by model changes and sluggish demand for electric vehicles. Huawei Technologies Co.'s profit rose for the fourth consecutive quarter, a sign the Chinese tech company is taking market share from Apple Inc. and other smartphone rivals. A market's pause. Global markets look to be entering a holding pattern before tomorrow's Federal Reserve decision as traders adopt a cautious stance ahead of a meeting that might see Chair Jerome Powell take a more hawkish turn. Equities paused their gains on Tuesday amid a flurry of earnings, with S&P 500 futures little changed, while there were no big moves in treasuries or the dollar before U.S. figures covering wages and confidence later. The yen was little changed after Bank of Japan accounts suggested Japan likely intervened in the currency on Monday. Goldman on momentum, and the week has a lot of event risk, including key U.S. jobs data, but momentum traders are modeled to buy equities over the next week, regardless of market direction, according to Goldman Sachs' trading desk. Commodity trading advisors, funds that use systematic strategies to trade futures contracts, are exposed to about $106 billion in long positions. Cullen Morgan wrote, "We now have CTAs as buyers of global equities and the S&P 500 in every scenario over the next week," he said. Earnings rush. It's another big day for U.S. earnings. Figures from McDonald's, Coca-Cola, and obesity drug maker Eli Lilly are out this morning, while Amazon.com and Starbucks are due to report after the close. In Europe, shares in car makers fell after Mercedes-Benz, Volkswagen, and Stellantis, the owner of the Fiat and Peugeot brands, saw their sales and profit come under pressure in the latest quarter. Quinn shock. Perhaps the biggest shock of the day was from HSBC, which announced that Chief Executive Officer Noel Quinn is stepping down, an unexpected move that comes as Europe's largest lender tries to navigate the deterioration of ties between China and the U.S. The news wasn't enough to derail the bank's shares, though. They rose more than 3% after a solid earnings report, accounting for most of the gain in the 40C 100. Sagen exits. Staying in banking, a pair of traders in Hong Kong have left Societe Generale after the French bank discovered a batch of risky bets that went undetected by the firm's risk management systems. While Sagen didn't lose any money from the transactions, the trades could have cost the Paris-based lender hundreds of millions of dollars had an intense market downturn occurred, raising questions about risk management at one of Europe's biggest banks. Top overnight news. China's NBS PMIs for April are mixed, with manufacturing about in line at 50.4 versus the street 50.3 and down from 50.8 in Mar, while non-manufacturing fell short at 51.2 versus the street 52.3 and down from 53 in Mar. China's Caixin manufacturing PMI came in at 51.4, slightly ahead of the street's 51 forecast. Wei Qijie. China's ruling Communist Party vowed to explore new measures to tackle a protracted housing crisis, which remains the biggest drag on the nation's economy, and hinted at possible rate cuts ahead. BBG. HSBC's chief executive Noel Quinn is to retire unexpectedly after 5 years, setting off a hunt for a successor at the UK-based bank. Quinn, 62, has overhauled the lender since taking charge in 2019, selling off parts of its global operations to increase its focus on Asia, where it makes the lion's share of its profits. FT Towards a Bojay account suggests Japan probably intervened in the FX market yesterday, buying around 5.5 trillion yen. Officials have declined to say whether they stepped in. BBG. The chief executive of Ericsson said a focus on regulation was driving Europe to irrelevance, as he warned that the region's competitiveness was being undermined and called for changes to antitrust policy. FT. EU's upper CPI was in line with the street on a headline basis at +2, 4% unchanged versus Mar, and a bit firmer on core +2, 7% versus the street +2, 6% and versus +2, 9% in Mar. BBG. ECB's Knott says it is realistic to anticipate a cut in June and expresses confidence in inflation coming back to 2%, although he doesn't envision rates returning to their pandemic/pre-pandemic lows. Nikkei. Tensions grow between Trump and Lake in Arizona. Race for Senate. The former president fears that GOP candidate Kari Lake might not win and will drag down his own prospects in the battleground state. WAPO. Apple has poached dozens of artificial intelligence experts from Google and has created a secretive European laboratory in Zurich as the tech giant builds a team to battle rivals in developing new AI models and products. FT. Caterpillar announced a voluntary delisting from Euronext Paris and the SIX Swiss exchange, cites low trading volumes and high administrative costs. CAT will solely trade on NYC thereafter. Newswires. Tesla TSLA CEO Musk is reportedly planning more layoffs as 2 senior executives depart, while roughly 500 people will be laid off in Supercharger Group, according to the information. AWSJ's Tim Rouse article fed to signal it has stomach to keep rates high for longer, and firmer price pressures could lead longer-term rates to rise as investors continue paring back expectations of cuts. WSG. He can't say WSJ. And then he says, instead of saying WTI, he says, what the? I love it, baby. But Chattadonia, that's all your headlines there in the morning. I got a little bit more, so hopefully you should understand what happened. There's a ton of data here, but it was the ECI that's bringing us down, and you probably have like 10 other big companies that have already reported. So I got a couple more headlines. You may hear a couple of them back again. Eurozone inflation steady in April, paving way for June ECB rate cut. Europe's 4 major economies grow faster than expected in Q1, boosting revival hopes. China official non-manufacturing PMI softer than expected. CAC in manufacturing firmer. China's top ruling lawmakers signal support for property and willingness to cut rates. Japan's industrial production beats. Retail sales disappoint. Jobless rate unexpectedly steady. German retail sales up more than expected in March. Taiwan's economy expanded at the fastest pace in almost 3 years as AI demand boosts text exports. South Korea activity data mostly soft. Industrial production post biggest drop in 15 months. Investors are getting jittery about the upcoming U.S. presidential election, with taxes, tariffs, and debt the hot topics. Goldman Sachs says momentum traders are modeling to buy equities over the next week, regardless of market direction. Markets remain bearish on yen despite suspected FX intervention. Tokyo's currency diplomat Kanda says authorities ready to act on FX at any time. Chinese yuan set for more pressure by dividend payouts of nearly $80 billion. May Fed meeting message will revolve around higher for longer. Fed tightening impact limited by housing equity market tailwinds for wealthier Americans. ECB not says June rate cut is realistic, citing declining inflationary pressures in the Eurozone. ECB de Guindos notes of the challenges of central banks to achieve inflation goal. PBOC takes steps to CGB bull market, unlikely to become a buyer for now. Majority of Bank of Korea board members don't see any rush to cut interest rates. Apple poaches dozens of Google AI experts, creates secretive European laboratory in Zurich. Samsung Electronics returns to profits for first time in 2 years, says AI demand is driver in second half. Meta's AI push into every product frustrates some longtime users, raises worry about spam and disinformation. Musk dismisses 2 senior executives and plans to lay off hundreds of more employees. Tesla self-driving bid for China faces domestic tech giants who are juicing up the competition. J&J and Bristol Myers lose challenge to U.S. drug price negotiation program. Walmart to take on Trader Joe's and Whole Foods by launching premium brand. Goldman in talks to transfer GM credit card to Barclays. Apollo management to buy U.S. Silica and deal worth $1.85 billion. Microsoft to invest $1.7 billion over next 4 years in expanding cloud services and AI in Indonesia. Hope rises for renewed Gaza ceasefire as Israel lowers demands. Hamas urged to accept terms. ICC told arrest warrants for senior Israeli officials will be met with U.S. retaliation. Tesla and TikTok highlight U.S.-China battle of data, which is just getting started. China's Xi wants to drive a wedge between Europe and the U.S., and NATO prepares to face Russia, but faces own internal disputes and divisions. Wow, good timing. I think very good timing, Chattadonia. Yeah, not so secretive, huh? That makes a lot of sense. Because now we know about it. But got a lot of pre-market movers, so there's a ton over here. Let's go through them. Again, if I don't really give a reason, I would assume it's either nothing if you're looking on the screen or most likely earnings. So there was a lot of them. Oh, yeah, and like the video. We need 1,000, baby. Good morning. Excuse me. But 7.1, Eldos, they're up off of earnings. Eli Lilly is up by 7.1. PayPal is up by 7. 3M is up by 5.9. Zebra 5.2. HSBC 4.4. NXPI 3.8. GLW 3.2. Logi 3.0. AON up 2.4. Sale of Townsend Group to investors led by Riverside. AMT is up by 2.3. Siri is up 1.6. TAP 1.5. BST is up 1.3 off nothing. PEG is up by 1.0. ADM 0.9, ETN 0.9, EG 0.4, AEP is up by 0.3, ST is up by 20, agreement with holder Elliott, earnings and CEO retires, HLIT is up 9.4, THC 8.9, EAT 6.1, AMKR 4.9, MOS up 4.1, share repurchase subscription agreement with Maiden, Roku up 3.7, new data-driven TV streaming partnership with The Trade Desk, DJT is up 3.2 off nothing, TGTX up 3.2 off nothing, Bloom Energy up 1.9, partnership with Quanta Computer, WGS up 25, Mulan up 15.7 off nothing, Eli Lilly up 14.8, $2 per share, 250 acquisition proposal. Blend up 13.8, 150 investment from Haveli, LTRX up 13, Tree up 9, AUPH up 5, FDA approval of label update for Lupicanus, Turn up 4.9, study data, INMN up 4.8, JP Morgan initiates overweight, FFIV trading 9.6 lower off earnings, GEHC down 8, MSTR down 6.7, BBVA down 6.1 reportedly in early stages of all-share takeover of Sabadell, YUMC down 4.7, Puck down 4.3, Q1 update, Stellantis down 4.1, CCJ down 3.7, Sand down 3.4, PCAR down 3.3, LSCC down 3.3, NC down 3.0, Tesla down 2.3, reportedly more layoffs, citing Musk email to staff last night. SYY down 2.3, IT down 1.9, Tech down 1.7 off nothing, ALAB down 1.5 off nothing, GMAB down 1.3, FDA approves Pfizer's Tistamab Vedotin TTV. Is that another language? MPC down 1.2 off earnings. XP down 1. Goldman downgrades to neutral. APD down 0.5. Hub down 0.4. Core COUR down 13.9. NXC down 3.6. 180 million CDI offering in Australia amidst previously amended ATM program. IBRX down 3.3 off nothing. IE down 2.7 off nothing. OCSL down 2.2 off earnings. Vizio down 2.1. Second request from FTC in connection of Walmart acquisition. Med down 21. Chegg down 20 or 14, Miso down 10, LGCL down 7.5, and CECO down 3.5. Gold and silver stocks trading lower, as well as all Bitcoin and miner stocks. Wow. So, Chad, we have good time. We still got good time with all of that. You got the place. We got a little bit more, baby. We got a little bit more to go over. So, Chad, I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to go down me another water. I'm going to play some of this. You'll get to hear a little bit. But when I come back, I hope there is likes on the video. But I hope you got some plays, baby. Good morning. Good morning. I will be all day.
Of names trading to new 20-day highs. It's this idea of a breadth thrust, of people clamoring to get back in because they think that they've missed the downside or the opportunity to buy. That's just sitting at 9%. Usually we see that go above 30, 40% when you have seen the end of a down cycle happen. So it just suggests that maybe there is some more churn. Watch how we interact with that 50-day moving average again from the index level. And if we roll over with that index, with the 50-day moving average, it could suggest that there's more chop to be had.
Okay, Cameron, thanks so much for joining us. That's Cameron Dawson of New Edge Wealth. Coming up on the show, bad news for Bank of America, while some are buying what Ralph Lauren is selling. Do you have the chinos? Do you have the shirt? We'll talk about that in just a moment right here on Bloomberg.
Bloomberg, they're open.
Enrolling now.
Enroll now. All right, I'll take it. I didn't get to go. I only got to go pee. I didn't get my water. Let me just down it real quick. Oh, and Chad, I did it. That's why, bro. I did the little mouth tape thing. And it actually stayed on, bro. Oh, I woke up amazing today. Oh, my gosh. It was glorious. But enough of that. Chadadonia. You're here right now. I've gone over the plays. You've gotten all the headlines. You're here. I have a couple of plays I'm looking at, but tell me, what is the first play of the day? Post it in the chat, baby. Let's go. SPY. Tesla puts, SPY puts, 3M, SPY calls, Amazon calls, Tesla puts, MSTR shorts, nothing, Tesla puts, calls on BBG, GES, Tesla calls, SPY puts, SPY puts, Eli Lilly, PayPal, DJT over 50, SPY put, SMCI, cold calling, MSTR, Intel puts, Tesla puts, INVO, Amazon, short Tesla, SQQ, Tesla puts, NVIDIA puts, Netflix puts, DJT, flipping AGBA, sell 3M, SPY puts, holding UVIC, sitting on my hand, short coin, add PayPal to long-term, NVO, trap, NVIDIA, Lulu, put, SQ, SMCI, Pinterest, save calls, Tesla puts, Tesla shares, Wingstop, chill on it, Tesla puts, QQQ, CGEM, Snow, Tesla for all, oil fading, I can't tell if it's AI anymore, NVIDIA, SPX, Snow puts, Pepsi calls, and the final plays. Netflix put, Boeing call, AI Josh, save shares, and FeetLocker puts. FeetLocker, wow. So not bad, Chad. Honestly, a lot of puts. I don't know, a lot of puts. I've seen this, but I got a couple plays. Square and PayPal. Those are the ones from yesterday. We're in the squares. Amazon's. We're probably going to get rid of our pre-earnings plays today. Eli Lilly, surprise. They moved way more. Roku had that new little deal there. FFIV to the downside. And then 3M and Baidu for the follow-ups from yesterday. And we'll see where our earnings plays take us. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here at the Colt, before we do anything, before we try to chase the dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will, and I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Colt, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, the families, anybody who has served this country for real. Thank you for taking on the ultimate sacrifice. Whether or not you had full support, you did it for Americans and your brothers that you have never even met, and y'all held it down, and it deserves a lot of appreciation because it often goes overlooked. So veterans, families, thank you, and big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, anybody making their communities run, baby. God bless you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Set the digits! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horna. Let's go. Oh, Chatadonia. My goodness. It's Tuesday, baby. It's only Tuesday. Remember, by the end of the day, by end like 11, maybe like 10:30-ish, everybody will start thinking about PAL and earnings, okay? I already heard it a little bit already, so don't forget. Your boy Jerome is tomorrow. So that being said, we've gone over the plays. We've gone over the news. We've done it all, baby. We've done it all here. So you have 1 minute and 45 seconds until the bell. So this is your opportunity. If you have any questions, any plays, anything, I made sure I answered all of your guys' questions on the watch list. You know that? I'm going to do it again today. So it'll be good. You guys have the same questions. I'm going to write it down. I'll answer it. We got all of that. And you have 1 minute and 30 to like the video. Oh, and did you all see the thumbnail? I really appreciated yesterday's thumbnail. My goodness. You guys, I don't know if you say hello to my little dad. I liked it a lot, man. It was good. It was a good one, man. Boeing, they could be decent. They already reported, I think. But I do like Boeing in the sense that it moves, but not for the long term. So as a trade, I mean, back and forth, yeah. And then here it is. See, so look at. I went over. You asked me my plays I made. You said, where do I get the news? I gave y'all full answers. I get everything. Where do you get the news? You're like, why did I get banned? Any question? I put it in here, man. Can I go over the Apple earnings, the share, any plays? It's all on the watch list, okay? It's all second link, baby. It's all there. But oh yeah, we have 40 seconds. We need 180 likes, or there will not be any plays for the day on Amazon and Apple. No. All right, Chad, 30 seconds. Get locked in, baby. That's it. It's game time. Y'all, I don't know if y'all locked in. You have 20 seconds. Y'all need almost 200 likes. Uh-oh, hot dog. All right. Call out any plays, though. Post it in the chat. If you need anything from me, you let me know, and we will have a good one. So, yalla. That's it. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Round 1. Fight. You guys hit it. You hit it. Just in the nick of time. I was ready, though. I was like, all right. I was like, man, another earnings day. But, yeah, right off the bat, I'd go watch 3M, PayPal, and then go see where your squares are. I want to see how that one plays. Actually, I don't think the squares got up yet. No way. Let's see. Or is the option chain not open? Right now, it's not showing a bid there, but watch out for that. I don't think the 3Ms, the MOs started to pop up here a little bit. I didn't even think about that one. And then Citi came out with some guidance there earlier. Yeah, MO 44. Not doing too bad. Again, DJT is up. ARM kind of all over the place. IVM. The 3 inputs are up 51. And the McDonald's? I don't know. I think that's just the spread. No, yeah, it's a really, really wild spread on both of those. Yeah, MO's up. You have 50% on the MOs. So that's good. The other set is still dead, though. That's the unfortunate part. MMM dump. Yeah, I'm going to see those premiums. Yeah, Baidu went down after ECI. The 3Ms are kind of expensive. So, again, there's a very wide spread, but you're not even, I don't even know. That one might be a little harder. Let me check. I have 2 3Ms up here. PayPal, they were up 7. So, I think that's kind of important. And then, I forgot about the Amazons, too. MU on the high. Yeah, Amazon's up 118 or around there. Remember, those are the pre-earnings. I do want to get rid of those. They're up a little bit more yesterday. CCJ on the low. Watch out for 3M. FFIV. That's the one to the downside for today. See if that one keeps going. Again, NASDAQ is down by 0.45. SPY 0.3. Russell is the one taking it on the head for now. Bloodbath today. It sucks because everything was doing decent. It was that ECI. So ever since the employment cost index, that did move us around. The MOs dropped a little bit. They were up a little bit more up there. SoFi. Boeing's on the high, and then GLW. I think GLW had earnings as well. And those McDonald's plays are up. Ironically enough, I guess McDonald's is down 3. Okay, now they just moved. Damn. And then first 5 just had a candle. They're down 10. McDonald's climbing on the high. Like I said, those options are actually moving around. Apple, Amazon still holding up. Marriott on the low. Remember, you have travel on Thursday. Expedia and Booking. Oh, it's there. Snap Pop. I forgot about that. Yeah, 14.5, not bad. Where's Meta? Remember, Meta was trailing a little lower yesterday. They were not doing as good. Let's see. Meta a little off the bottom. MU has notified customers it plans to raise DRAM and SSD prices by 25 in Q2. Oh, wow. Check if Micron pops off that. Again, price raise news. They're already up 0.6. Google's starting to break out a little bit here, and Meta. So I'm looking at the Amazon contracts. And then I don't know. Where's the Square now? Let me go back to PayPal. The Squares are down by 7. No way. So, again, they have earnings on Thursday. Is that Amazon on the high? And then Micron is starting to react to that news. PayPal's down by, it lost 3 off the top, still 3 green. 3M starting to come up. Eli Lilly was 7%. It's literally holding that up right now. TSM 2, and then Google was starting to move. So it seems like you just got woken up here. Amazon, DJT, all of those are starting to climb up here. And then MO. NVO play for May. You could, they move slow. That's why I didn't play the LLY. It's just because, like, if it doesn't have a surprise, like Eli Lilly's surprise to the upside, if it doesn't have a surprise like that, they're not going to do anything. So it's kind of just, it's really a lotto in essence, but, you know, if you have a general idea, you could do it a little bit better. Yeah, Coca-Cola, they're running. All right, you know, I don't want to hold these all day, so it might be time. All right, I sold the Amazon calls pre-run up, made like 160, 170, which isn't bad. Again, that was a little bit more. It's like 130%. So we're out of that. Got rid of the Amazon. Again, the pre-earnings so far, they have been decent. And then the 3M, that one was working for a little bit. And there's IBM at the low. Where's Tessie? All right, and then I sold out the IBM for 100. I wanted to hold that one a little bit there. It's at the breaking level, but that contract's weak. Snap on the high. Trump 50? I know. I'm not 50. Even though Biden's 100. I'm a little older. It's okay. Trump fined $8,000 for violating gag order in hush money trial. ECB Villeroy, ECB will thus be able to start lowering rates in early July or early June. AMD, remember, AMD earnings is after the bell. And there's PayPal 3, Square's giving it up. I'm really surprised on that. They were up way more. And then MO gave it up, bro. He literally had the gap up, and then that sold off. And then Tesla's this right there at the bottom. Coca-Cola's still going. Yeah, Coca-Cola up 2.1. Where's McDonald's? They came up. McDonald's was down 3, so they've already rocketed up there a little bit. NVIDIA's down by 0.4. Where's ARM? AMD just took a candle down. What's that? And it's Snap still on the high. So Snap, again, $15. I don't know. Is it $15.70 where they fill that, like, earnings gap? No, 17? Holy shit. So, yeah, they still kind of got a long way to go. You heard Google's really underperforming. Is that true? In AI, but I don't think, like, in search. I don't think you used Bing in a very long time, but, like, in AI, that's kind of been the general worry of Google over the last couple of years. You know, they had DeepMind, they spent all that money, and they did all these things, but then they don't really have a product out there in the same, like, scale as any of the other guys, like Microsoft. All right, the Square's popped up. Dude, they're scamming heavy. That's crazy. So literally Square is down 1%, and the options are more expensive on the calls than yesterday. So literally stock gaps up 3, you get nothing. Drops goes down 1%, but now those pre-earnings are all over the place. But yeah, those Squares have gone green now, even though the stock is red. And then Amazon still, if Amazon could sell, I'd want more. But other than that, I'm happy with my pre-earnings. And then 3M's just chilling there. We got out of IBM. That one's still at the low. MO is still trying to work its way up. At least the premiums are holding. PayPal beat, yeah. But then PayPal's like, they also changed their reporting metrics, but they did do good. They beat revenue by like 700 million. I do think like their EPS missed, and then they missed on like one margin, and then I think adjusted margin, they really killed it. But it was a decent earnings. It's been a while since you've had PayPal. It wasn't the best one, but it was good. And it was at least compared to, every other earnings with PayPal. It's like, oh, we did this, but then we got to be worried about this. So today it did have a little bit more of optimism. WBC, WP Carry, that thing's popping. I don't know why it's not loading up there. And Google's running up, and the SPY. So we're going back to the highs. Honestly, just another one of those days. Market dumps. Everybody in the chat says puts, and then we slowly start melting up here, man. Yeah, we're at, damn, this is only 5,100. Yeah, Snap keeps going, but you are like 5,106 right now, 5,105. So we still have a little bit of a gap to fill. There's Square climbing back up. Again, Snap was already out. Yeah, Snap fills the gap at 17. I didn't really realize that. I straight up thought it was like 15. All right, Snap's still going. And then Square will take it. ARM, Agba, Airbnb. That's honestly, now that I think about it, it still has downside. That's what kind of sucks. I'm still in the 3M. It was up for very, very briefly. And that's something you got to keep in mind, man. Like I just saw right now with 2 or 3 plays. You get like 2 minutes after the earnings, and they're like really, really green. You might want to sell them because even last year or last quarter, there was a lot of those 1,000%ers for 5 minutes, and then they're gone. Yeah, TLT did just have a pop. ECB Villa. Why is that popping up there? I'm looking around, but that's a very, very weird move. You're getting a bond action right now. Bond action, not auction, just action. Oh, it could be the PMIs. Yeah, sometimes it'll drop early. We'll see. 8:30. No, we don't have anything at 8:45. Or no, 9:45 Chicago PMI. And then CB Consumer Confidence at 10. All right, that's weird. Bonds started to move right there. Got the SPY too. Netflix, weed stocks. Sorry, I'm looking at a play. MSTR, remember, they had earnings this morning. They are on the high, though. And then SPY going up, and then data in 45 seconds. Vici earnings tomorrow after hours. All right, 30 seconds. And then 15 minutes later, that should be the bigger set of data. But remember, ECI in the morning, that had the punch. Man, I can't get filled. Chicago PMI 37.9? What? Yo, what? It says Chicago PMI 37.9 versus estimate of 45. Bro, that seems abysmal. Correct me if I'm wrong. That may be, or that's like COVID levels. Yeah, 32 and 35 was COVID. What the hell? Honestly, maybe that's why the bonds, but they should get a little bit more. You got Roku coming up there, but that was very, very bad data. Just the purchasers manager index, we've gone over it. Like, they just look at different. It's one for a location, so that's what you have to keep in mind when you hear like Richmond Fed, Chicago PMI. What else is there? Dallas Fed. There's Dallas, Richmond, Philadelphia. These are all for locations. So they all are based on like geographic places, and that's important. But then they're just like looking at, they take all these customers or these producers and they say, how many orders do you have? What's your backlog? How long to ship? How long is it going to take you here? How do you feel about wages? How do you feel about this? How do you feel about that? And then they kind of just look at the orders, how many they have, where they're at, and then from there they say how they feel. Um, 15 more minutes. JPM dropping? I swear I just saw it on the high. Am I tripping? Oh, JP Morgan's on the high. Oh, you said popping. I thought you said dropping. I was like, what? TSM, they were going up earlier. There's SPY. NSC dying too. GCT. Then Dell on the low. Priam. WWW. Yeah, NSC is flushing. Yeah, NSC down 3.1. What is up with that? Yo, NSC is dying. That's a big ass move for like intraday. 3% on a pretty not like big mover stock. I don't have any headline on that yet. NSC is dying. Again, you just have the Chicago PMIs. That was about it. And honestly, bonds reacted before. You're not really getting anything too crazy on that. UUP dollar dropped a little bit. Agba Mulan on the low. NSC is still dropping, and then SPY came down. All right. Will I be playing options for Baidu? The watch list is your friend, my brother. The watch list is your friend. But you're here now too, so that's a good thing, because then you won't miss this play. but everybody else will if they're not here. Snap Big Pop, no idea, but it's killing it. Again, it still has a lot of gap to fill. That's why you have to watch out. And yes, Chick-fil-A does have banana pudding. I haven't tried it, but I've seen it. But not a recommendation. You will lose money. I went with another pre-earnings play. Apple is starting to pop up here. So I grabbed Airbnb. I'm doing an Airbnb May 17th. So getting the week after. It's early. So do not play. I'm telling you, the risk is that Airbnb is next week. And we're going here on Tuesday. The only reason why I'm going after it is because it's you have Booking and Expedia on Thursday. Tech consultancy Proficient said to consider potential sale. PRFT. Oh, wow. They popped 6%. Oh, wow. They're at the bottom, too. PRFCT or PRFT. Looking to sell. They're popping right there. PayPal on the low. But yeah, so be careful with Airbnb. I grabbed May 17th, 205 calls. I'm going to sell them before earnings, not going to hold them. Pay 205 for May 17th. Airbnb, sell before the release. And that's it. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. And then, yeah, PayPal, bro. PayPal's about to go red. You guys realize PayPal was up 7? I don't know if y'all feel me on that. They were up a ton. And then Baidu's even coming down. Tesse. Path. Apple's still going. I don't know where the Apple plays were. So let's say. Were they the 205s from yesterday? Yeah, honestly, I think we did good on our contracts. Even the Apples, I don't think they went up. AMD, I don't know if I'll have enough time for AMD. So I didn't get that one. I already have my other chips, but even for pre-earnings, they don't really have time. So we'll see. We'll do the preview today. We're going to go over Amazon preview and AMD, and there's like a couple of others. That MO, that's MQ on the high. MO's flipping. Again, those contracts on MO are still up, but unfortunately, they were up way more. MO's gone red, though. PayPal on the low. Disney. Ever since Nelson Peltz, man, that's it. Bob Iger cost us, like, what, $10 a share? Is that like $120, right? $13 a share? The Airbnb earnings, you said sell before. Well, here's the deal. I wouldn't make that play if you're not familiar with the earnings date. So be very, very careful. Okay, that's if you don't understand these, that's why I'm like pushing everything to the watch list, because there's a lot of like disconnect. So be careful. But the earnings is next week on May 10th or May 8th. But there is a earnings this week related to travel that could affect it. NVIDIA. Yeah, they're up 0.2 again. Wasn't AMD just moving around? Oh yeah, where's SMCI too? So apparently SMCI is going to be today. Not we thought it would be pre-market. I think it's today after hours or tomorrow morning. Why am I making a lot of plays on this earnings season? Is it, I think, like 7 plays compared to the 200 or 300 last quarter? I don't have a SMCI play. But like we were talking yesterday, some people thought it was going to be in the morning. Here comes a flush. Well, SMCI's chips are going up and tech. bonds have reversed, and that's weird because remember, the data was awful. So you would think that would even, again, bad data would be good for the bonds there too. But in general, the pressure this morning is still as a result of the ECI. You haven't had PMI data like that in a minute. Does it hold the same weight on the market as NVIDIA? No. It could move things, and SMCI can make the other bigger chip companies move, but valuation wise, you got to NVIDIA's huge. It's massive. So when they move, it moves the SPY and everything else with it. But in this case, SMCI, it could get other people to move that could have a bigger effect. Walmart, they were good too, man. I'm telling you, even PayPal on the red. So welcome. This is what we saw a lot of last week. Remember, it was good earnings, and then you just dump out of nowhere. Ever since we had that relief, we kind of forgot about that. But it's, once again, you have a couple of names starting off. I think Coca-Cola is the only, they did the opposite. But even then, they're barely moving there. NVO's ripping now again. Eli Lilly, they're already up. Dude, Eli Lilly was I think a 2 standard deviation beat. Or no, it was pricing in 7. Never mind. I think they scammed even on Eli Lilly. Now that I think about it. Those are the dailies. Yeah, 80%. 150, 50%. Kind of shitty on a 7% beat, and then the further out the money's all break even. But yeah, NVO, I remember it was pricing in a lot. It shouldn't have, but it was. Volkswagen first quarter vehicle sales 2.1. Are you getting vehicle numbers? Volkswagen. Okay, Google. Oh, yeah. 3 minutes. We get Conference Board of Consumer Confidence. So that will be the next setup. The snap covered calls? No, I haven't been able to. The Fed holds, what effect will it have on the dollar? The Fed is going to hold. So we're not, tomorrow doesn't really matter. We're not expecting any changes. We're expecting a language shift from Powell. So it really just depends on how much hawkish or more hawkish Powell is towards inflation. Nick Timmerhouse this morning was saying just the Fed is probably going to communicate that they have a stomach to hold higher for longer. So it's really all about tomorrow, and Powell is going to be language shift and a slight more hawkish language shift to reflect the data that's been hot, but nothing else should change. If he's really hawkish, gold might come down, maybe the dollar. Otherwise, everything should continue the streak that it's on until we actually get a real change. Object in motion will stay in motion. The PMI data was bad not too long ago, but you didn't get that big of a reaction. And then this morning, wage data came in hot. ECI shot up, and that's what dropped us 0.5, 0.6, right off the morning. The house I sent, was that San Marcos? Yeah, it was decent, but already listed, and I don't think the value that you saw was there. I think it's worth 800 tops if all goes well. So if you buy it for 700, it's kind of tight, and it's on the market. And we have Bradley Frizzle on the pitch. Oh, baby, happy Tuesday. Tell him. Or no, Peach Nation. Oh, my goodness. Bright and early, man. What time is it? Oh, yeah, 30 minutes in, baby. Good morning. Bradley Frizzle. Peach Nation. Oh my goodness. That's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's glorious. It's consistent. They don't know. Good morning. Man. Let's go. Shout out to long term. You know, the peach. The peach is a long term in and of itself, man. You know, if anything's followed besides the long term, it has been the peach. They don't. Amen. Hershey is up 5% over last 2 days after cocoa prices pull back. Yeah, so I think cocoa had one of its biggest drops. So apparently cocoa, the traders backed out, and then cocoa prices have had a little plunge. But Hershey's it kind of looks like Procter & Gamble towards the end of last year. U.S. April consumer confidence, a 97, estimate 104. So that one was, again, weaker data. This time the bonds looks like they like it, but, you know, we're going to chalk everything up to there'll be another response in another hour. So, but for now, that data did come in a little weaker. It's good. We need that. But now, like I'm saying, bonds already flipping there. So earlier we would think good data or bad data would be good, but you are getting a little bit of a shift here today. But I wouldn't read too much into it. Still got power. Hershey's got earnings next week. And then SPY trying to move up there again. Bonds dancing around. Apple's still at the high. AMD has now woken up. So maybe if that starts to move, that pre-earnings might be there. Uber Eats enters delivery partnership with Domino's in Canada. No way. Uber's in the green. Eli Lilly, there's Apple. Amazon's still trying to climb its way up here too. Even the Airbnb. JPAL, same time as always, 2:30. 2 p.m. for the statement, 2:30 for PAL. Palantir, Eli Lilly, Palantir on the high. Palantir's going red to green. NVIDIA and AMD just broke out. Now Shopify. It's crazy because the low ticker is still pumping. You have names on the low ticker. It's balancing out, but now you are getting a couple of names moving on the high. The index is going towards the high of the day. Still red, but NASDAQ is about to go green. So you were down by like 0.4, 0.5 earlier. MO still selling. I mean, honestly, I think MO is just, it's a scam. So like literally right now, my MO contracts are green. So just like yesterday, MO, you may not see the moves, but like it literally trades how it does yesterday, dies, and then pre-market, the shit just shoots up $1. And then it gaps up, and then it shoots down today, and you're back to the lows, and then the contract premiums are still up. So for some reason, you're saying MO, it's not, but it's like people are willing to pay 20 to 30% more for some of the rights to those contracts than they were just a couple days ago. It's a really weird one, but I think the premium's still up there, just moving kind of stupid and scammy. Let's see. Oh, does that show me a different price on there? No, I think my thing's showing, it's quoted me a different price. I think my contracts did go break even. On one, it says they're green, but when I go to the bid and ask, it looks like it's lower. Just the spread. Oh, MO paid divvy today? Then it should be up. Usually they love to make you pay divvy. You know, higher. But let's see. Let's see how much shares we got on drip. I didn't know. The news was bad in the morning. I mean, we just got 2 bad sets of data. Bad that should have been good, but what I mean by bad data in the morning, ECI, employment wages shot up. Let's see. And then the long term's made a nice little recovery here. That's actually insane. Oh, you got JP Morgan dividend too. Nice. So we got 0.39 shares of JP Morgan on drip. Wow. Not bad. Yeah, I like it, man. I like it. How many shares do you think we got on MO? Remember, we've been stacking it, and that we put our last deposit before the Pfizer there. Remember, we got a nice one. Well, we got a decent amount. I don't know. Wait, you guys will guess it if you have the exact same amount as I do. So never mind. I feel like that's easy. 12. Oh, now you just ruined it for me. I got 8.99. 8.997, and I'm very excited about that. That's hype. So every quarter we're going to get like 8 or 9 shares now of MO. Not bad at all. Was that like 36 shares by the end of the year? Got like 1.4. Dude, that's how mine were. I'm telling you, my Altria, like we started really small, so it's cool. It starts to add up too. Oh no, Yellen testifies on Biden's budget? No. I'm telling you, man, I'm glad some of you commented on it, but like I loved yesterday's thumbnail. I'm telling you, this is the best thumbnail ever. It's so like, I was so impressed with AI when it did what I wanted it to do. This is like, come on. Say hello to my little dad. It looks like Janet Yellen in Scarface. It's uncanny. I love it. I really do. I really do. So I don't know. I was tripping. I was like, that's good. It came out better than I even imagined because I had the image in my head. I was like, yeah. But I was like, nah, that's hard. that one's up there. It may be a potential all-timer, bro. Yeah, bro. No, it's nuts. It's nuts. That's just finger to the sky, the Lord. I don't even think I could do the Jigglypuff one like that. I'm telling you, that was amazing. Now bonds are up. Again, you have data that should support it, except for the AM. But lately, in the last 30 minutes, 15 minutes, all that data should be good for the bonds. Treasury announces new Series I bond rate of 4.28. Interesting. Is that where they think inflation's going to be? Market in 24 compared to 23. Is it harder to trade? I think it's more concentrated in certain like trends. And then when you like look at it, I don't know, like, do you guys kind of see 2023 kind of looks like a puppy? The end of 2023 was unreal. But if you get rid of October, this looks like very small compared to kind of how we've already moved. So I think you just have a lot of concentration, but I think it's just different, but very similar. I don't know. I've been saying it for a while. I really think this year is a weird continuation of last year. And it's just the same waiting game, same policy stuff, all of that. Wednesday will be the reckoning. Well, we have many opportunities to reckon, right? We have Powell, then we still got the earnings after the bell. Then we're going to get more data. Then we got non-farms on Friday. Then before you know it, CPI is right around the corner. FTC urged to probe car makers sharing driver data with police. Stream clapped? Why? It shouldn't be. I don't know why. I know, the fake news media. They keep saying the YouTube. They won't let it load. I don't know why. That's why we had to make a Twitch. It's a damn shame. It's a damn shame. I know, fake news media. They don't want Josh. They don't want anybody to get Stock Market Live. That's why we made a Twitch. It's a backup. I know. I know, Sleepy Joe. Sleepy Joe and Mark Zuckerberg. Mm-mm. The stream is down. Well, we have the Twitch, you guys. We have the Twitch. We have the Twitch. Mm-mm. Clap day off. Well, that sucks. Well, we'll be on the Twitch, you guys. Unfortunately, YouTube hates you. SLV is silver coming up. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what companies that would be. FTC urge to probe car makers. It's very, very weird. Long time no see. The Twitch is pinned. Yeah, Twitch with the save. It's good timing. I mean, the YouTube, I was telling you guys yesterday, like, bro, my Google Chrome is tweaking. I think, if anything, if something's not working, it's probably going to be Google Chrome, but we do have the Twitch. And then SPY back down to VWAP right now. They've been cracking down on ad block. I think it is, honestly. I think you might have, but my ad block still works, but I'm telling you, bro, it's like, it's messed up. If there's any, like, too many chats, my thing on YouTube just crashes. So I've been having FDA, DOJ seize over 700,000 worth of unauthorized e-cigarettes. Uh-oh. Damn, bro. MO got it like that. That's crazy. You guys remember Altria the other day? And they're like, you need to crack down. And then one day later, they're like, we have seized almost $1 million of e-cigarettes. You forgot the Twitch was up. That's cool. But the Twitch is going to be a little different. I mean, even then, even with the YouTube, I really hope y'all vibe. I had a lot of fun on yesterday's Watchlist too. So honestly, if you don't vibe with it, like, then I don't know. It's not, because I had a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. I thought it was great. But, you know, it's like, we got to focus, questions, put them in the right place at the right time. We're not going to spend all day going over plays. And like I said, if you're just obnoxious, I'm going to ban you without any second thought. I want obnoxious positivity for everybody. And then just quite simply, I mean, for the Twitch, man, you know, you guys have had a bad history of like arguing and shit like that. So if anything is confrontational or whatever, I'm just banning y'all. No second thought, no anything, even if it's questionable. I'm not, you're going to say, oh, I've been here for years. And listen, if you've been here for years, I expect way more of you. You're better off telling me you're new, because if you've been, you know what I'm saying? Because then it's like, no. But I just, like, for real, we got to hold it. I just want obnoxious positivity, bro. That's all I'm hungry for, you know, and the world is a crazy place. And I'll give everything out for free, hook you up with whatever y'all want. But we got to make sure that we, in the game, and don't water any weeds. So that's it. But yeah, it's heavy chattative tightening. Heavy. It's heavy. But yeah, if that YouTube lag again though, it's there. But be wise. Be wise, my friend. Obnoxious positivity. I'm telling you, it's been good, man. It's been good. And then bonds are still moving up, man. It's good, but they're red. They still have to hold the baggage of the heavy ECI data this morning. No more numbers. Honestly, I think today we might be wrapped up for data. Today's Tuesday. Yeah, we got conference. You get Dallas Fed at 10:30. But that's a regional one. Dallas services is good, though. I like anything related to services. But other than that, man, tomorrow, private payrolls, job openings, ISM manufacturing, Jerome Powell, Treasury refunding. Bro, tomorrow is a powder keg. So that's the thing. No matter what you guys see here in the market right now, like, do you realize what I just said out loud? The data you have tomorrow morning is huge. So it's Treasury refunding. Then S&P PMIs, then ISM manufacturing PMIs, then ADP private payrolls, then JOLTS jobs openings, then ISM employment, construction spending, and then Jerome Powell. Meanwhile, you'll be waking up to earnings too, and then the earnings after the bell. So that's a lot. So that's a lot. Those all can move the bonds. The crazy part, like we've discussed, is that the bonds have already moved a ton. So, I mean, if you wanted to claim it's priced in, yeah, but these are all just huge events. So we'll see. And it is, I can't believe it is the end of the month. LVMH said to weigh options for Marc Jacobs amid buyer interest. Bonds running up still. Wait, 3M? And then bonds still on the high. Why is 3? I mean, maybe those 3Ms might come back up. If you played SPY, would you roll calls or puts? What do you mean? And then, what do you MTRs for Indianapolis? I haven't for any. What do you mean? What's an MTR? Official old guy today turned 68. My man, Horner. Bro, are you kidding me? God bless you, bro. Thank you for everything and happy birthday. Bro, 68? That's huge, man. That's huge. God is good, bro. That's a lot of years. Years, baby. Is your 30th too? There you go. You like half a space gator. You just space. You know what I'm saying, baby? Horna. Happy birthday too, baby. That's crazy. 68. Hey, listen. You don't even I won't even get a commission off of this. Like, you don't have to, I won't even give you a referral. And, I know, and it has a weird connotation. And I use this to make jokes sometimes, but I mean this, all sincerity. Have you ever thought about getting a reverse mortgage? I mean it. Yeah, I know if someone's going to LOL right away, but, bro, if you're 68, do you realize, that it's one of the best loans ever? Yeah. I wish I was 62 years old so I could get it. I would buy whatever house I wanted to live in. So if I had rental properties or whatever, the house I was living in, I would instantly. The minute I turn 61, I'm going to reverse mortgage my favorite house to live in. So then that way, no payment. That's it. Get it in there. You'll get the cash back and then go buy another property. The interest, it should be similar. That's the thing. Remember, this loan is to protect senior citizens. So it cannot, the only thing is the fees when you issue the loan. That's all you have to be mindful of. Other than that, the whole entire loan is set up like it can't take advantage of older people. Again, it has so many benefits if you actually do it the right way. And back in the day, it's used. That's what I'm saying. I won't even give you a reference. I just want you to look into it, especially if you are at that age. If you have a house you live in and you want to buy a rental, that's beautiful. They don't take your house. No. So reverse mortgage to pay for another house sounds counterintuitive. No, because right now house prices are as high as ever, and you could get 60% of your value, and then you could still live in your house and have no payment. But think about this. Let's say Space Gator has $1 million house, and he gets a reverse mortgage. They would give him $600,000, and then he wouldn't have to pay a mortgage on that property while he gets to live in it. And then let's say he goes and buys a rental all cash for $600,000 with the money. Then he'll collect the rent from that house. But here's the hypothetical. Are you ready for this? I don't know if it'll happen, but this is what everybody wants to happen. What would you say if the real estate market crashed? Or what happened if after he buys the house, or he reverse mortgages his house, and he gets 60% of the value, but then all real estate properties decline? He doesn't know. Why would he refi? Think about it. If they valued his house at $1 million and gave him $600,000, if the value of his home drops and they would only give him less, but he already took the money out, and then he has no payment. So in the event of the market going down, the reverse mortgage would, if you think you're bearish on it, that would be most beneficial. Because then he still gets the house, gets top tick value, and could go scoop up anything else now on the cheap. Yeah, there's no payment. Sure. And look it up, though. I know there's a huge history behind it. This isn't new. I've talked about it a lot, though. Why no payment? It's for older people. It's so that they could stay in their homes and have a loan that allows them to be in their house while not getting clapped by high costs. I'm 52. I'm coming soon, baby. Hell yeah. Who gets the house if he dies? He does, his family. It's just a loan. That's all you have to, there's a negative connotation, but just treat it like a normal loan. So now his property has a loan. When he passes away, the family has the option to either refinance the property and pay back the loan, or they could sell the property, pay back what was owed, and then they keep all the profits. So if he sells the house for $1 million and he borrowed $600,000, and they're like, well, we don't want to keep the house, we'll sell it, and they sell it for $1 million, the bank gets the $600,000 that dad got, and then the $400,000 goes to the descendants. The catch is that nobody qualifies for it. The catch is you have to be 62 years old. You can only borrow 60% of the value. You have to have full insurance on the property, and you can't have any back taxes. Those 4 things are very hard criteria to meet, if you think about it. Not everybody has equity in their home that much to pull out. Not everybody is 61 years old. Some people, I've helped out an old lady on this, and literally she was about to lose her house, and we got this for her so she could stay in it, but the lady didn't pay home insurance for 6 years. So she owed $500, but she had to go pay all the insurance, and until she got her insurance, she couldn't qualify for it. So you have to have insurance, and you have to be up to date on all property taxes. It doesn't have to be fully paid off, but you could only borrow up to 60% LTV. So if the house is $1 million and you owe $400,000, you could only pull out $200,000. Or if the house is $1 million and you owe 600 grand, you could just refinance the loan. You won't get any cash, but now that house won't have a monthly payment. My parents need this. I mean, I could send you guys stuff, or even then, here's the deal, because I'll tell you, the commissions is where everybody makes money on this. That's why I said just watch out for the fees, but I will run through all of it for you, and I will not give you a referral if you have a parent who wants this. AKA, I'll just give you info. Don't go to anybody I know and do whatever you want with it. But it's good. If you have a parent who has a house, I mean, like I said, I really do stand by this loan 100%. Just because it's not, most people can't get it. You know, everybody talks about what about this? It's like, dude, you can't even get this loan if you wanted to. Most people right now in the United States. And then, like I just said, those other factors, you got to hit all of these criteria, but it's worth it. I don't have an MLO. No, I'm just an investor. I am no longer licensed in any capacity for real estate loans, stocks, anything. I'm an individual. I'm a Hatch Act, private citizen. Have I slowed on buying real estate? It's same. It's actually a little higher than the pace last year. Because remember, like beginning of last year, I was like, hold up. But I still got a couple. I mean, I've been getting deals. So like, I can't say no. I got a really good offer I think, actually, let me just see. I got to make sure it got accepted. But somebody sent me one literally a day ago, bro. It was like a $2 million property for like 1-1. They accepted the first one, but then they went back on some things we had to talk about. But yeah, man, if it's good, I love it. Oh, and then Dylan, you said medium-term rentals. I've never done it in Indianapolis. I think it's 2 units now. I do MTRs, but I do it for nurses. And it's a lot of work. It's very difficult. It was a lot. Now it's gotten better, but it was, like I told you guys in the past, it was a lot of work to get set up, and I was kind of surprised. And like it was much more harder to get things working, but it ended up working. Like in the sense that it's good money, but just took more outfitting, and it was harder to get occupied. So, but that's the only experience I have with that. Otherwise, I do Airbnb, and I don't let anybody rent for longer than 30 days. So if they do longer than 30 days, though, make sure it's always some sort of lease agreement. But the only thing I've ever done was to nurses. Yeah, so I have houses in Cali, and I rent them out to nurses, just for travel nurses. So it's fully furnished. We have flexible leases. I charge like 30% more. And we have it all set up. It's close to the hospitals and all that. And pretty much they pay, and they stay there for like a month or 3 months, and then that's it. But I told you guys this story like almost a year ago. I started it, and it's really good money. But my problem that I realized, and I didn't think about this, like mother effers are really different. And it's hard to like put these mother effers together, because I realized like I got one nurse in there, and then right after we got one person in the house, it was so hard to get the other rooms filled, because one person would have a dog, the hours were different with another. Some people, like, they just all had specific requests, and it was like, damn, it really got hard, but we figured it out. We kind of got a process, but it is definitely difficult. That's what I do. No longer than 30 days, have them do 2 reservations. Yeah, for real. I don't even get to 30 days. I do like 27 days. If anybody ever wanted a long, like, you know what I'm saying? Don't even let it get close. I don't trust these fools. You rent out the room. That's why it's so profitable. Because these nurses will pay you for one room. They will pay you a lot. And that's why it's like great. But then, yeah, they don't get along. There's like, it's high turnover, everything. Where'd you get to where you are, working and saving? I mean, people don't like that answer, but yes. But, I'll give you the element of richest man in Babylon. Working and saving allowed me to strike at opportunities when they presented themselves. Right? So I got lucky in life, in the sense I was alive, aware, and hungry when certain things were happening, right? When Meta was coming out ever, Amazon and all these different things. But again, if you didn't have, savings and work and that desire initially, even if you came across those opportunities, I mean, would you execute? And that's where it comes down to. But yeah, savings and work goes a long way, bro. Yellow? You mean yelling? and I think that the yen and the currency are okay. Now, if unrealized gains, that could be a proposal that we could consider. And under Basel III requirements. Okay, I'm sorry. I got too into it.
Work to formulate these fiat rules in a way that will certainly restrict China.
I could learn it probably. I know how to speak you know what I'm saying?
Tax credit.
I think it's pretty clear that Treasury's version of these rules would allow Chinese billionaires
it wasn't
to
that bad.
receive hundreds of millions of
Spy
taxpayer
flushing.
dollars.
I need to go pee.
As confirmed by the nonpartisan
Dallas
Joint
Fed
Committee
Serve.
on
Dude,
Taxation.
the data's collapsing.
So in response
right
to this committee, we recently passed the End Chinese Dominance of Electric Vehicles in America Act, led by Congresswoman Carol Miller, which would close those egregious loopholes and protect the American taxpayer.
I wouldn't call it but dude, another one, Dallas Fed Service Revenue, that was good. That dropped to 0.3 instead of 3. And then the service index went to 10.5 negative instead of 5. But then you're back to these are September lows pretty much. Man. All right, I'm going to go pee, but you're getting a reaction there.
The lowest tax jurisdiction, even though that's not where profits have been earned. Good work on the CHIPS Act. Really good work on the infrastructure bill. Certainly the American Rescue Package. This is a great story for us to tell. So I want to give you some time to talk. Madam Secretary, implementation of the Inflation Reduction Act is really important. Let me give you a couple of minutes to talk about that.
Well, let me just start by saying that although there's still more work to do, we've made tremendous progress implementing it. We've completed more than 60 guidance projects, and these are all on critical and complex issues. And we've been focused on getting the issues right. This involves collaboration with the Department of Energy, with EPA, and other experts to make sure that we're implementing the law effectively and as intended. It's also tremendously important, the impact that the IRA clean energy credits are having. We can see that they're catalyzing hundreds of billions of dollars of investment in cutting-edge clean energy technology and strengthening our supply chains, and at the same time lowering emissions in line with our climate goals and creating good jobs across the country, and particularly in parts of the country that really have not seen a lot of burst of economic activity. Treasury has been doing research on the impact of the Act, and what we find is that investment is especially strong in communities that have not seen a lot of investment, that have lower income and a smaller fraction of college-educated workers. So this is making a huge difference. The response has been enormous, and I've had the privilege of seeing many of the projects that are being spurred, as well as training that's taking place. I've had the privilege of visiting many workforce training programs that have been started to give our workers the skills to fill the good, high-wage jobs that are being created by this IRA.
Thanks. And could you speak to labor participation rates?
Yes, labor force participation rates actually have moved up substantially. For adult workers, male and female, they have now exceeded the where they were pre-pandemic. They're moved up a great deal, and overall moved up as well.
Moved up.
And there is a downward trend.
I could learn it. I think I could. It took me almost a year for Trump. I know, Joshua. Took you a long time. Not as long as Sleepy Joe. Did you hear? Bill Barr, lazy and lethargic. Now he endorses me. Look at that. The fake news is bothered. My goodness. Watch Monsters, Inc. Imitate #1. That's funny. White House new hostage proposal is a good one. Urges Hamas to accept it. There could be no doubt about seriousness of Israelis in negotiating a new hostage deal would result in 6 weeks of no fighting anywhere. Like, it's a good deal, bro. It's a good deal. Should take it. Can you add accents into the AI? I think I'd have to put vocal recordings into it. But that mother can't even say WTI. WTI. Every time I'm like, bro, I even spelt it WTI for him. I even tried to change WTI so he could have a better time, and he still can't do it. I'm like, it's 3 letters. And then you see it, then the AI is like Volkswagen and says it like a perfect German. I'm like, man, this is, and you can't say WTI. Don't yelling is annoying. What do you hope to achieve by imitating her? Just like an entertainment value. It's just not that deep. I like voices. It's kind of cool, bro. I didn't, it's a weird thing. I never realized how I could copy people's voices. I don't know. It's it's a weird thing that if I hear it enough and I say it, I could actually, it's weird, bro. It's weird. I don't know. So it's just pure entertainment value. Oh, W.T. No, he's going to be like W.T.I.T. The Society Generale. There's some that he gets in and then some he don't. The AI will be whoop. Can you copy LT? Blah, 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 blah. House flip. Greek god. Blah, 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 blah. I don't know, man. I don't know. Somebody said I sound like LT, but I'm like, I don't think LT has a beautiful, powerful voice like myself. But hey, the each is on. To each is on. LT want house flip. Nah, but that's really what it's like, though, for real. Equal weight in SPX bouncing right off support. It sucks we're playing this 5100 game because now it just looks like all day today or all this week is really just going to be, do you hold above or below? Hershey's is cocoa prices going down after running up. Mulan is coming back up. They moved yesterday. Cart, Uber, Meta. And then Bond's coming down. Meta is breaking out. Square fail. That was wild. I can't type. Airbnb staying pinned. The guy hates you if he exists. Nah, man. You good, bro. You good. And I thought about it. That's funny you say that, man. because I had a different, like, more spiritual take in a weird way. But it has the same sentiment. But, like, bro, I was thinking sometimes, like, I be scared to pray nowadays. You know that? Like, I get scared for what I ask for. I really do. Because I have realized that, like, man, sometimes you're going to ask for something and I don't think you want it. Because, like, what it will take you through is just like, oh, man. So, I don't know. But it's whatever will develop you, my brother. Whatever is going on is there to develop you. And that's why you would be surprised the wisdom that is garnered from the life that unfolds. Like that, believe me, it's a trip. IBM raises quarterly dividend. I don't know about SMCI earnings play. The 51, I think it is going to hold like that. Everything you try to do goes negative, even if there's no chance. I feel you. I've been in there. I mean, I have plays like that too. But you are not cursed. Don't feed into that. And at the end of the day too, though, it's like I'm just said, that is going to take you through something where you got to get something out of it. You see what I'm saying? It's not as if God hates you, this market's cursed, or there's something screaming at you in there. It may be quiet, you know what I'm saying, but it's something's in there. And that's unfortunately, for focusing on the wrong messages around it, we will miss the lesson. Only the money you need is cursed. Amen. For real, though. I think Jay Powell have the same exact speech, but emphasize lack of confidence. I love how you put it. Yes, just a little bit more, I guess, more emphasis. But yeah, I think that's said beautifully, where it shouldn't be anything new. It's not anything too dramatically different, but we are expecting a language shift that will strongly highlight. But then again, if it's not, let's say I'm wrong, and let's say it's not a strong emphasis, then, I think the market would be decent. But we are expecting Powell to change tone. He did last time. The data is not favorable, and literally last time we heard from him, it was a little more aggressive. But then again, the market has been in its own little thing. Shout out Josh Chad, and shout out the long term, baby. Tell him, Jordan, amen. Oh, I didn't give you the warning. Oh, my bad. Do I do long-term rentals that are fully furnished? Not unless it's requested, but usually no. So like I said, the medium-term ones, the ones for the nurses, those ones are all fully furnished. U.S. Treasury Yellen says concerned about where we're going with the U.S. deficit, says U.S. needs significant steps to reduce budget deficit. You are the Treasury. I think I'm cursed. Well, listen, like, I said this yesterday, man, and, like, I don't know, I'm probably going to say it again today during PHILO, if we have a PHILO, but, like, whatever you think is about you is going to be about you. I promise you. Like, and especially, dude, even on the stream, and if you've been here, like, bro, it's a trip because I've seen it. You got to realize, like right now, I'm literally speaking to thousands of people right now. And it's just wild because sometimes, though, the things that I say, depending on what you want to hear and what you are expecting, you're going to materialize. You're like, wow, Josh did this. He said that. That was about me. It wasn't about you. It wasn't. It's like but it's the same thing, man. And that idea, that mentality. Bro, if you are on a boat in the ocean and these waves keep hitting, and you're telling me we are on a journey in the middle of the ocean and the waves keep hitting, and halfway through, water's coming aboard and you just say, I'm cursed. Dude, you're going to drown. You know what I'm saying? And even if the weather is going to clear up in an hour, if you put yourself and just tell yourself that, you're going to create that reality in and of itself. So I really do think you gotta be mindful of what you are telling yourself. I'm going car shopping. How much under MSRP should I be sticking to? Habibi, you're in for a wild ride. That's not how you go car shop. Tell me what car you want. Tell me what you want, and we go find the deal, Habibi. You go to the dealership, you tell them, they say, tell me your monthly payment. You will be there 3 hours, Habibi. 3 hours, you do a math trick to make sure, and then they... So you got to be careful. It just depends on the car and, like, what you're trying to do. But, like, some cars right now, you could get below sticker. A lot you can't. Some go nuts, but, like, just watch out for the dealer tricks. You know, you have to really, like, what are you trying to accomplish? Like, what's your budget? What are you really trying to get? Yeah, they will do math tricks. That's why they ask you. They ask you what you want to pay, because then they could get you to that payment, and they'll make you ignore the whole price. I think Amazon's expected move should be around 7, I think. So we'll do... Oh, no, that's going to be... Yeah, no, it's today. We're going to do that today. So mild pump off the bottom. McDonald's, too. So, again, that one was green in the morning for a little bit. You ever trade in the car? I sold that other one that I had. The one that I bought last year. I sold the supercar. And then I told you I was trying to get my girlfriend... She wanted a car, and then I had one. Dude, they've been scamming me. They're trying to charge me over sticker for a car. And I'm like, you guys are stupid. And then that's what happened. So I finally found this guy. He was going to not try to scam me. And then he tried to scam me on my other car. Because I was like, all right, here. Because I said, I'll give you a deal on this car. You give me a deal on that car. He was like, word. And then when I get to the paperwork, I'm like, dude, you're a fucking scammer. It's not. So just watch out even then. And I don't know if you're going to trade in a car, but sometimes don't tell them you're trading in a car. If you want to trade in a car, you're better off selling it like not the dealership. And then beyond that, just if you are going to tell them about your trade in, just be mindful, because that's where they'll screw you to get the deal as well too. Should I pay off my car loan I took this week? If interest is 6.1, I mean, right now you could get more money in cash, but you just took out the loan. So, I mean, I don't know if there's any penalty or if you have to pay any fees to issue the loan, but I mean, simply, it may be too soon. Maybe think about that in like a year. See how it is for a year at the very least. Because I just don't like making actions that fast. I don't like buying something and then or loan and then refi like that quick. Just give it time. That'd be my take. I think Yellen will pump the market. No. Yellen's talking right now. We listened to a little bit, but she doesn't really hold that weight as of now. And like we talked about for yesterday, tomorrow morning you're getting Treasury refunding announcement, private payrolls, JOLTS jobs openings, PMIs, ISM manufacturing, and then Jerome Powell, and then you're going to be following up from Amazon earnings. So all of those are more likely to move you than not. The SPY dumped off ECI in the morning, and then we just kept getting these data dumps that weren't really good. The market was kind of doing its own thing, but if anything, the fact we're still in the range of the morning, I'd chalk this up to ECI. Hey, man, poor decision-making. His car's so changed up what you're doing. And that's why I got to learn from it. But hey, man, it's the process, life, you got to go through it. It's time. That's why it's a blessing and a curse every day we have. So that's a lot of time, and little by little, it's time to work on it. Jay Berg, baby. Jay Berg in the peach. What's up, baby? Good morning. Dallas Fed Service Sector Survey, the impact of higher rate environment seems to be catching up with general purchase intent among customers flattening out. At the same time, budget cuts and political uncertainty have impacted our public sector business as well. Yeah, MO paid out today. Bro, we got just under 9 shares. I'm hyped. So I didn't think, literally it raises our dividend by like 30, 40 bucks a year off of every payment now. So I'm like, woo. Yeah, it's super early. It's not even what's it called? It's not even Euro close. So it's only 7.50. I don't know. Remember the last 2 days? Yesterday and then Friday, volume was pretty low. We're at 10 million, a little bit above. Yellen is live right now, yeah. We had her on for a little bit. I mean, I can play her if you guys really insist, but I was just trying to save you. She says higher steel tariffs on China are appropriate. Maybe does she move steel? I doubt it, but we'll see. And then Meta's been climbing up. Duolingo. Dollars back on the high. Didn't a dollar flush? Yeah, dollar was red at one point. And then SPY here at VWAP. Bonds came down a little bit off that high, and then they were down all day after ECI, and then we're hugging 5,100, man. Just straight oscillating there. It's a little lower because yesterday we were above the 5,100, but, I mean, I'm sure you guys see the pin. Every time frame we start pulling this chart back, I mean, you just see. This is still within that candle from a couple Mondays ago. And then Starbucks on the high. They have earnings today. Where we're range bound till earnings. Yeah. This time I think we're more prepared because of earnings and remembering. I feel like we forgot yesterday, but definitely. It is the what's it called? The earnings stop and go. Then there's a lot of data. You're on both Chads. You want the Twitch to be positive, change the vibe. It's good for now, but I think the Twitch is now the Philippines. I am now President Duarte. And we are cracking down on the war on negativity drugs. So turn yourself in, but that's it. If you caught with negativity, that's it. It's a life sentence on any. That's it. That's all. Welcome. You could call me Josh Duarte. Just say you're Singapore. Man, have you ever seen the Duarte headlines? Homie's a G. He's crazy. He used that. I think besides like Donald Trump, Duarte probably has the wildest like one-liners as like a presidential figure. Not like Bukele, he'll like invest in the Bitcoin. Like there's a couple of guys, the Argentina guy, but like nah, Duarte is savage. Tesla flushing a little bit. The Tesla around the price we got out yesterday. Interesting. NVDA. How I ignored the Tesla drop? No, I just said it. But I guess. And just keep in mind, though, like, these are all similar. So, like, I'm not really going to respond until it, like, gives up. Otherwise, it's all the same range. Even today, even yesterday when we drop, if we're not hitting new levels and staying within the range on an individual or even the index, it's not that dramatic. Yeah, 3M is moving up. I don't know if the contracts hit, though. They were up a little bit in the morning, and then they cucked. Yeah, they clapped those. What am I buying with the next deposit? Oh, I do not know. I'm feeling, I think, Pfizer. I mean, Pfizer, it's already, if it gets to the price I bought it at last time, that would suck. But I do like Pfizer. It would stack me up heavy. And then again, I'm getting close to accomplishing my goal. Like I told you guys, if I have like 3 more months, and depending on how I like play it out, I might be able to hit my dividend goal of the year. So Walgreens, or not Walgreens, excuse me, Pfizer could help me do that. I would like more MO, but it's still elevated from where I got it. But yeah, I am thinking Pfizer, but I'm not. I already have a lot. We just bought it. You know what I'm saying? I don't have a lot of cash, so maybe we go a little slower. PG never coming back down. You got it, though. I'm very glad that you did, man. I'm really, you were in that long-term mode, man, and I'm, it worked out. You were ready to go at the right time, bro, but you got PG great, so don't even, maybe eventually it will. You could even average up, but either way, at least you got some, and you got it at a good price. And then the long-term's back up, man. This is stupid. So, again, we had that little 1 month. Remember, this is going to be our first negative month of the year. But then that little bounce there. We're now at 177. That's it. We're like right back up here. We're $2,000 off the highs after selling off 10 grand from the highs. So, a very insane month there. But, I mean, Snapchat and some others helped out. We'll see what Airbnb does. Oh, yeah, here's the divvies. But like I said, that's the goal I'm trying to get this thing to 6,000. So, like I said, if I use my next 2 or 3 deposits on divvies, I could get there, and then maybe by the end of the year I'll be buying growth. But for now, it's just something I'm keeping on my mind. Cuz that's going to be huge if we hit 6,000 in divvies. I'm telling you, man, cuz we were just at 4,000 last year. So to go up 50% in dividends, and then the year before that, it was lower. It's like, oh, it's glorious. It's glorious. You have leap options in your long term. I have covered calls. So I sold covered calls on Uber and I think one more. And I want to sell some on Airbnb. But that's it. Otherwise, I don't do leaps in the long term. Leaps are not long term. Option is not buying an option, not selling a covered call. I just keep that in your trading account. Pfizer MO. Well, I think we could be patient because, again, Pfizer is generally around the same price I got it at just a couple of months, like a month ago. So it's if we want to, we can. Otherwise, MO I think is too expensive. I like MO a lot, but remember, literally, we bought MO at $39.50. It doesn't even have like a full candle of where we bought it, just a wick. So unfortunately, I don't want to add more into that. I like PayPal; it's already up, but that's growth, so it doesn't really align with the dividend goal. But I think that's about it. 3M, they went up, but they lowered the dividend. Redfin, we're up 100% still. I wouldn't buy Redfin above $3. Oh, I didn't factor that in. My divvy will go down because of 3M. Mm-hmm. Do you ever sell puts on the long term? Not really. We talked about it a couple of times. I think I may have done it once, like as an example with you guys, like way back in the day. But other than that, I don't. I've been telling everybody just calculate the amount. Like with puts, selling cash secured puts isn't a bad idea. But in this market with bonds at 5%, you really just have to calculate the amount and calculate the, how much you're tying up for what type of return based on the duration. And if that is better than the bonds and risk-free, I'd take it. If not, I would just hold cash. The wheel strat is acceptable in the long term. Yes and no. If you're putting anything in the long term and buying it without any intention of holding for 10 years and because you love the company and know about it, then you're doing it wrong. Right? So it's if you're just buying just to get 100 shares and I'm only buying to sell calls and I'm only doing this to sell calls, then just put it in a trading account because it might turn into a world of hurt. The yield max, I have looked into it, but I haven't been sold on it. I just prefer the other. I don't care about monthly payouts. When you pay me doesn't really matter as much as consistency and the amount. What program does Unc use for producing? Logic Pro. Yeah, options aren't assets, no. I mean, literally, I've given an example, and this is what you guys got to realize for the long term. Options are coupons. So it's a real big difference. You could have a 2-year option in your account, and you'd be like, oh, look at my long term. You're like, I own 100 shares of this company, right? But then the option is literally, you're right, it is a contract. So I have the right to buy or sell at this. It's a coupon. In another word, it doesn't hold the same sense of waiting when you're okay, I own a company, I own these assets versus I have a 2-year coupon to get it at this price. And that's and then depending on how the stock moves in that time frame, there it is. I'm not against it, but I'm telling you, I would just be wise and separate it from your long term. I don't think you could get E-Trade Pro anymore, and everybody every week says it's going to disappear. And then Tesla's still at the low. Apple came down. Market's still been dropping here. We got Euro closing 30, but you're about to hit low of the day now. And there was a couple of data events. I wouldn't say that's the driver, just in general. We had pressure this morning, and then that ECI did not help out. And then there's a lot of anticipation for what's happening after the bell and tomorrow. Your thoughts on CDs? I mean, you're a boomer, right? But CDs, honestly, they don't really have any relevance right now. I know my mom loves CDs, all the boomers fucking love them. But quite frankly, I mean, money markets right now, risk-free assets, anything, so a 1-year, 3-month Treasury, they're paying you without tying it up. But maybe when when rates move around a little bit and things change, maybe CDs will be there, but for now, I mean, a high yield savings CD, it's all the same thing. And there's similar opportunities with less time commitment right now. I would buy a Treasury over a CD any day. We are going to rip massive. Well, that's kind of the weird part. Because people are talking about this little pullback, it's 8-9%. It leaves you an opportunity, and people are yeah, there's a lot of upside. But then at the same time, if you look at buy the dip indicators bullish bearish index, how many stocks trading below 50-day moving averages, all that, we still have a lot of room to go down. So it's kind of ironic because you're not getting the same buy the dip signal as you would have, but then there is a lot of people who do feel that this little pullback just gave you a great opportunity to buy the dip now ahead of the summer. Yeah, just holding cash in a Fidelity nets you 4.9. Way better than a CD. Because you don't have to do anything. And you have no commitment. You could use it whenever you want. And a lot. What's QNST? Isn't that IPO? Quinn Street? That sounds familiar. Microsoftian. They're going a little lower. They are dropping. Amazon too. So I'm glad we got out of our pre-earnings place. Yalla. Yeah, NASDAQ is red, but Russell's actually doing worse. I thought because NASDAQ came close to going green here not too long ago. And MO and value. Tesla's still dropping. Redfin is on the high. You're holding your Amazon with high hopes. Good luck, my friend. Good luck. If they get that Divi news, should be good. Microsoft Cloud did good, so hopefully theirs is. The odds of an emergency cut, very low right now, but I don't know. I feel like in the last month we've seen random data deteriorations, but remember, emergency cuts only happen in an emergency. So like you would need like something bad would have to happen essentially. Otherwise, if like data starts to collapse rapidly, you'll probably get the Fed discussing, certain things, but it's not going to be like an emergency unannounced cut of that nature. It would have to be like a real big global issue that, they say we don't have time. We have to come out today and do this. I don't know how Amazon can miss even without the divvy. Just the bar, the high bar, man. Unfortunately, because I feel you. I think they got a little bit more room compared to some of the other big tech, but they do have just a high bar. Everything right now is like, yo, you got to really hold up. Again, Microsoft wasn't that bad of an earnings, and like they went up and they already went there. They had a good earnings. They went back down. Who was it? It wasn't Microsoft. Meta. Bro, Meta earnings, people were worried about spending, but like it wasn't a bad earnings, but you do see that reaction. Raul. We are hitting a new low right now. I mean, we've gone pretty low. That's about 20 points there almost. And then the low of yesterday was 50.88. And remember, this was off the Treasury. And that's honestly kind of a bad sign. I don't know if you guys realize this little move of yesterday, you got to overshoot, but you're kind of holding the Treasury refunding top. And then remember, we are going to get the announcement tomorrow morning as well. Yeah, Meta definitely was the language and spending, but like I'm saying, there's even PayPal today. They could have good reports, but like the littlest thing, even language. So like if Amazon, if that bar is set high and the littlest thing, I like Amazon. I think they'll do good generally, but all I'm saying is like keep in mind we are in a friction earning season, an earning season that's been bringing friction with all of the reports. How did we get the name for Raul? There was a Chad named Raul, and then he coined it, and then we all were like, yeah, we like that. Rug pull Raul. So I introduced myself one day, and I was like, hey, guys, my name is Josh. My name's Top Tick Josh, and I like to buy stocks at the very high. And then everybody else made their introductions, and then Rug pull Raul, he was like, my name's Raul, and I get rug pulled. My name's Rug pull Raul. And then we were like, yeah, we like that. So we like Rug pull Raul. And that stuck. Yeah, big reds are back to yesterday's low. So I'd watch out in the sense I'm not responding to today as much as I'm continuing the pressure from yesterday. Does that make any sense? So all I see this as just lower than Treasury. I don't see this as anything else besides ECI in the morning. Raul Frezo. Oh, man. What happened? We just started selling off here again. Remember, there was a lot of data in the morning. I really thought it would have helped you out a little more, but bonds faded off that. And I just put it out in a stream alert, and I just told you guys, but I'm just starting to think this is having to do with the Treasury. We had pressure this morning from ECI. It is the end of the month, but I'm just looking at this like, dude, I think you're just that gave you a little upside, burn some time, but I just think this is still more of that effect. From if you guys watch the watch list, January 29th should mean something to you. Oh, they don't feel me. They gotta you gotta get on the watch list. You gotta get on the watch list. But we are near the low of the day here. So we would see 810 approaching euro close. Thought data all came in hotter. Like ECI, that was really hot. That was bad. But the was it Chicago PMI and Dallas Fed? Those plummeted. Like I know you get bearish. Like that was like they plummeted. So, but other than that, the ECI was the bad part of the morning. That's the only thing I think that had pressure on it more or less. The housing, I personally don't think the housing prices matter in that sense, so that I didn't even consider that data. But the like real economic data was all misses. Hot wages, bad Chicago PMI, miss on consumer confidence, huge miss on Dallas Fed services. But I don't think any of this matters. That's what I'm saying. I don't think you're responding to this shit. I think this is all from yesterday. So again, we're lower. Like, why couldn't we get above it? And then why is it when we flush at the same levels, we're doing the same exact dance? But I really do think, again, Yellen is talking, but like I said on the watch list, honestly, I'm not even going to repeat. Go watch the watch list, January 29th. If you don't know, then that's it. The watch list has the answer there. But I think that's what's happening until we get Powell or earnings to confirm. But that's going to add us a little bit of pressure. Could be selling May and going away. But I think it's just bigger than that. Like the other days we've had with bonds, it's like sometimes we move broader. Like we try to explain what's happening with like a immediate intraday reason. But like I'm saying, I do think what's happening right now is because of something yesterday. And I think today added some pressure. But I do really believe that level in Yellen and Treasury, hard to ignore, especially with follow-up tomorrow. Yeah, 50.82 now. So unfortunately, we're getting further from 51. You still have a gap to fill. So you haven't filled the gap at 50.71, and you haven't filled the gap at 50.48. Yellen saying some fire stuff. For some reason, I don't believe you. I don't know. There's something about that statement doesn't jive. Okay, I'll give you two choices. Okay?
Domestic capacity, and
you
they're
guys
not
could watch
totally
Yellen.
reliant on China and other countries.
SPY still going lower.
That may not prove dependable in
Or-
the future. And there are a variety of ways to.
You guys could get the
promote
young.
this.
Excuse me, though.
You could get the
who are
young
we going
thug
to depend
trial.
on then? If we're increasing our corporate tax rate, that doesn't make us more competitive. And are we going to rely on our allies to reduce theirs? Is that the idea? I mean, this just makes no sense.
Bro, still
I've
dropping,
had no one
50.81,
leave.
50.80.
I would point out that the Pillar 2 agreement does impose taxes on China that regardless of what their subsidies are or how they choose to tax, the United States and other countries that adopt Pillar 2 will have the ability to place taxes up to this minimum tax on China to try to level the playing field. So China will not gain any advantage if it chooses. It has said it will implement the deal. But if it doesn't do so, we will implement the deal on Chinese multinationals that compete with ours through a provision called the undertax payment rule.
Well, you had conversations with them. I would doubt that they said that they would cut their subsidies. I yield back.
Mr. Pascrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Dang, you dissing Young Thug? Do you know what Young Thug means?
Welcome.
That's
Madam
crazy.
Secretary.
It's a deeper meaning, bro.
So,
you don't know, man.
unemployment is at an historic low.
Thug stands for truly humbled under
say
God.
Something that's not correct.
Amen. Amen.
Or can't be proven by data. Wages are
Free
rising.
Jeffrey.
I want to come back to that in a minute. Inflation has plummeted. We got work to do. Factories are booming. America's economy is the envy of the entire world. There's no two ways about it.
Not the ways about it, man.
I'm proud of our efforts
Okay, I'm going to go
to
pee.
make big
turn
business
this off when
and
we get
rich
back.
tax cheats finally pay their fair share. What the heck is wrong in that? And we've made progress. We have not made progress in the area of the income gap that still exists, even when wages increase 4 to 5%. We've got to do something about the code, the tax code, the very tax code. You can draw a straight line from these wins to the policies enacted by President Biden. And yes, Democrats. Secretary Yellen, I'm glad the budget includes, finally, closing the carried interest loophole. Maybe the worst loophole in the entire tax code. My Ending Wall Street Tax Giveaway Act mirrors your proposal to ensure Wall Street executives and private equity tycoons pay their fair share. We came very close to closing that loophole, if you remember, in the Inflation Reduction Act. And I'm not giving up. Because if we don't do that, we continue to send the wrong message to taxpayers. You talk about competition, that's what we need. Madam Secretary, as the Congress continues to consider future tax legislation, can you commit to making carried interest fairness a top priority?
Yes.
Question 2. Earlier this year, the GAO released a report. I requested that report on ways to crack down on wealthy tax cheats. It found that good enforcement returns $12 for every dollar spent. Remember that report. But identifying high-dollar cheating is a big challenge. They got every trick and every lawyer in the trade. As rich tax cheats use sophisticated and brazen tactics to obscure their earnings. That's nothing new over the last 45 years. Madam Secretary, can you expand on plans to address gaps in the IRS hiring, training, and tech so that the agency has the tools to close the tax gap?
The IRS is doing exactly that using the funding provided in the Inflation Reduction Act. Its budget was so limited after decades of cutting its budget as the economy grew that enforcement and the ability to hire competent tax lawyers, accountants, data scientists, and the like, that audit rates fell to exceptionally low levels on wealthy individuals, complex partnerships, and large corporations. And with the infusion of funds that the IRS has received, in addition to and importantly improving consumer service dramatically.
Thank you, Janet. Thank you. All right. All right. You have to. I gave it a little bit. You know, someone said they were dropping hot fire, so you got a little heated there during the China stuff. But I don't think it's much. I don't think she's gonna move the market. I think we got a lot more on the table, baby. It's gonna be a good one. It's gonna be a good one. Man, Yellen. I can't wait to see. Tomorrow we're gonna find out more of that Treasury stuff, and then, ironically enough, we're still within that range. It looks like it's just continuing, minus that. This, I think, was the computers. Otherwise, we started right around there, and it's been playing out exactly the same. Couldn't get above that. And then bonds trying to move up a little bit. Today you learned the USDA, the Federal Reserve, and the IRS all have guns. Yeah. So, like, do you know there's, like, postal inspectors that are armed? So, like, you know, like, the fucking post office is armed to a degree, or there's at least, like, postal agents who have weapons. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's America, bro. Yeah, postal inspector, final boss at USPS. They're real. Yeah, there's postal agents. They're serious. Like, those are the guys who, like, if you be sending, like, sketchy shit in the mail, they're the ones who show up. It's not FBI. It's just armed post office agents, technically. But yeah, there's like it's pretty much, there's like an evolved version of a post, like you have your basic postman. But then they're like, as they evolve, if they make it to the highest ranks and like they get into like security in the post office, they're getting a gun and a bulletproof vest. You were talking to an immigrant at a gas station and she cried to you about how terrible Biden has made America. How did you get into that conversation? I got in a conversation with an old lady about my dog, my girlfriend's dog. She's like, "Is that your dog?" And then we just had a nice talk, but that was it. The thing that I don't know if you saw it, it was hilarious. I know, I made a joke towards it. I don't know if you guys heard it, but Bill Barr, witch hunt, fake news, Bill Barr now endorses me. That was the one that was surprising. Did you guys see that? So Bill Barr, the guy who, like, he hates Trump, said all these things, and Trump don't even like him. Apparently, he just endorsed to vote for Trump. And then they're like, what? And then Trump puts out a little tweet thing and says, the guy that I called, like, lazy, this, has now endorsed me. He says, now I remove the word lazy. It was funny. I laughed. Yeah, he did laugh. And Trump was just still shitting on him. I know. I was laughing. He just wants to sell books. Everybody trying to sell a book. Damn. Yellen's bond offerings. I mean, most likely they're going to say $45 billion more, and they're going to load it on the front end. But if the amount of issuances on like 10, 15, 30-year goes up, we'll probably have a bad day on the bonds and maybe even the market, depending on all the other events. But that's it. The scenarios, just load the front end most likely. Let's keep the back end the same. If they raise the back end, that would be weird. And then keep the low end the same. That'd be another one, but that doesn't seem likely. I think Powell will be a little bit more hawkish. Potentially a lot more. You have AI while the market's selling. I have a weird theory. So ECI was hot this morning, and that's related to wages, and that brought us down. You could see pre-market. And then there was other data that missed throughout the day, and I don't think it's that important. But I believe we're just moving off of ECI and then off of the movement after yesterday's Treasury. So I think 70% of today is the follow-up from yesterday's announcement, and then an extra 30% of downside added by your boy, the ECI, in the morning. Amazon's single deviation may work, projecting 30 for a double. Well, last time, so Amazon hit just above one standard deviation last time, and we were only up for a little bit, and then I think we walked away with like a small profit on it. But it was tough, and I thought we would be up a lot more. So I took my pre-earnings on it, but Amazon, if they pack a punch, the right earnings, they could move a lot. So that's kind of the risk in trying to make a play on it. Because it's kind of high priced, kind of cheap, but the only way it'll go that much will be off of a blowout earnings. I've been open for 2 hours, 2 p.m. Amazon and AMD fly. I think AMD is going to be a big one. That one, in a weird way, might be bigger than Amazon. I think Amazon is important, but don't forget, AMDizzle, they've given up a lot. So, they're at a much more interesting spot, especially in terms of the chips. And then Tesla's back to the low here. SPY trying to curl. We got 3 minutes till Euro close. So we've dumped ahead of Euro close, stabilized in the 15 minutes, and then we're right about to enter the half of the hour and see where it takes us. Oh, SMCI too. I forgot about that. It's another one. Oh my gosh, Trading Fraternity is back. Yeah, man, we're back on the Twitch. Welcome to the Philippines. If you don't know what that means, you will soon find out. Thank you. Tesla whooped. Man, Tesla was crazy yesterday, though. Nice 1,000%er. And then everyone freaking out. It was getting squeezed. You hear about what happened in Charlotte? Was it the cops? I heard about that, which is sad, but otherwise, no. Yeah, that shit was just stupid. You know, all they were doing, they were just serving in a arrest warrant. And then that's it. Then it just turned into just like a really big shootout. North Korea recently banned suicide. If you're caught trying to kill yourself, they'll sentence you to death. Really? That sounds like a joke headline, but I don't know. Baba. Yeah, China. I mean, here's the thing. If China could rally this week and we get 2 green weeks, you'll still be on the rally's still on the table. Other than that, though, it's going to be earnings. But even with good earnings, China needs to string together momentum. They for real can't go 3 weeks in a row of green. 2 weeks has been the max. Colin Joist White House. I saw one joke and nobody laughed. But no, I didn't get to watch it all. Cattle. Bidunius. JD. 3M held up. Who's the other one? PayPal? Intel before XDivi? Nah. That I think I'm going to wait till after AMD. But if you want, like I said yesterday on the list, you either average before AMD or you wait till all the other chip earnings to make an average on that one. Is Corinne out as press secretary? I heard several headlines. I didn't hear about that. They're going to get rid of the best dressed? No, where is it? I see a Washington Post thing or a New York Post. Yeah, it just said there was apparently they wanted to get rid of her, but this is all like rumor. Another leg down. Well, what time is it? 31. So we have Euro close in the books. I do think Europe did bad. Yeah, FTSE down by 0.06, Stocks 50 down by 1.2, Germany down by 1, the Nikkei down by 0.3, Hang Seng down 0.7, and the euro currency and pound are both down a third. Powell seen as comfortable with repricing Fed expectations. That's kind of what Timmy said this morning. I don't have any AMD plays, but there you go. Second leg hit. If it continues, you hit 50.79. So unfortunate. I mean, when was the last time you were here? I guess Friday. So we are getting into the early wick levels of Friday. You fill this gap at 50.72. And then 50.48. Sometimes you sound like Josh AI. I'd hope so. It's modeled after me. These strong urges to buy Intel for the long term. What's the counter argument? Are you ready for this? It's going to blow your mind. It's going to blow your mind. Counter argument. You are still only 10%. Honestly, no counter argument. Nah, you're good. I thought it was going to still be up on 2023. But you are. I mean, I guess technically you're up 20% still from 2023. So that is the counter. But it's not as bad as it could have been. But you still have a premium on 2023, believe it or not. And then squatting in your rental, I banned you. You just made your account. And it's the name. It just makes you stand out too much. So make a new account and participate normally. But if you stand out as a new account, you will get banned. Welcome to the Philippines. You got to be serious. You want to be here. Otherwise, just chill. Rahul from the bottom rope. We'll see. It's Euro close. The move ahead of it a lot more crazy. We got a pretty big move ahead of Euro close, but we'll see. And then everywhere in the world right now is not doing good. So everybody's already closed. They all sold off anywhere from 0.25% to 1%. Currencies are down, dollars up, and then again, still waiting for all the earnings and events now too. No, I don't think Chicago PMI and consumer confidence in this. ECI definitely in the morning, but then I think there's way more pressure, especially on the index price levels from yesterday's Treasury announcement. Remember how cocky the Bulls were yesterday? Yeah, and I mean, hopefully the Bears don't make the same mistake. The duality, baby, the duality. You think they'll increase rates? No, I don't think they'll necessarily raise them as much as he'll just keep them here. Because I think raising them sends another message, but keeping it pinned will be the worst. Because that's the thing. It's like, oh, we're going to cut rates. It's like, dude, what if he keeps the rates this high? Like, humor me for a second. But, like, what if he keeps them this high for 5 years? Something like that. It doesn't have to go up as much as, like, you know, it's like we think higher and faster is going to cause the shock. But I think we've all underestimated how bad it would be if just these rates for multiple years just never changing. And that's kind of where I think he's doing. So I don't think he's going to raise rates, but I think homie will just be obnoxiously patient. No cuts. Well, that's what I'm saying, but that's how you can not cause a lot of shock if you just stall. If I'm not raising and I'm not doing anything and I just say, wait. So we'll see what no dot plot, but we'll see what his language says. And then again, by the June dot plot, then we'll have a real answer. If the dot plot is really shifting, then that's going to be a more material, concrete shift of the Fed and policy. Our debt would be 50 off these interest payments, 50 trillion. Yeah, I mean, I don't think they care, sadly. The fiscal excess. This time, wait and see. Next meeting, raise. We'll see, but I think Powell's moved on from that. Just like, I don't know if you guys remember, like a year ago, it's hard to move. An object in motion will stay in motion. That's why when Powell started raising, he really took a long time to stop. That's why even just the pause was a big deal. Because once you finally pause, you actually pause. It's hard to start moving again. So we've been paused right now for months. Like when you go look at the history, you guys don't remember those charts of everyone saying average amount of times after being paused, average months till you cut? It's like 12 to 18 months or something like that. So because it's hard, you rarely go, except for Volcker, where you raise rates, pause for a long time, and then raise again. That would be very hard to do. It's a very big process. That's why I'm saying it's easier, more feasible, and still gives pressure by just keeping the rates up. But I don't think Powell, I don't think any sort of rate cut this year, maybe even until next year, unless inflation hits a new high. That would be the only thing I could expect. If inflation could go above 9%, then we could talk about rate hikes. But at this point, I think it's over. But just because rate hikes are over doesn't mean cuts are happening. We're in purgatory. That's the problem. We're not in heaven. We're not in hell. All right. Hell is rate cuts, or hell is rate hikes. Heaven is rate cuts. Like we're literally in purgatory. Because that's what I'm saying. I feel like it's hard for a lot of people in the market. Everybody wants to jump towards heaven or hell. We want to jump towards cuts or hikes, cuts towards hikes. But it's just like Powell has effectively just burned like 6 months already talking about rate cuts with nothing happening. And that's where we are now. So I think it's a weird purgatory. But then again, I could be wrong. So we'll see. If he raises rates, I will eat my humble pie, and I will be shocked. I'll be flipping out. I'll be like, oh, because I would be like, damn, no way. But if not, I'm preparing for slow and steady. So let's get the backpacks on. Powell, the new Ueda, kind of, but nah, Ueda's painful, bro. Ueda is an animal. Like, if Ueda was my father, I would feel like my father gave up on me. Like, dude, I don't even think Ueda gives it. Like, he's in his own little world. They have abandoned the currency. So, I don't know. Ueda and see. Ueda and see. That is deep and sad. I know. I know. Intervene. What does YCL benefit? Well, if they intervene, the currency will get stabilized. But here's the problem. So, like, literally, I was telling you guys yesterday, the intervention is not confirmed. Even to today, there is zero confirmation. Is there evidence that they did? Yes. By looking at the daily accounts of the Bank of Japan, people are noticing about 5.5 trillion yen is unaccounted for, which means they could have bought it. It's not confirmed yet. And then for all of you Americans who are like, oh my God, 5 trillion! It's about $50 billion or $45 billion US. So that is been the change. It's similar to 2022 when they did something like that. They intervened and they never admitted it, but the money left the accounts, right? But here's the deal. This is fucked up. Do you not know what's happening? Here, do I have any druggies in here? Come on, where are my drug addicts? Where my drug addicts are going to get this one. This is the problem. This is why it's so fucked up what they're doing. That's why I'm saying it's borderline. Ueda and the Bank of Japan are abandoning everything because you got to think about what's happening now. 2022, you throw $50 billion at the currency, don't admit it. Currency gets a little bit of a recovery and goes lower. Starts flushing once again. You do it 2 years later. You do the same thing. You put in $50 billion. You don't admit it. You get a little pop, and then it starts fading again. Like, what's going on? Do you guys get it? Your drugs don't hit. And the more you do it without a real change or a fat intervention, is it ironic the word is intervention? You need a fat intervention. And you need a real big change on there, or they have to admit it and commit policy support. That's the thing you guys got to realize. Do you not realize how big it is to just admit something? They have to, by saying we are intervening and committing to supporting the policy, that will change the whole entire currency. But they're not doing it. But then that means now every time they do these half-ass things, the drug has less effect. So literally now the tolerance of intervention is going up a lot, and that is scary. Why? Because now that means 1 milligram of invention don't hit. And now they've done 2 milligrams. You're not getting a reaction. You're down 20%. Do you see what I'm saying? So the tolerance level being built up right now on this little fake, let's admit it, let's not admit, oh, dude, it's fucked up, unfortunately. And that's what I'm saying. He's just a absent father. He is an absent father, to say the least. But that is the scary part. That's why I'm saying, like, this whole you guys may not think it's a big deal because you're like, well, what? Look at the currency. But, like, I'm telling you, that whole, whether they admit it or not, is huge because they have to support it and commit to it. But if they're not willing to, they're just fucking pumping money out, having a little bit of effect that's going to have even less of effect in the future. And that's where it's like, hot dog. So we'll see. They do want it, yeah. The rich people in Japan love this. That's what I've been saying. They've been benefiting off the yen. They've been selling exports. They're getting tourists. They own assets that have never gone up in value for 30 years. They're now rich in assets. They've never had that happen. They're already cash full from the other 20 years. So it's not not bad for them, honestly. So like in a weird way, the Japanese yen isn't hurting the people as bad as you think. So it's like their currency is borderline failing, but it's leading right now in the process. It's leading to good effects for the people. You see, they've gotten jobs, they've gotten wage hikes. You see, do you guys not get it? Like they have all of these things being caused by it, so they're not like there's a real pressure of getting, like they'll probably win the re-election if you think about it. If all your rich voters' stocks are up the most in 30 years, you know what I'm saying? And they have good food prices too, yeah. Energy, that's the thing. Oil could fuck them up. If gas prices, honestly, the only thing you need is gas prices. That's the one thing that messed them up and got them to start moving stuff. But other than that, that's it. 3M in quarter 124 approved and committed undertake actions impacting 500 positions, resulting in a pre-tax charge of $104 million. Did they sell the S&P 500? What happens if the Japanese government goes belly up? How long can they hold up the yen? It'll just be a game like Turkey and all them. It'll be a game of perception. So they'll announce actions and this and that, and it'll just swing volatile up until if it really did fail, then I think the only solution is like Book of Revelations, like one currency type beat, but other than that, I don't think they're going to fail. And even if they did fail, I think a failure would lead into a new system that wouldn't be the end of Japan. The yen, I mean, that little weird intervention was bullshit, but like I said, there is one more gigantic flush left in the yen, and that will be the bottom. But that's the thing, if it slowly weakens, it's not the bottom. But like what I mean is that right now at this point, the yen is just going to blow out 3-4% one day, and then it's going to bounce, and then that will be the bottom. That will be it'll cause problems. Somebody will maybe get affected by it, but that's what I thought happened on Monday. And then we got the flush, and then it popped up, and then you had that intervention, and now it's getting weird because they did that, but that's pretty much what we're looking for now. Kendrick Lamar did. Can I play it, or will I get banned? You guys want to hear it? I kind of want to hear it, because if I don't listen to it now, I won't listen to it later. I am Kendrick Lamar, a.k.a. Benzes to me is a car. It's called Euphoria. 23 minutes ago. It's different. That's not what I was expecting. Ooh, I'm excited. That's not what I was expecting. Two grown men writing poems to each other. That's hard. Oh no, so I'd be like, I feel you. Boy, heary. Play it, bro. I wanted to tease you. Secretary Yellen, inflation has come down considerably, but prices of many goods are higher than before the pandemic. The samurai wrote poetry. Wow. You think they weren't hard? I guess. No way algos can detect it. Oh, yeah, I know. I probably wouldn't get in trouble for it. But you just, for every, 1,000 people, we got, 1 or 2 hoes. And y'all just some hoes about it. So, I can't, you know what I'm saying? The hoes like to report. I can't stop a hoe from reporting me. So, that's it. I could call them a hoe, but that's all I could do. You know what I'm saying? And that's why you're like, oh, Josh, How do I get the news? I can't tell you because the hoes already reported me and I got banned last time. You see what I'm saying? Every time, Josh, give me but then the hoes, and then y'all just act like, that's crazy. Aren't they reporting you because the Biden voice? They said that like 6 months ago, but then they stopped. You don't know why? I said it, and I committed to it, and I still stand by it. I didn't say it for Twitch, so they're lucky. But if I make some like political thing and I get banned frivolously, I am guaranteeing my vote to Donald Trump. If I get banned on some stupid political for no reason like I have in the post, I guarantee my vote to Trump, and I will not let anybody listen unless they vote for Trump. I'll privatize it to Trump only then, if that's the case. If y'all going to ban me again on some frivolous stuff, then I'll be like, you know what? That's it. So then ever since I said that, I haven't been harassed in the same way, to be honest with you. So it's good, and that's exactly what I wanted. I don't want to go that direction, you know what I'm saying? But I have till November. So until then, yes, I still think Josh is a Democrat. I know. He says he'll vote, but now Google won't ban him. Fake news media. Shit, I'm not gonna. Why would I ban you? I support democracy. You're the threat to democracy. If you got democracy's on the line, election. Ah. Uh-huh. Don't turn stock into DJT Live. I don't want to. I really don't. But like I said, again, man, I'm here every single day. I give you high quality news. People will charge you thousands for the way they repackage my shit and even sell it to y'all still. And do you know what I'm saying? And I'm here every day and I love it. I will make fun of Trump. I'll make fun of Biden. I'll try to give you guys the news. You know, if it gets too heated, I'll try to tone it down and find a way where we could all work out together. You know what I'm saying? And that's why it's like if extremism wants to force me into something, then I will gladly, you know, commit to my, I do this for free and out of love, and I do it for a real purpose. And how people have used politics to attack me on that. It's like, and when I have not even supported their enemies, it's like, if y'all gonna attack me and punish me for that when I haven't even supported it, then I might as well go support it, you know? So that's how I really do feel. But as of now, like I said, people did calm down on me. Like, for real. Like, I was like, all right, word. I'm down with it then. Let's go. So let's see. But, yeah. That's it, man. It's all love, man. And obnoxious positivity. That's all I want in life. Oh, I know there's people who appreciate me greatly, and I appreciate them, man. That's why. So I have the effort I do, man, and I love y'all, man. I hope y'all really get the long term, so there's real fruit and real changes that will be ever apparent in your life, and as a result, you know. But like I say, and there's some people too, though, you know, they only appreciate me as far as I agree with them. That's it. So unfortunately, though, I mean, that's cool, but if it does lead to like weird things, then I can't. I mean, I'm not going to suffer for no reason. Play AMD with shares or probably options, because I think it's scary with shares in the sense that thing can move like 9%. You started yours this year, babe. Amen. People only like you if you agree are Democrats? No. That's what I'm saying. It's sadly. I said the same thing too to the Republicans, but not as much. But nah, unfortunately, it's everybody. It's extremism. So forgive me. I don't like, because I don't like putting people in all those groups. So I wouldn't say it's everybody, but that is a characteristic of extremism. And there's no other way to put it. Is, you know, and that's I do not vibe with. I love everybody. Y'all have your opinions, and that's why, like, just don't vibe with the extremism. And don't, you know what I'm saying? Don't let them pollute you. Don't let that get around, and you just got to stay away from that. And that's the comments like that and how I see with it, just nah. Voting is extremism. I mean, kind of to a degree. I mean, I've never voted in my life. So maybe, man, maybe. I think we'll get an afternoon bounce. Possible. We don't have data, but I was just saying from the morning, by the end of the day, everyone's going to be prepping for Powell and prepping for earnings. So maybe if we're a little worried about Powell, it could be a sell-off, but for the most part, we should have our own individual move at the last 2 hours of the day. It should kind of be earnings mode, and then again after the bell too, Amazon, AMD, SMCI. I would argue, how much have we moved so far? Points, maybe. We might even move we might move at least half of what we did today. You might move that, or at least intraday, because I think there was a gap, right? Yeah. So like low key, yeah, you can move intraday, because then that was 0.3. So I think after hours, Amazon, AMD, SMCI, you could literally move as much as you moved intraday as of now. You could do that all in the first 10 minutes after the bell. I think SMCI, everyone's getting confused. People were telling me it was yesterday morning. I had it for today after hours. I still have it for today after hours. And then now some people are telling me that. But I do think it is today after the bell. Worst case, tomorrow morning before the bell. It is today. Let's see. Do I not? I don't even have a preview on SMCI. Surprisingly. It's kind of weird. AMD and SMCI. Should we play Amazon? We already did. So we got out with 130%. So I'm not going to play it for earnings. I'm just taking the pre-earnings this time around. And it worked out pretty well. Is it... Blinken says no more delays, no more excuses. Time for Hamas is to act now. That Apple call, yeah. I'm glad we sold out of it good, too, because those came down. So they're still, like, holding up, but we had a great all-around play. So I guess they kind of can. They're still holding that value, but didn't go much higher. Amazon... I mean, we sold out of them today. Check out the watch list. So I really liked yesterday's watch list. It took me longer to make, but I really hope that makes things a lot easier. But, if you guys really do have questions and, like, you really care about them, about plays and certain things moving forward, you let me know, and I will commit to put it on the list for you. But go to yesterday's watch list. I mean, all the plays are on there. Plays in the last month, longer ones. I asked some general questions or answered them. So you let me know. 50% off ceasefire, liquidation, act now. Good deal. And bought two, sold one, holding the other till the end. Good luck, baby. Good luck. Young PayPal. PayPal was up 7. And then Square was up. Those flipped. And the Airbnb pre-earnings went down. Have I ever seen a panda in real life? Yeah, at the zoo, but, like, never in the wild. you know? How did you get started with option trading? Well, I've learned about it from like about a year or two after I learned how to trade like stocks, just because I always learned it as options, but then it wasn't till like maybe like 6, 7 years down the line, I saw somebody trading them without owning the shares, and it blew my mind. And I said, what the fuck are you doing? She's like, I'm trading a call option. And I was like, you don't own the shares? And then, yeah. And then that opened up. I saw what he was doing, and then it opened up a door for me. And I said, wow, I guess you could do some different things. Going to be out tomorrow. Well, good luck, man. You got that surgery. Be safe. Troy, he won't have eyes for the day. So send prayers up for Troy. Be good, man. The 3X. I don't avoid them, but, just right time, right place. They're really good at right times. You see what I'm saying? But, like, to use them all the time for every situation, no. But the 3 times leverage at the right time, right situation, they could be very useful. Getting more nervous because it's my eyes feel unnatural. Now you getting nervous? This whole time you're like, I'm good. Go back to the old Troy, okay? I don't want to hear that, Troy. You sounding like me, okay? Go back to Troy, okay? To you like, I got this. No, nothing. Eyeball, who cares? Surgery, that's it. Now you're like, I'm nervous. Oh my gosh. That's some Josh shit. That's what Josh would say. Oh, I'm nervous, my eyeball. What are you, a boomer? No, you fucking fastest news in the West. Let's go, baby. Let's go. If you have multiple eye surgeries, if you need support, you could call me. Yeah, China is giving us the pandas. I wouldn't be nervous if it was hand surgery, but dude, what the fuck happened? Dude, Troy just woke up with Josh logic today. You sound like me, bro. I feel you. I 100% agree with you, but you have already committed. That's it. You have already put the chips down. You are ready to go into tomorrow. I thought you already thought about this, sir. That's it. You have no time for Josh thinking this late in the game. You are 24 hours away. Josh logic will only hurt you this late in the game. Put it out of my head till now. Yeah, no, that's why you have to act as if you can't change your mind for 10 years. You got to do it in the beginning. Because then once you get too close, it's like, well, shit. I think it'll be good, though, bro. Again, you're just doing LASIK, right? Are you doing that, like, new surgery thing? But even then, I've seen a lot of TikToks, and maybe this will make you feel better. Okay? But I've seen more airplanes get lit on fire and have issues than people having eye surgery issues on the internet. So there you go. I don't know. I've seen more Boeings get clapped than someone like, oh, I went to the eye doctor and the door flew out. They put a lens in your eye. Yeah, you'll be good. I haven't heard anything bad. Boeing has lost more wheels than bad eye surgeries. Yes. So you should feel comfortable. Yeah, bro. More people have died snitching on Boeing than by eye surgeries. You're going to be okay. That's a good fact to live by. So there you go. It's more dangerous to be a whistleblower for Boeing than to get those surgeries. That's so as long as you're not calling out anything on the 737, you don't got nothing to worry about. You say that comparison is wild. I say it's truthful. The facts don't lie. Statistics. Yeah, I'm still never getting eye surgery, though. I'm still terrified of it. But Troy, have no fear. But me personally, I'm still not doing any of that stuff. Bro, I only got the hernia surgery just because I asked them. I said, what happens if I don't do it? They're like, one day it's going to pop and you're going to be in emergency surgery. So then I was like, damn it. So then I got it. That's it. I don't like surgery, bro. You're not nervous. You're good, man. You're going to be good. The chat is confirmed. Good idea. And honestly, bro, the other day, so that whole little mouth tape thing, the Chad was like, buy this mouth tape. And I went, I was like, okay, I'm going to get it. And I didn't buy the exact one. I went on Amazon and I found the knockoff for way cheaper because I just wanted to order it quickly on Amazon instead of a secondary website. But then, bro, it worked. The chat has good advice. Sometimes the Chad will just give you solid, because that mouth tape, that was it, bro. I woke up amazing today. I've never woken up like that where I wasn't dry. Like, bro, I woke up feeling like liquid. Like, no, dude, I don't know how to explain it. Maybe that's why I was so hyped this morning, bro. Dude, I have not felt that good. I felt a little gassy still, but it was great. I'm a huge mouth breather. Is AI mouth tape? I don't know why I said that. It's his mouth tape. I don't know why I put AI in front of it. I think I meant to say Amazon mouth tape. Like, where is it? What was it called? It had like a special name, you guys told me, and then I just put that in Amazon. It was something, but it's this one. Oh, low ticker kind of flushing a little bit. I grabbed this one right here. Not bad. But, bro, it was crazy. It, like, stuck on hostage tape. That's what it was. So that's like a brand, and I wanted to buy that one, but then I just didn't want to make an account on their website. So I just was like, let me try the Amazon ones, see what happens. But day number 1 has been great. Day number 1, dude, it was a trip. And then SPAR going up. Interesting. So, Joey. Shout out to Joe, bro. Very crazy. So, LT just gave me an update. So, you guys remember about a week ago, I told you guys that LT was hiring for cold calling. So, he gave him the leads. First appointment secured in less than 4 days. So that's it. He got a cold call. LT gave him the lead, and then he said they're going to offer $500K on the house, and then if LT books it, he's going to get $5K plus whatever the hourly was on that. So not bad. Phone call, get paid, hour or two a day, and then that deal closes, $5K. It's not bad, $500K for the house. So he said next month he'll hire another round. How much is he paying? So I mean, again, it's not. I think he'll pay you like $15 or $20 an hour, but like it's only 1 hour a day, 2 hours a day. You see what? So you're not going to make the money on the hourly. But I think the thing is the back end. If you book, he pays for the leads. He gives you the lead. You schedule the appointment, and then the commission. But like in that case, I mean, 4 days, that works out on one. If he gets, that's $5K, not too bad. Put me on. Well, next month. So you guys already missed this round, but next month I'll let you know. LT said next month he'll want another round. Almost sell to him. Well, I mean, the leads are already there. So that's the only good part about this. You got to realize you're just sitting there. It's like Glengarry Ross. The leads are already ready to go. So I think that one was like a divorce lead. So that one was from the lawyers. He called a recently divorced person, and they were like, yeah, set up the appointment. He just called and said, hey, I heard you got the divorce. You trying to sell? And they're like, yeah. He's like, okay, what time? And then they set up a date. LT goes. If you book the call and LT gets that house, he's giving you a commission off the deal. SPY option straight up? No, I don't think I've traded one in a while. I'd rather just trade the futures though. Dollar for dollar. That's it. Yeah. Well, you guys are going to have to wait a month, or at least, so pretty much end of May. So I think he got them last week to start for here. Is it frowned upon to try and purchase up decent land where the tornado wrecked homes? I mean, if you tell people out loud in a chat room. So just like every other person who asked me those questions, I don't think you're trying to do it. I think you're trying to ask a morality question or bring attention to it. So it's up to you. But I mean, there's houses on fire in Malibu and Hawaii and all sorts of places. I mean, every house that's standing now probably had something wild in the future there. But that's up to you. Is it a remote job? It's all remote. It's a phone call. That's it. It's what I've told you guys for years. And now LT just wants his own little team to be a little bit more concentrated. He's giving them the leads, giving them hourly to do it, and then that's it. But you got to just close. I told you, LT want house. Yeah, I agree. Come from a place of service, as long as you're trying to treat them with respect and actually help them out, yeah. You know, next month, I will. It was weird. It was like LT just hit me up and he asked if any Chads wanted a job, and I just let everybody know like a week ago. And I said email, and then he had a Zoom interview last week. So anybody who sent in, he ended up with 6. He was only going to do 4, and then he ended up taking on 6 Chads, and then so far, and then again, to give you the idea, so far in 4 days, 1 out of 6 Chads has closed the deal. But again, it's just calling 1-2 hours a day max, and then just setting it up. That's it. I like it. I kind of want to do it. I haven't cold called in a while. Like for real estate. What did I did a random cold call. I wasn't for real estate though. House fire vultures are crazy. I told you that one story. There was like a tax property. It was like foreclosing. And I went to go look at it like ahead of the auction. This was in Hemet. And literally homie lit it on fire. As I'm pulling up, the house is just burning down. And the guy who owns it, the government was about to take his house, so he burned it down. Yeah. It was a perfect house. And then literally as I was getting there, the fire was wrapping up. And I was like, what? Yeah. Did he get convicted? Dude, I don't know. I left. Dude, I was like, yo, I am in the middle of so much drama right now. Like, yo, hold up. I was just trying to drive by the property, you know. I see this like homeless looking dude out there, and then the house is on like it's like all black. AAP, yo, AAP, that's a buyout candidate. We've hit that before. AAP, AAP. Oh, some of those already went crazy. I don't have a headline on it. Third Point position. Oh, hold on. Third Point announces new position and explains thesis. So that's good, but that's not. Remember, there was a buyout candidate. Somebody was talking about them not too long. We hit that the other time. But that's still good news. It's just it's not going to be buyout. It won't have as much juice. But Third Point. Is LT looking at that? Your wife wants to do it. So next month, I will let you guys know. But, I mean, I will put the burden on you to kind of keep updated with it. But by the end of next month leading into the new one, we'll be doing another set. But for now, he has everybody he needs. Rumble on the high. Rumble kind of popping, 10 cents. The Amazon and Tesla off the bottom. Amazon just coming off the bottom. You did your first oil change today. Wow. That's hype. What kind of car? I changed the oil on my Honda before. Ever since then, though, I can't do it. It's a good skill to learn, man. It's fun. If you could work on your car, bro, and like actually work on it without fucking it up, that's dope. It's always a Tesla? What? You changed the oil. I changed my battery juices. A 91 Porsche 911? Shut up. And you changed the oil on that. I don't believe you. I don't. That seems very difficult, sir. There's no way. On a 91 Porsche, I feel like that'd be very difficult. That's a really cool car, though. Old cars are, but the European car. I learned how to change oil on a Honda. I could change the oil on a Honda, a Nissan, a Toyota. Any of those European cars, fuck that. I tried. I looked at a YouTube video. I remember when I had the E46, and I was like, nah, man, fuck that. You change the oil on your Porsche? No way. Really? Maybe I'll take a look. I was always intimidated. I always thought you were just an asshole if you try and change that on one of them European ones. They got oil pumps now. You could change oil from the dipstick. Really? Dude, that's really cool. I didn't know that. You think I could change the oil on the G-Wagon? I might be down to try it. Kind of scared, but I'm down. Never changed my oil. It's fun to learn. But I learned it when I was like really into cars. Like I had my Honda and I was like, oh yeah. That's it. I wanted to learn how to do everything. How to change oil on G-Wagon. I guess there is some tutorials. No shot I could change in a Lexus or a Benz. A Lexus, easily. It's a Toyota. Like, it's not hard at all. But the European cars, I was just telling the chat, I've been scared of that. But like even like I'm not even like a savvy individual with my hands and working, but I could do it on a Honda. It gets me something to learn. Maybe if you have a car friend to help. Otherwise, you might need a new car afterwards. Yeah, I tried to change the oil. How come it said olive? I don't know why it didn't work. It's stupid. Now the car go. It sounded like Donald. It sounded like Donald trying to get out of court. Yeah, Dan Loeb made a substantial investment in Alphabet. So we just had third point on advanced auto parts, Abbeville on the high, but then also Google. On the dollar for tomorrow's data, I mean, well, the dollar's just been a one-way path up, but I do think the data tomorrow will be big, but I haven't really thought about the fact of how it'll factor into the dollar, but I just think the dollar one-way road until we actually get a change here. You're thinking about leaving the family business, besides SIE, what finance certificates do you think I should pursue? I mean, you could do the CFA. You want to be a financial advisor. If you want to be a broker, like a Series 7, Series 63, if you want to do investment advising. But like low key, like Series 7 is probably the one that will set you up with, you could become a broker of securities to a degree if you get that. And then you could move your way into that. But you have to get sponsored to go about that process. But you could do it by working for an insurance company. Tesla. Well, SPY's bouncing off the bottom. Again, that Google third point didn't really hit as much. Series 65, you don't need a sponsorship yet. But that's just like investment advisor. So then you could literally, like, you could give, like, advisement tips and recommendations, technically. But the brokerage would allow you to, like, a broker's license has more flexibility, depending on what you want to do. Your state can sponsor you? Really? I didn't know that. You could get sponsored by the state for the 7? I always thought the hack for the Series 7 sponsorship, just go work at AAA or Farmers. So if you go work for an insurance company for like a couple of months, they will sponsor you to take the series, and they're able to because they have all the licenses. That's what a lot of people don't realize. If you want to be an insurance broker, like if you want to be a broker of car insurance, or even life insurance, you need a brokerage license. You need a Series 7. It's a security. It's like an asset. You're changing hands. So to buy it on behalf of people, you need that license. You do that with New York Life to get my 7. Yeah, that's the hack. Because then that way you could work at one of those companies, get your licensing and sponsorship, and then just go from there wherever you please. Is it Series 6? I think both, depending on the insurance products. Series 6 and 7. Can you insure yourself without a Series 7? Like, are you talking about self-insurance? Or are you talking about, like, buying? But technically, you couldn't buy an insurance policy. Someone would have to broker it to you. But if you wanted to go and like buy a bond and then self-insure, you can do that. But at that point, you're not buying you're not buying a security. You're not buying like the insurance from somebody. You're essentially just buying a bond and then using that collateral to guarantee insurance for yourself. But if you had somebody buy it for you in that purpose and do that, you would be buying, someone would have to broker that deal for you. But if you do it yourself and buy the bond, then no. Just found out I'm getting laid off as part of workforce reduction. Bittersweet. Looking forward to the next adventure. Amen, baby. Amen. Sorry to hear, but I think you got the right attitude. I think you got the right attitude, baby. Oh, my God. It's already 9:32? Chatadonia. Holy. Damn, we didn't even get push-ups in. I need to go to the bathroom. Man, all right, we need bathroom and push-ups, guys. Come on. We need to move around. Get up. I'll play it. I'm going to play some Bloomy so I could go pee. But then we can do some pussies. Bro. Oh, I'm sore. Maybe that's... I had a good workout yesterday, bro. KO jump. Yeah, same. Go look at PayPal if you really want to get pissed off. But that'll surprise you too. But very similar. And a bad.
Well, at the same time, Australia regulators are also preparing to launch crypto
Get
ETFs.
up and do push-ups.
We'll certainly be keeping an eye on that development as well. Now to an update from last week's story about that Buy Bitcoin sign held behind Janet Yellen. This sign was flashed by an intern on Capitol Hill back in 2017. Sonali had just sold for more than $1 million in an online auction. The winning bid made by an anonymous buyer who bid 16 Bitcoin for the item. That's according to Scare City. In the final minutes of the bidding, an error made it appear that 6.4 million was the bid before it was recognized as a mistake. Apparently, you can get these legal pads, a 3-pack, online for about $9.
Well, I guess Bitcoin can be worth a lot when it is on a piece of paper. Of course, that is much more, as we've been talking about, than a Bitcoin is worth per dollar.
It's art.
I guess it is art. And you know what? If it were bid over on the blockchain, maybe there would have been more transparent pricing as well. Who knows? Anyways, that's all for Bloomberg Crypto. Join us again next week, same time, same place. And a reminder, access all the latest data and news on crypto on CRYP Go on the terminal. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg. That's a cool little sound they got there. I haven't heard that one. All right, Chad, but get your body moving. Stand up. Oh, I didn't even tell you guys. I added well, my girlfriend did it, but I'm excited. I added a plant in my room. I now have an air purifying plant. I haven't named it, but yeah, that's getting me excited. But I thought I should tell you that as we do our push-ups because I'm excited. I see it feeling good. I even have my window open today. I don't know. This is weird, bro. That's it. That mouth tape. I feel like a whole new person. It's like sunny outside. I got a plant in my room, man. It's crazy, bro. Oh, it's a peace lily. I like the name too. It's called the peace lily. But like, go look it up. Like even NASA, they've done like studies on it. It gets rid of like certain bacteria in the air or like certain toxins. It's pretty cool. The snake plants, they're in the living room. They're doing good. That was my first oxygen plant. We'll name it Pal. I like it. But Chad, get the body moving, baby. Come on. Stand up, chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in. If you're sitting down, make sure those legs are in front of you. But just move around for a little bit. Relax the jaw. Breathe in really deep. Oh. Breathe out with your tongue out through the dragon breath. Stare at the object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink, relax the eyeball. Blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. There you go. Just run through it real quick. SPGI, Ways Options for Mobility Unit. They might have a pop. AAP came down after third point. SPGI popping a little bit. Oh. The peace lily is beneficial. Yeah, bro. I was hyped. Where is it? I went, dude, because like we kept seeing it, and my girlfriend's just weird, bro. Like, honestly, I just think girls are weird. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, the shit that girls are into is just so funny. Cause like my girlfriend just like love plants and shit. Like she really be like, she like has a plant tracker. So like she has an app where she has all of her plants in it and like watering them and like what they do and she's like, look. I'm like, I don't care. But we went to there's this place in San Diego. It's called Terra Bella, I think. Have you guys ever heard of it? I kept seeing the ads. I thought it was a dispensary. Swear, bro, the first time I saw this place, I was like, this is a dispensary. It was called Terra Bella. And I was like, oh, fuck yeah, I definitely got weed. Dude, it's a plant place, and it's popping. Go to it. Brian, go to Terra Bella on the weekend. I think you'll either get a lead or you'll meet I think you already have a girlfriend, but, dude, it's crazy. There's like a coffee shop. It's packed. They have all these plants, and it was popping. It was pretty cool. But my girlfriend wanted to go on a fucking plant buying spree, so I got me my peace lily. Name him Raul. Oh. Okay, one more stretch. Aren't plants expensive? No, not really. I think this one was I think the peace lily was like $20, which isn't bad if it cleans my air. And then all her little, she grabs these other small plants, they're like $4. Aloe vera cleans the air too, believe it or not. ES kind of slipping. Well, since Euro closed, we haven't really gone that much lower. We've been in this range, but 50.75 is the low, 2 points away from it. Push-ups. I got one more wall stretch to do. And then, they're talking cocoa.
Cocoa is interesting because you saw it drop as low as 27%, now up more than 2.6% on the day. And what's interesting here is thinning liquidity in this market, just showing you how wild you can see in swings, leading to one of the worst drops you've seen in cocoa in decades, just earlier in the day. Now, some midday movers on the equity side here because GE Healthcare reported sales for the quarter that missed the average estimates, and analysts see the stock getting pressured after those weak results. The company did reaffirm full-year guidance, so you do see GE Healthcare Technologies now down more than 13% on the day, one of your worst performers here in the S&P 500. And Molson Coors Management is, quote, incrementally more cautious on its outlook for the year, despite first quarter growth across all units. Molson reiterated its 2024 guidance, despite net sales and EPS topping expectations for the first quarter. Molson now down more than 7% on the day. And LVMH exploring options for its Marc Jacobs brand amid interest from potential buyers. It's attracting bids from other consumer companies as well as private equity firms as it restructures that Marc Jacobs brand. You have LVMH now down about 1% on the day, though it has been down even prior to that report. Now back to the macro picture because the U.S. labor costs accelerated in the first quarter by more than forecast, and it signals persistent wage pressures. Win Thin from Brown Brothers Harriman had this to say about what Fed Chair Powell's message will be to markets tomorrow.
The Fed is going to, I think, deliver a very hawkish message tomorrow.
Straight bar, you're dumping
he's
now.
Written on his hand. Don't say anything about cuts. And if he's
SPY MSTR down 17. Why do we start talking about plants? I don't know, man. But that messed up the market. You're down 10 points in about 10 minutes or so. New low of the day. First gap that was unfilled from Wednesday has now been filled. So again, last Wednesday we gapped down. We went back up, and then technically, I guess you did fill the gap. I don't know if that counts or not, but it looked hella weird. But now the next one we're looking for will be 50.48. So you got a little bit of room. And again, this is still earnings reaction. So don't forget, it's still kind of early 9:30. I'm sure we're going to do whatever this move is for another hour or so. And then before you know it, get ready for earnings. And then, the data wasn't good. And like I said on the watch, dude, you guys got to go watch the watch list. January 29th. That's it, because that is my worry. If what happened on January 29th, that really could be factoring to what we're seeing here today. Because the way I see the chart, it just seems naturally because of that. But yeah, 50.70 now, bro. You're going 2 more points at a time. 50.69. You're dumping. So again, no headlines, nothing like that. This is just like, remember, before we started rallying those last couple days, we would just be moving. This is all movement, no headlines, and there will be a floor. And what I mean by that, you have a bunch of data and earnings still. So I wouldn't trip off too much. No, the funny part, last 2 hours of this whole move, bonds haven't reacted, but then again, bonds have already been dead. But we are going lower, even pre-market. I mean, you could it's just been straight down now. That's it. I think that's another 2 or 3 more points. So it's like 50.40, 50.67 is the low, 50.42. That will be our next level. Dow Jones, Trump. He went up today. XOM on the low. Low ticker is full gas. I don't know if you guys noticed that. High ticker just stopped moving. NASDAQ down 1, SPY 0.92, Dow Jones 1%, and then Russell down 1.5%. Strong dollar. Well, and rates. Well, that was always my answer. Anytime we get a random sell-off, I blame rates right near 475. Otherwise, this intraday and like kind of the thesis I have for today, we're trying to find a reason for this, but I really believe a lot of this is off of yesterday and Janet Yellen. And then not to mention the ECI adding some more price pressures this morning. CLDX, RS on the low. 504 was the target. Good work, baby. Good work. Even then, it's only 9:30, 9:36. You still got 3.5 hours, halfway. This is halftime right now. The dollar goes. Once the dollar starts hitting those other highs, we start to freak out. Just don't forget, Uncle Answers will always tell you, till the dollar was stronger, then I ain't really stressing. And if you go see where the dollar was when he made that song, that'll tell you even more. But for now, dollar's a problem because it keeps going up, but we don't freak out until, where is it? Like well above 115, I'd say. But until we get past here and then start breaking out into some of the other crazier highs, because again, after that 115, then we're looking at 120, and then we're talking about generational, 25-year, 30-year, 40-year breakout on the dollar. That's when the dollar is going to be very hard. And I've stood by that. It just hasn't gotten that strong. So even though we had a lot of strengthening this year, it dropped before doing that. So it's not as strong as you would think. But we'll see. And then the other hard part is that dollar strength right now, it means so many things. Because does it mean something about U.S. policy? Does it mean something about U.S. trade? Or does it just mean everybody else in the world is getting shit on? And that, unfortunately, has been driving a lot of these moves as well, too. Yeah, Teladoc. I like it, even with that UNH news, but it's that small cap. That could be a good one for earnings, though. What causes the dollar to get stronger? More demand? Well, usually, it just, like I'm saying, there's a lot of things going into it right now. And just as of late, and even since like 2019, a lot of things have changed. But like literally, the dollar gains and loses value based on how much it's used in trade. So if the dollar raises our balance of payments, or our trade account, if that is if that lets us buy more than people buy from us, you technically have a stronger dollar. And then vice versa. If you can't get as much, then you bought less. It's technically derived from trading amounts, like literally. Not only just like supply and demand of the currency, but the accurate way to determine supply and demand of the currency is based off of like the balance of trade. So that's what I'm saying. That's like the literal fundamental way to value the dollar. However, again, there's other things now in this world and way bigger currency responses that really skews that supply and demand and kind of makes it harder to read. China. Well, China, they did good so far leading into it. I'm looking for week number 2 on them, but we'll find out. Market read bad data this morning off of ECI. There was other data sets too, but ECI was the most important, and it was hot, and which was not good. And then yesterday, that little freak out from the Treasury, my opinion is that it's still weighing on today. Where does the money go when the contract becomes worthless? To the seller? Yes, but it already went to the seller. The seller collected the money instantly. That's the whole point. He just has a commitment. So that's why by the end of the expiration, if that commitment isn't profitable, then he already got the money right away. So all of the money changes hands right at the first transaction. Everything else from there is up to you. And then just waiting. Netflix on the low. Yeah, Netflix 1.5 or 5.5. And then SPY bouncing off the low again or trying to. But that candle's not big enough. You could easily flip that green and keep going a little lower. FFIV, no way. We've seen a lot of names open green and sell off. They were down 10. Guess they're still down 7, but came up a little bit. Employment Cost Index, that's ECI. So, I mean, if you want to know why it has a big reaction, it's related to wages. So just another index. I think that one's from the BLS that just shows how much employment, how much you pay for employment, if it's going higher or lower. And that went up again today, and that's what got people worried. Not sure if you see this. It's Stony. I lost access to the other YouTube. It was linked to my college email. No! But I had my first baby Chad while I've been gone? What? Yo, congratulate. Bro, you weren't even gone that long. How did you have a kid? Hard up. My goodness, congratulations. A new Chad was born. That's crazy, bro. What do you mean? I swear I just didn't see you for like a week. How did you get somebody pregnant in a week and then have it birthed? There's no way. This had to have been in the making. This had to have been well before, because I know I talked to you before then, man. Congratulations, though, baby. Congratulations. Is it a boy or a girl? And then SPY going lower. This time, bonds are actually giving up 50.64. Looks like all roads point to gap fill. So remember, last time we came to this level, or was that here? This one, we came right to it and never filled it, believe it or not. Yeah, so that's why I was telling you we needed to fill that gap, because you guys realized we never filled it. You came right near it, and then that's the one. But then this one, we'll see, but like 50.47, 50.48. But that's still another 20 points, so still a lot of room. But you're now down 25 points in about 20 minutes. This hurt already the earnings plays. That's what I think is there too. Honestly, I think this is just part of killing earnings premium. That's what I'm saying. I wouldn't get too freaked out. I'd factor in what happened this morning and what happened yesterday. But like I said about an hour ago, there's a floor to this. There's a floor that relies on the data. So this could just be the move that messes everything up for earnings, and then that's it. We go from there. CLDX on the high. And the VIX. VIX is back to green, but VIX, I don't know. As long as it's not at these high points. When the VIX was here last week at the beginning of the month, that was weird. That's where it was like, damn, but it calmed down considerably. What do you think the floor could be? Probably like worst case 5,000, but that's still a long way. Probably the gap fill or like 50-20, but I think 50-32 to 50-40 if we were going to close lower. And then if it gets really bad, you can be at 5,000. People could bet at Dave & Buster's now? Really? Not the game for the last 2 years? Oh, just got big. Glad to be back with the Chaz, baby. Well, get the long term, man. So I hope you've had the long term. Even if you didn't, don't worry. You could still get one, but... Man, over the last couple of years, that has been the answer. That has been the answer. Fed decision tomorrow. 2 p.m. and then 2:30 for Jerome Powell. VIX is on the high again. And then Coinbase on the low, JP Morgan. The low ticker is full. Like the velocity, every single metric there is pointing down right now. My long term was costing you everything? Wow. That's new. Woke up, what happened? Bad employment data off of wages. And then, my opinion, follow-up from yesterday in Yellen. And then also pre-earnings, pre-power, pre-data, pre-everything. Can you change your account name? I think you just change your username. Ricky Bobby! So I didn't see. Did you give me the... I don't know. Maybe I missed your updates. I got to Chad fax it. Thanks for the love. Baby girl for 2 weeks now. Yeah, see, man, you were planning this. You were keeping it low key. None of this will matter in 2 hours. It'll matter. Like the ECI stuff will be sticky, but generally in the next couple of hours, we could unwind or double up this move off of the earnings. And then in the morning, that's the crazy part. Not only like Amazon is usually big and move stuff, but you're following this up right away with Treasury data in the morning, more data that's going to move the bonds, and then Powell, and then you're going to end it with more earnings, and then Apple the next day. You had a baby girl 2 weeks ago too, man. What's all the Chaz, baby? Let's go, man. Get them long terms, okay? Get them long terms. I made it here without a long term, but if y'all can get your kids a long term, bro, you the real one. You know it's you have to. I could give you a whole PHILO on it. You have to. Honestly, it's your job. You have to get that long term. It's your job. So let's go, baby. Your baby boy due July 4th. Wow. What's the prettiest female name in Arabic? I don't know. Cause like you just like put me. I'm just thinking of all my like ummus and ummays, and I'm just like, I don't know, man. They got some crazy ass names, and I don't think any of them. I don't know. I think Layla. I like the name Layla, but even then, I don't even know. I don't even think. Like, I don't even know. What was her name? Susu. I had a Susu. Her name was Susu. She was the homie. What was the Malad? Malad? Into Arif Malad? انت مش بعرف ملاد. Suzuki? I don't think that's Middle Eastern, Doc. That's a good one though. That's a close. I appreciate your feedback. He says Suzuki. My daughter's name's Susu. Yeah, I know. I'm a Susu. Susu, malad. Not Suzuki. A Yamaha. Because like I told you, my parents, like this was the only, like, early on in life, this was like one of the things that, you know, I'm thankful for it because we already grew up very different than a lot of people. But this is where the one time the Bible in the early life really, like, didn't work against me. My parents named us after the Bible. So, like, all of my siblings, we all have the most biblical names, and none of us have, like, Middle Eastern, like, names. Like, even then, it's like everybody gets so mad in the Middle Eastern community because they're like, what is your real name, Habibi? But yeah, no, we didn't get that. So everybody in my immediate family has a very American, Western, biblical name. Thoughts on IUL policy for our baby? Put a max contribution with zero down risk. Seems safe. Yeah. Any sort for them. If you want, maybe even like college accounts too, because then they could use it for businesses and stuff. Because you could get them set up with like an IRA too and really limit the tax stuffs because they're young. But at the end of the day, if they won't be able to access it for like the end of their life. So something like a college account would give them more flexibility. IMVT on the high. First five still going. I got that in the bottom right. SPY still off the bottom. 8 minutes till the top of the hour. But my goodness. What a day so far. I do think the volume is still low. Dude, last 3 days, volume fell off. Like, this has been the lowest average volume of the year. That's actually crazy. So you're doing that. Like, I don't know if you guys have, like, maybe last week and a half, the volume just started kind of falling off a cliff every day. Did you hear about the Power earnings call, question refusal, and Mission Impossible theme song? No. This sounds like my vibe, though. That's a really weird company going on there. Like Para, do you guys realize that's the first time Wall Street has actually done something that, like, took care of the little guy just because this lady doesn't want to sell? You realize she just got an offer to sell her company for all this money, and she's like, I'm going to let the non-voting shareholders vote on it. Since it would lead to the dilution of these people, I'm going to let them vote on it. Wall Street never does that. That's why I'm like, it's a weird story, man. Where they're even, like, not scamming everybody, that doesn't make sense. Because usually that's like Wall Street's like, oh, fuck yeah. They love that. Like, you know, a little exit scam, you know what I'm saying? Just get out, like, dilute the secondaries, let all the big, you know, they love that shit. But I don't know. This one's a little weird. I'm pretty sure Yellen inflation statement, major save, and Jay Powell will moon the market. It's possible. You know, I've talked about the potential of volatility this week, even last week, and we've talked about the good and bad things, and I've made sure I've said it on the watch list. If all these events go good, just like how Microsoft and Amazon, or what was that, Microsoft and who was it? Google, as they did good and they got things up, if Powell keeps the market calm, if the data doesn't mess anything up, this is a green light after a big little dip there, after a nice little pullback. So, it's not there. No, Amazon hasn't reported yet. Like, remember, Microsoft and Google reported. That changed a lot. And, like, we were worried. The market was really near the low of this little April cycle, right? We're, like, hanging near the lows, and then what happens? Microsoft and Google, and then a little bit of data, and, like, now we're coming back down. But it's like, if the things are good, we could get that lift. If not, then we're going to be dealing with this. And just unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you want to look at it, you have so many events that you have to run into just in the next couple of weeks, even couple of days, just to be able to get that answer. Today marks my 10-year anniversary sub to the trading fraternity. Get out of here. Harda. Have I been on for 10 years? I don't think. I might have. I don't know when my YouTube channel was created on the trading fraternity. I think my Instagram, my first post may have been 10 years ago. Yeah. You guys are like, oh, stalk. I'm like, dude, my first Instagram post was it 10 years? I'm going to check right now. June 21st, 2014. That was my first Instagram post. It's today? Really? How do I check that? Go to trading fraternity. Is that like, do you have a watch list or like what's that? All right, ladies. Let's see. Oh shit. Yeah. No way. That's crazy. I made this account in 2014. Holy shit. Yeah. So 10 years, 300,000 subscribers, 2,180 videos, 31.49 million views. Joined April 30th, 2014. Wow, that's a light decade. You guys were, so half of the decade I wasn't with you. So I spent that. I was buying Meta. I was buying Amazon. Some of you got some with me if you encountered me over the years. But yeah, that's a good one, man. I hope you made good use of the years. We got a couple more left, God willing. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. You're one of the most unique channels. Hey, man, it's awesome. I think we have a very unique base. It's just like I was saying earlier, man. And it's really, I could go on my little rants and talk, but, I could tell you how every 1,000 people, there's always like one or two hoes, but like, nah, dude, the people who are really about this, man, and the people who have been about it, and I know they've listened, like everything, man. We've lived through so many fucking crazy moments and everything from real estate to stocks and how people have been committed and like, and they know what I'm on and they know the vibe and they've only given me the same love and respect back. And like, I'm telling you, it's unique. That's why I'm saying like too, and I know some of you may just be new. Like, don't forget, bro, that, how we built this and from the get-go, man, just like that commitment to obnoxious positivity, that was from the beginning. Always and forever. But like, it's when we have people in here who've made the most of it, got their long-term, taken advantage of what we've offered and really made the most instead of like finding ways to just, dick around or let it be worked against them. I know it's created something good and they've shown it through their love and being here. And then again, just the demographics, it's a group of crazy people. You got everybody from everywhere. Yalla. So it's kind of nuts. Yeah, I did get my play buttons from YouTube. But then ever since they gave me the play buttons, they just started shadow banning me. I did get the wedding invite, baby. I got to get my RSVP. I'm excited, man. I'm excited. Okay, time. But it just gave me the big link. But I have the, like, thing. So the link, I have to, like, copy and paste it. Unless I send it in. Or the QR code. Fucking technology. I found you back in 2019 when you were exposing Timothy Sykes. Yeah, bro. It's crazy how long I've been around, man. I don't get it. God is good, man. You know that? God is good. No matter what, bro. Always. Always. I know some people don't like hearing that, but, like, dude, you have no idea. Those 10 years. You know, I've gone through a lot of changes, man, and it's crazy to see the certain growth, and let alone, like, if you even, like, 10 years ago, if you told me I would be spending 7 hours a day, you know, just here right now, giving in, I'd be like, oh, for free, we're going to do it like this. I don't know if I would have believed it. I would have been like, yeah, right, weirdo. I would have yelled at you and tried to fight you. IRS employing AI to aid in tax fraud detection. Yep. TPB. Yeah. So that's it. But there will not be a Bible study in September on one of these Fridays. The IRS. I told you guys that 3 years ago. I got the inside, bro. My homie put me on. I told you. Remember when Biden was doing all the IRS stuff? Do you guys I think half of the budget's going to software. I told you guys this 3 years ago. The big IRS changes, it's all software. That's what they're doing. So to get everybody and clap them, the employees don't even matter, believe it or not. All that matter, that software, they're employing a bunch of new IRS software to automatically just go through filings to just spot red flags. That's it. So that's what they told me a couple years ago, because then a lot of the shit, like I told you, the 179, all those people who are trying to write off their G-Wagons and shit like that, and it's not like a real qualified write-off, it's going to get flagged so much easier because of computer software now. And that's what they're going to do for a lot of things. You want to send me an invite? I'm down. This one's in San Diego, though, too. Somebody sent me an invite. They're like, come to Alaska, Antarctica. You got your first audit letter? Jeez. Automatic if you live in Glendale. That's funny. I thought they would add reps. Man, have you ever called the IRS? It's funny because I've called the IRS, and the lady that I talked to was so sweet. It was waiting to get on the phone with the IRS is a shit task. But my goodness, my last time, and this was years ago, last time I spoke to anybody on the IRS phone line, they were so sweet, and I loved it. And I was like, wow, this wasn't that bad. But I had to wait for 2.5 hours on hold. There's something about riding off a G-Wagon that cracks me up. I mean, it's only weird when, because this is what happened. I'm sorry. I apologize. I caused some of it. Go look. I have a video 6 years ago talking about it. And ever since then, all you have seen once every 3 months is a new TikTok on it. ever for the last 5 years since I made that video. Like, I'm sorry, I apologize, but it is because like what started happening is like everybody started learning about it, but then they're not like, it was just, it was getting out of hand. So like people were making corporations to write off these vehicles, and then they were going and buying $100,000 SUVs on corporations that were making $30,000 a year, 40,000, 60,000. You get what I'm saying? Or they would make $100,000 and then try to justify $100,000 write-off on a vehicle for the only one for their business. And it just got like, it got abused like very, very heavily. But that's where it gets ridiculous. But there is some instances where I'm like, God, kind of makes sense. MSOS, yo, weed. Big pop on weed stocks. Yo, check news. Yo, fat pop on weed stocks. What is that? Oh, man, that's huge, bro. That's up 4%. I kind of want to trade that. U.S. Drug Control Agency moving to reclassify as a less dangerous drug. So more, we've done this a couple of times, but you're getting more. I think they halted MSOS. ETF might be halted. That's big. Again, I don't know how confirmed it is, or you know what I'm saying? It's coming from the AP. There might be more to. I think, yeah, they halted it. MSOS is halted. You can't even trade that. So that's it. You got to go individual. I think MSOX is still trading 2 times daily. I don't know. I want to trade this one, but I've never done it. I'm kind of like, Tilray trading. A potential reclassification news on weed stocks. It's going to be big. They already halted the ETF. Oh, I don't want to do it, but I did it. I grabbed MSOX. I've never traded this before. It's already up 20% too. Actually, I don't want to do this. No. I'm very conflicted. Big news though. Hold on. Would that come back up? All right, I got out of it. $10 gain. I don't want to know. No, I want to wait till it comes down. I only grabbed 300 shares. It was $1,500, but no, I don't like it. I want MSOS, but I want MSOS cheaper. I'm fading it. I think it'll have a downside. It just depends on the weighting of the news. So like I'm saying, is it just a discussion, or is this like real weight? Yeah. I didn't even stream alert that. I got in and I said, no. I wanted it. I'm just like, wow. But then I'm like, no, that's up a lot. I like the other one. Just give me my $10. Fuck you. I'm out. Yeah, that trade. I got out of it. It's up right now. I only flipped it for $10. I did MSOX. So the DA's proposal will still be reviewed by the White House, and management would recognize medical uses of cannabis and acknowledge it as less potential for abuse than some of the nation's most dangerous drugs. However, it would not legalize marijuana outright for recreational. Agency's move confirmed by 5 people familiar with the matter who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss the sensitive regulatory review, clears the last significant regulatory hurdle before the agency's big policy change in over 50 years can take effect. Home market almost impossible for first time. Yellen is still talking. And under 5 is going to take it over 23. Oh, I don't know about that. If it really gets approved, then yeah. But as of now, it's still the back and forth stuff. But let's see. When that gets unhalted, the MSOX went up a little bit more. Again, honestly, you would have made 7%. That's kind of crazy. I bought it at 18. It's up 24 now. That's crazy. Yellen's still speaking. I was not expecting that. Was he still blabbing? I don't know about safe banking. MSOS halt. I don't know. Yeah, right? Bro, that went up. Honestly, MSOX, you could have probably hit it. That's it. I was just getting, I don't know. I was like, it's up 18. That's up 30. I would have doubled up. Oh, okay. Oh, that's good, though. We'll see. That one keeps going. S&D and Tilray. I think we have old Tilray shares. Oh, Scott's Miracle Grow. Yeah, I forgot. They sometimes get that effect. Yeah, bro. SMG's like popping, low key. I think weed halted too. There's another ETF. Val on the low. What's this? Valero? Valaris down 6. Again, MSOX is trading. That's so weird that they let the 2 times go. Yields went up today. Yeah, bad for bonds. Bearish. SMG up because weed up. To the loud. SPY going lower. So 50.63. I mean, that low from Wednesday, like 50.58. And then that's it. 40.40 or 50.48. 47. That is the gap fill. But new low, 50.62. Weed stocks are the news right now. Potential news of reclassification. Yeah. We got it. The second it came out, I made a little quick flip on it. If you were willing to take that risk, you just made 18% off of it almost. But some of the weed stocks are halted, but it was big. We caught it with literally in the first couple of seconds, but some of those names got halted immediately. So it's big news. It's very, very big news for weed. And then chill, I banned you because what you're saying is just flexing and has nothing to do with what we're talking about. And we made 1,500 to 2,000% on Tesla too. Congratulations. Good work. But yeah, follow the rules. Keep it on topic. What got halted is MSOS. Weed stocks. I think and then weed. Like literally, is it called weed? Yeah, Round Hill Cannabis. Legalized. They said potential reclassification by the DEA. Always have news. I was telling you guys since end of last year, weed stocks back and forth, they're gonna be the election trade. So enjoy it while it lasts. It's already been 5 months almost. So eventually, once the election's over, man, it's not going, you ain't going to get these pops no more. You ain't going to get these pops no more. IDYA on the high. And SPY down 1. NASDAQ down 1, 2. Dow 105. What time is it? 10:15. 10-year yield. I mean, this week has the potential to take us to 5%, sadly. So we'll find out. You quit weed, makes you anxious, so you got CBD gummies. Oh, I don't know if I should tell you this. All right, MSOS is open. MSOS unhalted. Options hate you. So I don't know if you could get filled on them. You might get lucky, but yeah, I don't know. Literally all of the options are just flashing crazy. Honestly, one just got snaked there for 60%. It's a little further out of the money. Yeah, MSOS finally has opened up. It's really, really difficult. Literally, dude, they're up 2,000% for everyone's going apeshit on some of these. And not like volume, but like I'm looking at the prices they're paying. I'm like, holy shit. So damn, MSOS is up 20. Yeah, we should have kept MSOX. My email is tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Yo, that's crazy. It's gone. It's gone. Get the stock. I wasn't used to MSOX. That's why I was like, dude, up 20%? That kind of freaked me out. No, those hit. See, if there's a pullback, maybe you'll get lucky on there. No, weed isn't legal now. They're just saying some progress made on the declassification. I'm very good at locking gains early. All right, quick. Now give me a compliment so I don't have to ban you. Okay? So for every one side of side-eye, give me 2 compliments then. Tell me 2 good things that are sincere about me, if you can. Otherwise, I don't think you want to be here. MSOS still. Dude, it's crazy. 45! A meaning? I don't know. I got like one more message left until I see it. Otherwise, that's weird. I'm just trying to give y'all the news. Y'all come at me with random ass comments. Let me do my thing, baby. But I want compliments. I want compliments now if I get side eye. Weed has got a lot of room. I mean, people were just talking 20. Bro, MSOX up 50. My goodness. Locking gains is a good thing. Did you mean it as a good thing? Is that why you said it? Is that? But you don't have any other. That's not a compliment, though. Compliment something separate about me, though. Tell me something good about me. 2, please. Otherwise, I don't. If you could only call that out, that's kind of wild. Weird. MSO, dude, it went up 50. The options will scam you on those. On all of the ETFs. They will always. MSOS halted again? Damn. Yeah, they did. Yeah, that's crazy. U.S. has not seen credible Israeli plan that would address the varying areas of concerns in Rafah. It's crazy. So if we get an update, but so far it's just all people they're like it's all people just talking about this in the DEA. You love PHILOs? So I don't know if you've noticed. But you could talk negative about me, but you have not said anything positive about me. You've given other things and talked broad characteristics. Very weird. I don't think it was that difficult. You could have said you're funny, you're nice, you're there. You know what I'm saying? You talked about everything but a compliment. So goodbye, my friend. I love you. Make a new account. Show me you want to be here. Otherwise, enjoy. And you can still get the news like that. I can't believe that one, though. That was too crazy. I like the way you eat the Lord's chicken. Now you're talking, and that makes sense if you've watched the old mukbang. I have. You have evidence of that. Mm-hmm. Aaron's fire. Thank you. I didn't need it from you guys. No. But you should try that too, though. So if you ever deal with, like, difficult, weird people in that sense, ask them that. Like, especially if you never know people's intentions, because that should have showed you. Like, all right, just if you're going to say something and you want to act like it's good or bad, just tell me something good about me then. And if they struggle to do that, you see where their heart is at. And it's like, damn, that was that difficult? No pullback. I mean, it did have that little pullback, but your pullbacks are 10%. That's it. I think MSOS is just easier to play, but after this now, it's already up 24 and 40. You can't do anything. Weed stock news, DEA is considering reclassification to make it classified as a less dangerous drug. Bro, that was 20% in a second. Very, very big, and we still don't know. So the point is, you're going to hear more on this. I'm confused. Did the person tell you congrats? No. They were just throwing me side-eye, and they called out the only negative thing about the play, that I played it and sold it out too early, than every other factor about it. And so I just asked them to compliment me, and they couldn't. So I said, wow, you could spot the little thing, but not anything else? Weird. Do you sell? You'll have a couple of days. If you have something to take like a little bit, you can. Not a recommendation, but you are going to hear the back and forth a lot. I don't think this is it's going to end. There will be a big pullback as someone's going to be like, no, it's not going to happen. And then you'll have to wait till it goes up again and do that whole thing. But yeah, I think you're going to hear this a little bit more. Hey, Tilray free. Great call. I'm glad. I hope, bro, we had that in a second. It was so fast, and then it even was halted. But the MSOX, first candle, man, first candle. I just wasn't familiar with it. Tilray all the way. Shouldn't we go in after MO? No. Sadly. I've talked about it a ton. MO is like, they have a little bit in the weed game, but like they're not really in the game. Like, they're falling behind so much. Dash and Uber circulating as weed. That was 2 days ago. I think that was a Wall Street Journal one. I don't know. Maybe people are getting excited off the weed thing, but I don't think Uber and Dash will pop off that. Yeah. Sell your app. I think you're going to keep hearing about this. So, like, there's still some upside, but 20% that fast is very big. So if you could sell half or like sell a little bit, that'd probably be better. But then again, like if you have good risk tolerance and you're open to, like, this could go even crazier. Some people are saying a lot more. You're going to get more headlines from government officials on this. So I don't think the story's over, and it's big news. We've played several times and you're already seeing it. So, oh, wow. Really? Hold on, Chad. Breaking news. We have a live police chase in LA. They're saying it's looking good. Hold on. Oh, man, we haven't had these we didn't get one last week, bro. Oh, come on. I don't see it, bro. It may not be. I don't see a police chase. Okay, wait, we got one.
Such a high rate of speed. Even the unmarked vehicle is having a hard time finding them. It's low up here. It looks like the suspect is getting off
squeeze
the 405
bends.
freeway. This may be
oh, never mind. It look, he was just hauling and just switching lanes.
Make a north or southbound turn here.
All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. MSOS is back open again. Like we said, I don't think I wouldn't be playing MO in the same way. It may get hyped, but I don't think that has long-term weed volatility.
We're off the freeway onto surface streets. Normandy is a pretty wide street. You can see some pretty good speeds on Normandy.
Is that an Altima? I thought it was a Chevy Malibu.
190th at the moment, and waiting for other units.
Oh, he's getting out. Fucking idiot! Why didn't you stop the car?
And in situations like this, the helicopter overhead, the vehicle is still moving.
He's trying to act normal.
Trying to walk slowly, try and make it look like he's not the suspect, maybe just a pedestrian.
He's gonna walk in the sky zone, bro. There's
there and hits that pole possibly. The suspect, I believe, is behind the tree, walking slowly.
That's why he didn't let the car stop. He was trying to go. No. He was trying to make his scene. This is the first smart person we've seen. If there wasn't, he's at Sky Zone though. He should have went into a bigger building. Oh, that was smooth. No, there's nowhere to go, bro. Look at. Then the car's just right there. The cops are going to be in front of the car. He had the right idea, but he did not have the environment.
Not sure if that's the suspect. I don't believe so. I believe the suspect.
Fucking idiot! You don't hear the helicopter still above you.
Any moment
the car didn't go.
See more units pour into this area.
All right, we'll see what happens. That was it. Yeah, that was smart though. I didn't understand what he was doing at first. Yeah, he really he said, "I'm gonna get out, let the car move, and then I'm gonna go into Sky Zone." That'd be crazy. A police chase in Sky Zone. I'd be running on walls and shit. But you gotta catch me, mother. Boing, boing. That'd be a crazy episode of Cops. Change shirts. I would have just like gotten naked into my underwear, like pooped a little bit, and I would have walked to the other side of the building and just started acting like I was homeless. I think that's the only way he could get out of this situation right now, because they know he's in there. LA, like the way we just look by homeless people in LA, that's the only way you'll go unnoticed here is if you tried that. That's the only way. I told you that. That's why, like, even in San Fran, the way I just see white people walking their dogs, just ignoring everything through that one, where was it, the Tenderloin? I'm like, man, y'all crazy. So yeah, he could get away like that. The advisor shares pure U.S. cannabis surged by more than 25 following temporary halt due to volatility. Weed stocks, MSOS already came down a little bit. He's in the tunnels. Is there tunnels? I don't know. It's a Sky Zone, man. Oh, those are the unmarked gang units they're pulling up. They're like, yeah, someone just walked in and he didn't pay the admission. We're not going to stand for that. It's $9.99. He's in the ball pit. What do you mean? Well. All right, well, that was fun. Thank you for the breaking news. Appreciate it. Let's going to pop. All right, let me go to the bathroom. I was going to go to the bathroom, and then that happened. So let's hit this. And then we still got to do earnings previews, man.
Criticism toward President Biden as a result. How do you think through not just what this means for these universities, but what it could mean more broadly for America's politicians in the Biden administration?
Yeah, this is a tough moment for Democrats, Joe Biden in particular, because it is something that splits the Democratic Party. And of course, anything that splits the Democratic Party helps Donald Trump and the Republicans. And we've seen that, right? We've seen Democrats send letters, for instance, to the president of Colombia, demanding her to take a tougher action. And we've seen also Democrats like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Jamal Bowman, go and support the protesters. So you're seeing that divide right there. I thought it was very interesting that the president is going to go speak at Morehouse. And I am wondering if we see some kind of Sister Soldier moment there, just to, reckon back to Bill Clinton's moment of taking on his base and walking the line that he's been trying to walk of denouncing anti-Semitism and violence, but defending the right to protest. And that's what he must do. But first and foremost, as president, he's got to denounce anti-Semitism and ensure security at the colleges and universities around the country, and defend the right to peaceful protest. So I'm wondering if he does more of that at Morehouse when he goes to make this speech. It's going to be a tough audience, I think.
It sure is. Rick Davis, I wonder what you think needs to happen now, a potential sister soldier moment. That's interesting for Joe Biden, but this is going to be a practical matter on campus when it comes to getting the students out of this hall. How much time, how much forgiveness should the university have here?
Well, first of all, I think this is an incredible overstatement to think that this small band of incontinent juveniles are somehow representative of the problems that Joe Biden had with the youth vote. The Harvard Youth Poll just came out like a week and a half ago. We talked about it on our program. And the same students that are protesting, if you want to call it a protest, ranked the Israeli-Palestine conflict as 15 out of 16 issues that they were given. This is a small group of elite university students who are, taking it upon themselves to try and disrupt the education that most of the students on the campus are getting and have nothing to do with these. It's anti-Semitic. It is un-American to put this kind of university in this spotlight with a group of small band of, mobsters, basically, who have taken over these campus buildings. I mean, like the idea that this is somehow a broader political issue for Joe Biden. I hope he does have a sister soldier moment and says that he's willing to, instigate the National Guard to clean out these universities if the presidents of these universities ask for it, because this is just mob vandalism at this stage. There's nothing protesting going on. There's no legitimate argument to disinvest in Israeli investments, and by and large, most of these universities probably don't have anything to do with that. And so they then transcend to, oh my God, we've got to have more transparency because we don't know if you don't have Israeli investment. Well, it's none of their business whether or not the university has done this. Israel is a perfectly good place to invest in. So I don't know. I mean, I think all of this is going to not turn the political page. I would be surprised if Biden takes the moment to do it, but he ought to scold these people because they are upsetting the education of a lot of legitimately interested, curious students who want to finish their school without this kind of disruption. And it is anti-Semitic. The things they are screaming at Columbia University are outrageous, and they shouldn't be allowed to continue.
And Jeannie, in response to what Rick was talking about what's happening at these schools, the responsibility perhaps of the schools to deal with this behavior.
The schools. All righty. Chattadonia. Dude, I have a problem. My Stream Alert stuff isn't working, and I want to send out a Stream Alert for PHILO, but I can't send it out right now. So I want to have the PHILO, but I can't alert it, and that's why I'm like, oh, man. Oh, man. I feel bad, though. What if they want a PHILO, and then they're like, I didn't get the alert, but I don't know why. I never had a tech. The site's not working. Paul Revers. Did you reboot? I did. Next add to the long term. Tomorrow. Shit. Yeah, today's the end of the month. So we'll see. Rack space on down detector. MSOS getting faded. Nah, dude, it's up 16. That's huge for the ETF. So I don't know if it's like a real fade, but that had two big pops after that halt. How's the end of April? Isn't that crazy? I can't believe it. Where's the buyers? The volume's a little lower, but, you know, the weird part about all of this, the whole month of April, is that regardless of the volatility, I mean, even that question, like, where are the buyers? Like, we are still holding, like, I think it's like 7% or 4%, I think, on the year or something. It's something quite decent still. But, you know, you're just holding up, but we definitely gave up the highs, not going towards the lows, but that's where it is. All right. Dude, that's crazy. Do you know what happened? So they have to, bro, my, like, text system for the alerts, it's because I put weed. I said marijuana. It automatically, like, put a sensor up, and then they locked my thing, and they said, hold on. Apparently you can't say marijuana. Or they said they're very, like, strict on it. I was like, what? It's like, I did not know that. Oh. I was just trying to get you guys the marijuana news as soon as possible. All right. No, it was just like an automatic thing. I didn't know that existed. The guy just let me know. Thought this was America. Bop, bop, bop. Kendrick. I listened to a little bit of it, but not fully. We were playing it on stream. I was going to play all of it, but I said, I would let him wait. Let him wait a little bit. If we close green, I mean, we could. It wasn't that. The ECI, though, that was pretty big. Market getting ready for Powell soon. It's about that time, maybe in the next, and you could see we stopped going down, but by 11, the last 2 hours, it'll be getting ready for Powell and then getting ready for Amazon. So don't forget that part. It's still not working, though. I'm trying to get this stream alert out. Well, you guys might have to do PHILO without an alert. It doesn't feel right without an alert, though. I feel Powell's talking tomorrow at 2:30 p.m. is the press conference, and then 2 p.m. will be the actual release of the FOMC statement. Analysts remain skeptical about Intel's turnaround, ranking the company as one of the least favored stocks in the chip industry, with less than 1/4 recommending buying. Come on. The bottom is in for the day. I mean, we could go a little bit lower, but And then you never know. Those end of the day moves, it's just weird. And then MSOS still 19. SPY is moving up a little bit. So maybe this is it. 5070. This is the first other, that 5072. Sure, we'll see. Not bad. Where's volume? Volume. 34 million? So low. End of day. I already sold Amazon call. So, I don't know. You should have got a stream alert in the morning. I sold out of the Amazon pre-run-up call for like 130%. Which one was it? Oh, the 205s? Honestly, they went down. So, yeah, I sold them at like 130. They're at like 110 right now. They dropped to 90. But yeah, I got rid of those in the morning. Hold on. Papa Powell. Amazon could be a good iron condor play, but they still move a lot. And if their cloud goes crazy, as dude, CGC's up 27. Where's Cron? That's the one that MO owns. So I guess technically, if Cron like really runs, MO will get some benefit. Other than that, I don't think that we were just talking about some of those other names benefiting off of it. And then SPY had that little green shoot turned red. MO is climbing a little bit. Yeah, the VIX isn't that bad. I was only scared at the VIX like a week, 2 weeks ago, and it's at like 19, 17 after being down. Yeah. Motorcycles, they're cool, but I would never ride one. They're terrifying. MO sold its stake in Cron. I thought they own a small portion. I could be wrong, but I was under the impression they owned a little bit still. There it is. All right, we're back. We're back, finally. All right, tell me if you get this one. WBD mega clapped. All right. Tell me if you get it. I hope I got it. No. Oh? Yeah. Yeah. We out here, baby. All right, perfect. Well, here, you're going to have to give me 2 minutes, though. Hold on. I just wanted to see if that worked.
Kansas may not have been what they really wanted to sign on for if he gets convicted of a federal charge. But yeah, there's all kinds of logistical problems, and the judge knows this. And that's what he's got to concern. And this is all part of the reason why Donald Trump is getting preferential treatment that no other criminal defendant would get. But at some point, we have to respect the process. And if a criminal defendant is continuing to make public statements that impugn the system, that impugn his own trial and threaten witnesses, calling them sleazebags, which is what he's done here, the court has to step in and do something. And I think the judge is left with frustration at what it would be. Yeah.
I guess it begs the question, to your point, he already has made his feelings about these potential witnesses quite known, calling them sleazebags on multiple occasions. And sure, part of this order was that he has to take...
Yes, I know. We're all hard for DJT. It's a good stock. Probably the best. I know. Sleepy Joe. He doesn't even know what an equity is. But me, Truth Social... everywhere, available now. Download it and buy a Bible. Thank you. Oh, man. We had to work for this, PHILO, bro. You know that I wanted to make sure y'all didn't miss it, man, because I love y'all. I know some of y'all love the PHILO, bro. So, you know, man, I hope you know. You in my heart. You in my mind, bro. And y'all in the prayers every single day, too, baby. So, here's the deal. I love all of you, man, and it's a blessing that we are here today, as every day, bro, for real. You know what I'm saying? I really hope you recognize that. And that's why I am saying thank you and just how proud I am of a lot of you, because I do see how well you have appreciated. I'm not talking about this moment, man. I'm not talking about here on the stream. I know I have my rants. I have all of these little things, bro, but it's not about me. It's not about other people too, like for real. And what I'm talking about, like life. And I hope you guys are making the most of life and appreciating it and living to the utmost of your potential. And that's why, man, all these PHILOs and the way I've seen y'all commit to them and turn it into something real is good. But sadly, Chad, today is going to be a little weird with your PHILO, because I have to kind of to a little degree, I have to kind of take a poop on PHILO. So I'm going to need your permission for it, but you're going to get a couple reality checks today. But above all else, my goal, man, the reality checks, man, they're not supposed to make you feel bad. It's supposed to give you information, like for real. And like, I don't know if you know my personality, but like, do I get sad by reality checks? Sometimes I do. I really do. It's hard not to get discouraged. It's hard not to feel a certain way, especially if things don't go your favor. Like, I don't know, some of y'all talk like you the only one who's experienced that. You know, it's like, nah, man, you'd be surprised. I got to go through it. Everybody does. And that being said, though, I really do think that, yo, man, just there is a lot expected from you. And when you get these reality checks, I hope it motivates you. And that's what I'm saying, because my personality, I feel a certain way, but then I do get motivated, and I do like it, because I know once I have an answer with stuff, it's a different feeling, man. So I really do hope above all else, you know, when this is not, don't let any of this stuff bring you down. And I hope you know I'm never condemning you. And it's like, I really do hope it motivates you. And the other day I was telling you encouragement, and I really hope that is what you get. But, you know, I'm telling you, the more you hone in on stuff, and if you really do take it seriously, the fruit is good. So that is why I give this to you, and I hope you use it to the utmost of its ability. But that being said, get ready. We're going to talk about a lot. I'm not going to start off too crazy. But let me tell you a joke. Can I tell you a joke? It's a real joke. It's a real life situation, but it's a joke. All right? So one day, this lady, she has a very annoying and complaining, bickering husband, right? He just complains about everything all the time. Awful. So one day, she's like, you know what? I'm going to just do whatever he wants. And I'm going to just, I'm going to give in to what he's doing. So she wakes up and she's like, what do you want for breakfast? And then he says, I want 2 eggs, 1 scrambled and 1 fried. So then she's like, okay. She goes, gets 1 egg. She fries or she scrambles the first egg. And then she's about to do the second egg and fry that one. But after she scrambles the first egg, she gives it to her husband. And then he looks at her and he says, you scrambled the wrong egg. Good joke, right? But y'all don't feel me, though. Y'all don't feel me. Hands him the scrambled eggs. Says you scrambled the wrong one. Let me tell you the moral of the story. People like that are not hungry. And what do I mean by that? Is a hungry person is a humble person. Y'all don't feel me. Oh, they don't feel me, Chad. Oh, man. That's what we're talking about today, Chad. You can talk about humble, you can talk about hunger, but I want to talk about hunger. And I want you to think about that joke because you encounter it every day. You have people like that all the time, and some of you are that person. And you got to really start are you really hungry or not? You want the egg? If I gave you said, give me a scrambled egg, and I give you a scrambled egg, you scrambled the wrong one. You going to dinner, you telling me about the china and the plate rather than the food. You're not hungry. You don't want it. Guess what? Bulls, bears, you guys come up with arrogance, you're not hungry. It's the irony. You're going for something, you want it. Dude, a hungry person is a humble person. This has meaning. You want to know why? Because guess what? Have you ever been starving? Like actually hungry? Like really hungry? If somebody offered you food, any food, would you say no? You got to really think what hunger is. Anybody who's really hungry, bro. The characteristic of a hungry person is they will take anything. They're like, oh, they're hungry. You need something. They know they have a need, but they're like, oh, I'll take that. You give a hungry person anything. That's it. You want to know how somebody's hungry? Go give them anything and see how they respond. If I gave you something good, something bad, something high quality, low quality, and I give it to you depending on your reaction, I could tell how hungry you are. And I'm talking about food and everything, Chad. Everything. Oh, man. So I love this, Chad, for real. And like and you got to really think about it, man. What's getting you full and not? You know, like there is a lot of things in the world. And honestly, like my thing, sadly, it sticks out. And you got to watch out for it, for me at least. Because it's something I realized. Like look around, bro. We are eating every day. Every day. Y'all are eating right now. You know that? Not food, but you're getting something. You listen to me for 6-7 hours a day. I'm feeding you something. I'm giving you info. That's why some of you like the fact we have a PHILO right now. You know that? Why? Because it's good. At least you could get something. But like you're feeding on all these things outside of the stream, your phone. You're going everywhere in life. Dude, it's easy to get full on the bread of the world. I don't know if y'all feel me on that. I say that humbly because I'm aware. You know that, man? I could get real full off of everything but the good stuff. Literally, you could spend your whole days just thinking. And what I mean, too, and I know some of you don't like I am talking spiritual, but, like, I also, like, understand because I've been there where, like, bro, I'm even just talking about, like, doing nothing. You know what I'm saying? Where, like, you could be thinking about goals, like, dude, starting a business, doing whatever it may be, but, like, you know, we eating content here, we're doing this, we get involved with this, you got to take care of that, you got to do this, you got to do that. You know, before you know it, it's like, what time do you got? You know what I'm saying? And it's like, did you not have time or did you just get full? That's the crazy part. That's why I always told you guys, eating food is humbling because you got to do it every day. But the weird part is, like, food, once you're hungry, it gets fulfilled once you eat. But you can only do it with one thing at a time. You know what I'm saying? You can never fulfill two hungers in one hungry sesh, if that makes any sense. It's like that. It just doesn't work like that. You'd be like, I'm hungry, I'm going to get full on this and this. No. You're starving. If all you eat is sugar, you'll still get full off, but that's all you'll have. It's another thing to think about. But Chad, don't forget this statement and the reality of it. A hungry person is a humble person. And I hope you have a hunger that is making you look humbly at the world to see the opportunities around you. Because for real, when you're hungry, I'm hungry. I want it. I'm hungry. Anything. Please, anything. I need it. Do you see what I'm saying? That's humble. And that's seeking, and that's looking for opportunity. That's a real different. What do you got? Can you do it like that? I don't know. I'm not really feeling it. There's a different attitude behind that. It's a different spirit. You know what I'm saying? There's a whole different spirit. And that's why I said, I hope y'all pray for discernment, man. You know, and that's something I said yesterday. And this is the part now. This is the part where I got to give y'all another reality check. The first one is we're not really that hungry. I hope that's your reality check. And you know why? Because if you act in with arrogance, and I'm raising my hand, because I have fallen into arrogance. I have fallen into certain things where I'm not hungry the same way I was. And I know some of y'all want to look at that in one area, but I'm even speaking spiritually. You have to have a real hunger, bro. And a real hunger brings a real humbleness. No questions asked. So you got to start checking your attitude and ask yourself where you're at with that. Because you think it's just your attitude. It's not an attitude problem. It's a hunger problem. Do you get what I'm saying? It's bigger than that. It's more important to your business than you think. Hope they feel me. But I told y'all yesterday, man, y'all need to really pray for discernment. And I love, someone said my 10-year anniversary on YouTube. Great. Dog, I've been with y'all for several years now, some of y'all. What you do with it? I hope you do something good with it. But like, dude, you gonna listen here every day, man? And I'm just telling you, you need to start looking at things and seeking on your own. That doesn't mean you have to leave, but you have to start realizing everything I say on this stream is not for you. If you want it to be about you, it's gonna be about you. And this is what I'm saying, man. Dog, y'all need to slow down, myself included. This is the message I told to myself. Got to slow down, take an extra second to just think, bro. Ponder with the spirit, ask the spirit, give you a little bit of guidance. You know what I'm saying? But like, you got to ask, is that for me? Is this really what it is for me or not? That's what you got to ask yourself. So here's the reality check. It's not just that. I want y'all to. Whatever you hear me say, do not accept it without a prayer. Do you understand, Chad? Oh, I love Josh's PHILO. Don't take it. And you ain't sit on it and pray about it and say, is this for me? Hey, God, if you're real, is there a community? Like, you gotta need to really ask yourself if it's for you. Because it don't work like that. Everything ain't for everybody. But this is a part of that maturity. But now here's the thing, man. I'm telling you, you got to be hungry. And I gave you the first element for the business aspect, but I got to go on the other side now too, man. This is where I got to tell you. Bro, if you hungry for spirit and things beyond the world, you got to put in a different effort, man. And this is all I'm trying to say. Because I'm saying it's easy to get full on the world. But, bro, do y'all realize PHILO is not a real relationship? You know that. PHILO does not account for personal development. You could listen to every single PHILO every single day. It's not going to change anything. This is your reality check right now. Do you not get it? Bro, you're like, my mindset. If God must hate me. Oh, I can't, my mind in this. It's like, bro. You want to know, if you feel like a wreck inside in your mind and this, you're like, well, bro, if you're putting 5 minutes a day, that's not a real relationship. Do you see what I'm saying? That's not hungry. I'm so hungry for personal development. I spend 20 minutes with Josh every day. Oh, and you wonder and you want, like, I want bigger changes in my life, but I only give 20 minutes a day to my process. Huh? Do you see what I'm saying? So I love PHILO. I love you guys. But this is something, too. I realize, like, this isn't, you could have the Bible app, but 5 minutes a day, what is it going to do? You think a world and a life of all these bad habits we develop, and you're like, I want to see real change in my life. I wanted this. And it's like, how come I don't? It's like, dude, we're spending more time on a game of 2K, Instagram, TikTok, whatever it may be. And when we say we're hungry, but we don't, like, I'm eating 20 hours of the world. You know what I'm saying? And maybe 20 minutes of PHILO. And then it's PHILO. I didn't even open up the book. I didn't even pray to say, is this human on the damn YouTube, is what he's saying even apply to me right now? Just little thoughts. Just taking a step back. Is this for me? And then you're like, oh, I feel uneasy, I'm anxious, this. It's like, bro, like, for real. I'll give you this. It's for everybody. I don't care who you are. I don't care what you believe, bro. And stop listening to the world. For real. Because I'm going to say something to you right now, and I don't know how it's going to make you feel, but I know there's a lot of, like, dude, go sit today in your room and just, like, sit there, and I call it praying. If that word is too scary for you, go meditate and sit there with yourself. Bro, give yourself 30 minutes and sit there. And you can't sit there for 30 minutes with God or yourself, and you're like, what? I'm telling you, some of you will do this and you will feel the best you have felt all week. But it's like, that's what I mean by time and putting it in there and having that real effort that you're hungry for. But like little things like that, bro, y'all got to feed yourself in that sense too. And I know there's a lot of things this could benefit. But like I'm saying, even for you on a personal level, don't be surprised, man. Like, don't underestimate what you would get off of kind of relaxing a little bit. I'm not saying take a day off. I'm saying, like, you know, like, really meditate and really sit there. I pray. I really do pray. I have talks with God. I focus on things. That's why I even said it this morning. I'm like, man, I even be thinking, I be hesitating what I pray for because I know what that means. I got to go through something. But like, you got to chill. Bro, all those little subconscious thoughts in your mind throughout the day, it's running. Bro, give yourself a time to unpack it and sit there. And again, I'm saying for me personally, that's a time that I need. So, Chad, 5 minutes a day is not a real relationship. 30 minutes a day is not a real relationship. A hungry person is a humble person. Let your hunger drive you. And if you don't want to be driven, you might be full. And I'm going to ask you, what is filling you up? So like I said, no condemnation, baby. I hope you're motivated. I hope you can awaken your conscious. You know that? I hope this awakes something in you that's already there. You already have a stomach. I hope it wakes you up and you feel the hunger, a different one, even spiritually, to the point where you're like, damn, I am hungry. There is something. So like I'm saying, I hope it does motivate you and encourage you. But on that note, take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scam Alerts boot camp and real estate. Weed stocks, big news in classification by the DEA. Get motivated, baby. Get hungry. Get humble. You see what I'm saying? It's crazy, though. Because it's a weird attitude. You think them hungry dudes, like, I'm hungry. Blah, blah, blah. It's like, but there's a humbleness by it, and it makes a lot of sense. I'm really hungry. You know what I'm saying? I don't reject anything when I'm hungry because I'm starving. Oh. Hope they feel me, baby. I hope they feel me. My life. It's a code, baby. It's a code. All right, Chad. Post PHILO.
All right, guys.
And then previews.
This is Blues Riff and B. Watch me for the changes and try and keep up, okay?
Hello, how you doing? I'm that motherfucking guy. Had a call, I had a put. Now I'm Marty McFly. NQ/ES. Get my pronouns right. If I'm throwing hands up and his finger to the sky, throw me in the fire, then I'm coming out alive. Boy, I've been here for a while. I don't need to take 5 years running. How the hell I hated, not inspired. Yeah, they headed for the Insta, but I do it for the life. Put it on my life. I don't think twice. Instinct on beast. Had to learn it to survive. If you think I'm cheap, you ain't give the right price. I would never love a lifestyle more than I love my life. Always been a boss, I don't never need a break. Always been on stars, you could put me with the greats. Big man, milk can, we could talk about the race. Zotan, Timorad, got it all in one place. All in one take, I don't want the bait. Shout out to my nephew, man, he got my whole estate. Shout out to my mama, she know I'ma keep the faith. And don't forget about my girl, so pretty like her face. Why they mad at me, talking about they fallacies. My life is fantastic, yours is just a fantasy. Head trick with the assets, I ended up with equity. Ain't fucking with you fascists, the ownership is set me free. And God too, don't forget how God move. Only need a little bit, that's the way that God prove. Fuck you ain't feeling it. Shake the dust from my shoes, living in this silhouette. It's hard for me to act rude. I am that dude, put him in a bad mood. Only time you see me out is if I'm buying bedrooms. I don't really stress, dude. Tell me what they get you. Like I'm eating now, I'm just trying to get the chat food. Stop acting like you know me, homie, you ain't got the vibe. Kept it for yeses, cause a demon need a rise. What's a lying to a secrets? I eat you to find the pride. Be careful the things you thinking you speaking. What's inside? Money, I don't give a fuck about it. 2020, homie, already had the bag without it. Hate or love it, you ain't even know the half about me. But I take a half and double that, I keep it 100, homie. On the minor P, it sound like money make them all involved. Don't see it, but they feel it, that's what happened when the landed hard. Sleeping while we eating, I don't know who should be more apart. Money is a servant, more worthless when treated as a god. Money is a servant, more worthless when treated as a god. I love it. That's how, man. That's Marty McFly. Uncle Answers. And we're back, baby, and weed stocks still ripping, bro. What a trippy day of gapping down, hot ECI, pressure from Yellen is my opinion. Bad data all around the board, no positive bond action, and then everything clapped. But we still got power and earnings. So we're queuing up for all of that. I hope you guys are having a great day so far. Like that, man. Money is a servant, more worthless when treated as a god. Where's Corinne? Where's Corinne or Jonah? I don't... Oh, damn, Yellen? Yo, I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. Yellen kind of like crazy. Like, hold up. She been on here since like, bro, she been going for like 4 hours. There's no way. Like, you know, like we like to make jokes about these old people like Sleepy Joe and all that, but like, nah, man. Like, she low key, like I don't even see a Red Bull on her desk or nothing. The fuck? No, that really is like that's stamina, dog. That's crazy. All right, well, let me see. I'll get you a press briefing if there is one, but let me just get these previews and we'll be good to go. About the South Dakota governor? Is that the one who bragged about killing the dog? Apollo is betting on longevity of seniors by acquiring illegal life insurance and following the payouts. I think we talked about that a little bit ago. But yeah, I mean, the hedge funds they've been betting on a lot of those. There's legal ways to do it. They may have done something a little sketchier, but yeah. Yeah, bro, it's weird. The South Dakota, like, people, I think Republicans and Democrats are just like, yo, this lady's weird. I think somebody said they're like, the lady single-handedly in 3 weeks just torpedoed her whole entire political career. I don't even know what happened. I thought she just wrote a book and then just had like weird comments. Oh, we missed Jonah Hill already. Dang. Every article now refers to her as frontrunner for Trump. Well, yeah, because she has a lot of bad press. They want her to look. They're like, yeah, Trump was about to hire the dog killer. It was weird, bro. Yeah, straight up. It's just nonpartisan. Everybody doesn't like her. Straight up. Everyone's like, why? Apparently, I didn't read it, but I could see if I could find you the excerpt. But I believe she like killed her dog, bragged about it, and then killed a goat or something. And then and apparently it was like a allegory to like show how tough she was. It was some weird shit, man. Let me see if I could get it for you. Dude, this is the South. It's what's it called? What's her name? Christine Noem. She don't even look like a politician. But she looked crazy. In her new book about killing a rambunctious puppy, they obtained a copy, no going back, the truth, what's wrong. In it, she tells a story of an ill-fated cricket, a 14-month-old wire hair pointer she was training for pheasant hunting. She writes that the tale was included to show her willingness to do anything difficult, messy, and ugly if it has to be done. But backlash was swift against the Republican governor, who a month ago drew attention for posting an informational video about cosmetic dental surgery she received out of state. She took the cricket out on a hunting trip in hopes of calming down the wild puppy. Instead, Cricket chased the pheasants while having the time of her life. On the way home, she stopped to talk to a family. Cricket got out of Noam's trunks and attacked and killed some of the family's chickens, then bit the governor. She apologized, wrote the distraught. I hated that dog, deeming her untrainable. At that moment, I realized I had to put her down. She led Cricket to a gravel pit and killed her. That wasn't all, Noam writes, and that her family owned a nasty and mean male goat that smelt bad and liked to chase her kids. She decided to go ahead and kill the goat too. She right? I'm sorry. I just see this as like a Denzel Washington movie. I just see this lady like finally gets the courage. She claps the puppy, and then something flips in her, and now she just starts going down the list like the Equalizer, just going on the farm like, you smell bad and we're mean. Oh, man. Dude, what's wrong with this lady? She decided to go ahead and kill the goat, too. She writes that the goat survived the first shot. So she went back to the truck, got another shot, then shot him again, killing him. Soon thereafter, a school bus dropped off Noam's children. Her daughter asked, "Where's Cricket?" The excerpts draw immediate criticism, where many posted photos of their own pets. Dude. So, yeah, everybody hates her. Literally. Like, Republicans and Democrats are both like, nah. Like, it's nonpartisan. Doesn't matter. Everybody's like, yeah, that's batshit. Everyone's like, nope. Yeah. Yeah, bro. She had a whole, like, book writing team, man. Are you kidding me? Like, that means her and at least 3 other people sat down and were like, no, people are going to love this. They going to think you a tough son of a bitch. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, hell yeah. You got to tell him you killed the goat, too. And you reloaded. Reload that shit if he ain't go down the first time. You don't fucking empty it till it's empty. No, they going to love it. They going to think you strong, powerful, everything. Like, she had a team. She paid them like $75K to $150 to sit down there, edit that book, and give her like some sort of market analysis. And they were just like, nah, we really think that's gonna pull well. That's gonna pull really well. You know, Americans all have dogs. Like, what? She should sue the editor. But then again, it's like, who knows? What if she was like insistent? She's like, it's my story. It's what happened to me. It's my truth. Let me live it. I'm like, all right. I can't stop you. I think she was told no, but she forced it. I don't know, man. That's a weird-ass story. See? Thank God. Now I could compare it. That shit remind me of the Joe Biden cannibal story. It's like, why do you want to include this information about yourself, whether it's true or false? Why? I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense. It's not a cool story. You killed a puppy and a goat. Like, what? Where did you come up with this? Like, why do you want to talk about this in any way, shape, or form? It's like, what? One was true and one was wild. There's a lot going on, honestly. That's the crazy part to think about. One of those stories was true. Yeah, my grandpa's story was true. Fuck you, Josh. Of course, that lady lied. Screw her, South Dakota. What did you get around from around Mount Rushmore? It's crazy. I know. Fake news media. It's a shame. It's a damn shame, I know. These people. Joey Biden lying about his uncle and cannibals. Does not make any sense. It's a shame, I know. It's the whole no such thing as bad press mentality. People post all kinds of crazy stuff. Need some shame in their lives. I guess. That's crazy. The Trump voice is now better than Biden. Might have to go practice on Biden. Wow, I never thought I'd hear that. Yeah, shit, you don't know what you're talking about. Biden's goated. This guy can't be stopped with Biden. Come on, I could do it. I could do the laugh. You know, I mean it. Come on. I'm loaded up. I have catchphrases. Seriously. I really mean it. It's not hyperbole. I'm not joking. I can say all of them. Trickle-down economics doesn't work. You got to build from the middle out. Bottom up. Middle out. Build back better. Huh? With dignity. Come on, I'm like a Woody doll. You can tell I can say anything. I got it all. Yeah, Kurt, let me smell you. What? I don't know. Creepy Joe. It's getting concerning. All these people. Look at Janet Yellen. Trying to spend more money. It's a damn shame. No, sure, the microchip. The size of your fingertip. Smaller than we invented a microchip. Huh? See me? Oh yeah, I don't. You guys, I have ADD. I need to play this so that I can go get the previews.
So last week I sent you a
I gotta
letter
go,
on the
guys. You guys
decision
distracted
by
me. What the fuck were I just doing there?
to reverse digital trade policy at the WTO.
I was like, wait a minute.
Which I'd like to.
I was like, why do I have this up?
With the decision, the USTR determined that it will no longer defend against foreign governments' demands for American businesses to locate facilities, equipment, employees, intellectual properties in those countries. In the Pillar 1 negotiations, market countries have sought taxing rights over companies selling into them, but those taxing rights are allocated on paper only, as we know. The local data storage requirements that would proliferate around the world do the opposite, reallocating taxing rights not on paper, but instead reallocating real economic assets that create a taxable presence in those countries. So this year's Green Book, the President notes the concern of undesired incentives to locate certain economic activities abroad. But if local data storage requirements are allowed to proliferate, U.S. businesses will face not only an incentive to invest abroad, but will require to do so. This newly allowed method of discriminatory targeting of the U.S. companies for tax revenue is going to cost us, obviously, jobs and investment and IP transfers. So my question is, Secretary Yellen, did the Department of Treasury consult with USTR on the likely tax and economic impacts of this decision? I mean, did you guys work together? Did you talk about it at all?
Or did you guys just
Well, this was really USTR's decision, and I honestly have to defer to USTR when it comes to Ambassador Tai's position that she's taken on you're talking about the WTO situation with digital trade. When it comes to Pillar 1, we've had interagency coordination, and our position on this really remains completely unchanged. We're trying as hard as we can to get rid of digital service taxes that we regard as discriminatory against U.S. firms.
And thank you for that, but you know it very well. If you look at it, I mean, obviously our multinationals will have to build infrastructure, and that obviously will create costs these companies jobs and cost taxes that could be paid here. I mean, how do we square that up?
You mean because of the WTO position?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I really just can't. I haven't been involved in that at all. We've generally opposed data localization requirements, and I don't think that's really changed significantly, but I honestly have to defer to USTR on that issue.
And I appreciate that. I mean, it just seems like everybody's at odds here. The USTR is at odds with the Treasury. I mean, in the WTO, I mean, I don't quite, I think we're going in two opposite directions. And I think the thing that we don't want is where our multinationals are paying and paying taxes to other countries, and other countries are using us for a piggy bank. And I just feel like we're swaying that direction. Do you see that at all?
Well, we're really trying to oppose that in the Pillar 1 negotiations. We're trying to get rid of digital service taxes that are being imposed on our firms.
Well, I'd really appreciate that. I mean, but continue to look at that. Please do a deep dive into this, because what's going to happen is we're going to lose a lot of dollars when these infrastructures get moved to other countries, and losing jobs and IP transfers. So if you could. With that, I'll close down my comments. Thank you for being here.
Madam Secretary, we would not want you to leave here without getting high praise and accolades from the gentleman from California, because I'm sure that's what he wants to heap upon you on your way out. So, Mr. Panetta, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, I will be quick. I'll focus on just one issue, and it's one that's important to me and my constituent in the 19th Congressional District, and that's housing cost. As you know, researchers have found that high housing costs can strain a local economy by slowing employment growth. If housing is unaffordable, local companies can struggle to attract and recruit workers. I have long advocated, especially on this committee, for building of more workforce housing, for making sure that there's a first-time homebuyer's tax credit, for doubling the capital gains tax on home sales. We want to make sure that there is these types of tax credits to bolster housing. Can you explain how investment in housing, like the areas that I've talked about, can support the economy, and would the Department of Treasury support these types of investments, especially in workforce housing?
Well, we're very concerned about
house.
shortage
No
of
printing for a year.
affordable housing in places like California, but also many parts of the country. The president is doing everything he can to promote affordable housing. There are many proposals in the Green Book, including expansion of LIHTC and credit for first-time buyers and sellers of houses to get rid of some of the lock-in that's occurred because of the increase in mortgage rates.
And I agree with you on the LIHTC, and I'm a big supporter of
say
LIHTC.
seller
However,
incentive?
what I found, especially in the 19th Congressional District, you have a number of
I didn't
people
even think
who
about
work
that.
in
These
our
guys are
district, but they
crazy.
don't qualify for low-income housing. That's why I believe workforce housing is very, very important.
Bro,
to
she just
ensure
said
that people
seller
who work in the
incentive.
district can afford to live in the district. And so I'm hoping
So
that
they'll give you a
workforce housing
tax
is something that
benefit
the
to
Department
sell your
of
house
Treasury would be interested
to
in.
increase inventory.
We'd be glad to work with
She said
you on
first-time
that.
home
We're trying
buyers
to do
and
everything
sellers.
we can in this area.
And I will take that as a closing answer. Thank you, Madam Secretary. I yield back.
So they're going to help you buy
gentlemen.
your first
Madam
house because
Secretary,
it's
thank
so
you for your time
expensive,
here before the
and then they're
committee.
going to
Thank you for extending
incentivize
your
you to
time.
sell
We
your house the
stand
first
adjourned.
time.
Without objection.
You can't make this shit up.
Members will have 2 weeks to submit questions in writing. Madam Secretary, thank you.
All right. That's it. Now they giggle. Well, I'm almost done.
Hey, everyone. Welcome.
Whoa.
I'm going to speak ever so briefly from the podium.
Jeez, dog. Deep voice. And no incentive to buy the second one. Yeah, they just first-time home buyers. They're like, you just bought your first house? We'll give you half off taxes if you sell it. This is where obnoxious positivity comes into play. Yeah, buddy. Amen, amen. Increasing houses, selling it increases taxes? Yeah, it does. Not for you, but for the person who buys it. All right, well. There's a Treasury thing. Speaker Johnson discussing college protest. Yeah, I still need a couple of minutes. Incentivize people with more home. No. They're saying first-time home sellers. So, but I never thought about that till she said that. They're probably gonna do that. They're gonna offer credits to sell your house. So they're like, oh, how do we fix the inventory? Give people a tax credit if they sold a house. So now, by adding a house to the market, there's a potential tax benefit if they get away, if they're able to do that. Wing. All right, still got a couple more. When you refinance, no. Well, actually, if they do another assessment, but usually your house assessment goes up with the city anyways. Boeing, is it on the low? Because they were dumping earlier. And then weed stocks, I think that was the biggest news all day. Yeah, Boeing is getting clapped. But for first-time sellers, how does that help? Because it makes them want to sell, and you got to think about it. First-time sellers, there's old people out there who are first-time sellers. You got to realize, just because we lived in the generation that said go travel and don't buy a house, and then 5 years later we're like, oh, we can't afford a house anymore, and then they hustled us, But there's people, like, some of the best deals I bought were first-time sellers. So, like, literally, that house I bought in San Fran, she was a first-time seller. The house never sold until she sold it. So there's some houses that have never touched the market in 20, 30 years, and they could be incentivized by that. They probably wouldn't make you pay capital gains if you were a first-time buyer and seller, if that makes sense. But I don't know. Again, this is my first time hearing about it. It's an interesting concept. Then we're kind of going lower here. We might hit another low, so watch out. Is she done for the day? Yeah, she just finished. I mean, that took a long time, though, man. I don't know. She said first-time buyers and sellers. That's why I was like, oh, that's an interesting comment. But it makes sense, like, if they wanted to stimulate house sales. I never really thought about that till she said it, but, they're creative, bro. They're creative. That's, to say the least, very creative. Ari's Capital. All right. I think we got most of them done. Troy. Paging Troy. Troy. Eye doctor. Your patient. But if Troy's here, if you guys see Troy, I don't have Riot. I don't have Root and Lemonade. And then Gold. Barrick. If you could get me Root or Lemonade, one or the other would work. And then Riot, please. And then Gold. Barrick Gold. Anything if possible. Shukran, Habibi. Dr. Lenman is in the building. Thank you. We found him. Gold, please. All right. Other than that, dude, we got Pfizer in the morning. Riot, Root, Lemonade, Gold coming. Oh, dude, a Riot, Lemonade, Gold, dude? Sounds fucking tasty, dude. Riot, Root, Lemonade, Gold? That sounds like the name of a vape. That's a vape flavor. Riot, Root, Lemonade, Gold. I like Pfizer. We have the preview. We're going to go over it in a second. I think I have all of them. Let me just go get a power piss in so we could get this. And then that's it. We're a little later today, but we had some technical difficulties. I have Wingstop. We're ready to go. I have all of them. So what we're going to do, I have Amazon. I don't have SMCI too, actually. Troy, that's another one. SMCI, totally forgot. But I have all of these. If Troy gets me that one, I'll have all of them except for one OK, but they don't matter. And then we're going to go Pfizer, CVS. I'll have Gold, MA, Norwegian, Kraft, Estee Lauder, and then everything but Aries. So just everything on the list here except for one OK and Aries, but I don't think those are that crazy. All the other names, very, very big. Bondlandia is in shambles. I feel you. All right. I'll be right back and get ready for previews. Let me send out an alert. And we will get ready. Golden Root Lemonade, dude. Try it, dude. Flavorful. Dude, they keep talking about these protests. I thought we supported protests.
Each door handle, and they also zip tied the door handles.
The school says protesters are being suspended and expelled. Seniors who were part of the occupation will not be allowed to graduate. The White House has weighed in on this, with National Security Council spokesman John Kirby saying that taking over a campus building is not a peaceful protest. The Drug Enforcement Administration is expected to move to reclassify marijuana as a less dangerous drug. The proposal would recognize the medical uses of cannabis and acknowledge it has less potential for abuse. However, it would not legalize marijuana outright for recreational use. Donald Trump found in contempt of court and fined $9,000 after the New York judge overseeing his criminal hush money case ruled the former president repeatedly violated a gag order. The judge also warned Donald Trump that he could go to jail if he continues to violate that order. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
Meet Litter Robot, the revolutionary self-cleaning litter box that eliminates the chore of scooping.
We've tried everything to address plumbing emergencies faster. We all remember the plumbing drone
like a real
debacle.
bathroom break, bro. Why'd they play me like that? That's crazy. You see that? And then they were like, cat litter? I don't even have a cat. That's the worst ad ever.
Rooney here with a breakdown. Investors are expecting, Kate.
Hey, Seema. Yeah, so the big focus is Amazon Web Services, AWS, which really is still the profit engine for Amazon. The growth rate to beat 14.7%. Investors want to see that growth re-accelerating, and any signs that last year when growth did dip, that was the bottom. A miss on AWS could signal that Microsoft's Azure and Google Cloud are taking some market share. It's a very competitive cloud space right now, especially with what's going on in AI. E-commerce business, that is still in focus. Investors are watching North American revenue margin expansion and then free cash flow margins. Amazon's investments in fulfillment centers and logistics during COVID have really started to being reflected in margins. We have seen faster delivery speeds also translate into Prime membership. So advertising, another big one to watch this quarter as Amazon Prime Video ads start to factor in. They've got these more broadcast-style commercials. We may also find out how many customers are willing to pay extra for the ad-free service, which rolled out in the quarter. Amazon is now the only big tech company, other than Tesla, not paying a dividend. That is not expected to change, guys. The street really wants to see Amazon reinvesting in AI, but not going overboard. So this is sort of a balance here. They need to balance CapEx spending and also profitability. Amazon this morning announcing the expansion of its chat GPT competitor, Amazon Q. That is a Gen AI assistant for AWS.
I don't know. Amazon Q. Last time you brought up Q, we had a problem. I don't know how I feel about that, Jeffrey. Not too sure. It's a shame. But Chattadonia, it's game time. We're a little bit later here, but we still got it all. It is time for the earnings preview. So, like I said, we are going to go over Amazon, AMD, SMCI, Starbucks, Riot, Pinterest, Caesars, Root, Lemonade, Pfizer, CVS, Barrick, MasterCard, Norwegian, Wingstop, Crafts, Estee Lauder, Marriott, and Marriott. So we're going to go over all those. I'm going to go over their previews, what is expected from analysts, the company, how they moved on the last earnings. Then we're going to go to the option chain, see how much the market maker is pricing in, and then we are going to go determine whether or not there is some cheap plays. So if you're unfamiliar with the strategy, go to the description. There is a video titled How to Price Options that will explain everything you need to take advantage of this. Because if you do not watch that video, you will not understand the last part of what we are going to do here, and I am not going to explain it because that video has been there and we've already done this for like 3 or 4 months. So a lot of good information. How you choose to use it, that will be up to you. Do not gamble. Money that you need is cursed, and if there's any updates, I'll let you know in Elmo business. Set it off, baby. Oh no, let's go. Oh my gosh, Elmo, shukran habibi. Elmo business. Let's go, baby. That's a great way to start it off. All right. So let's get it. Let's get a power run. All of the earn. We got to start with Amazon, baby. That's the big one. I already sold out of these plays, so I'm not playing Amazon. I hope all of the watch list, you guys are following along with these because there's a couple of rules we've learned. One, if I already made a play out of it, I'm done with it. I'm not playing Amazon today. I'm not going to be playing Amazon. That's the only one that we did a pre-earnings on. And then number two, usually if a stock is like $10, are we going to buy puts on it Come on, Chad. Easy answer. You should know. Usually those plays are not the ones that we are going to go for. So if it's like a $10, $5 stock, there's a good chance those puts are overpriced. Why? Because there's limited downside on them. So a lot of if there's any cheap plays out here, I mean, we could save us a lot of time by avoiding those. And if you want to play the cheap ones, you're better off going with shares. Okay? Don't forget that. But now, let's start with Amazon. Bowen's just been getting knocked, man. Again, the whole market is down too. Excuse me. All right, so Amazon expecting revenue in North America, $85 billion, operating income $4.3 billion, international $33.2 billion, operating income loss of $570 million, AWS revenue $24.94, operating income of $7.52, revenue total $142.63 billion versus guidance of $138 to $135 or $143.5. That's so analysts are on the higher end. Gross margin 48.4, operating income 11.2 billion versus guidance of 8 to 12 billion, operating margin 7.9% versus guidance of 5.8 to 8.4, EPS 84 cents next quarter, expecting North American revenue of 90.9 million, international 34.2, and AWS of 25.63 on total revenue of 150.2 billion, gross margin 49.3, operating income 12.73 billion, operating margin 8.5%, and EPS of 96 cents a share. Near-term options imply 7.7% move since last quarter, February 2nd. Amazon is up by 4.8%. S&P is up by 3.1%. And XLP staples are up by 2.1%. Last 4 quarters, gain of 8, gain of 7, gain of 8, and loss of 4. Revenue has beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. EPS has beaten 13 of the last 20 quarters. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 8 of the last 20 with 1 in line. Wow. So that's your boy, Amazon. So it looks like 7%. Let's double check. $177.5 is at 180. 1480. 1525. That says 1450. Oh, I'm far off. We'll go with $15. $15 divided by 179. So market maker thinks Amazon will move $15 either direction. That's 8.3. So that's why we made money on our pre-earnings. It's pricing in a little bit more over the last couple of days. So 8.3%, about $15 either direction is where the market maker thinks Amazon is going to move. And I'm not going to play this. We already got our plays. I'm down to play the post-earnings afterwards, but I think we already did good on this one. If AWS kills it, they'll launch 10%. I really think so. And then you got a couple of the dividend news things on the background, but that one is not as guaranteed. So that's the first one. The next one, ladies and gentlemen, chip makers, AMD. So AMD, they're expecting revenue of $5.48 billion versus guidance of $5.4 plus or minus $300 million. Non-GAAP gross margin 51.4 versus guidance of 52. Non-GAAP operating expenses $1.73 billion. Non-GAAP operating margin 20.6%. EPS of 62 cents a share. Next quarter revenue $5.73 billion. Non-GAAP gross margin of 52.4%. Non-GAAP operating expense of $1.75 billion. Non-GAAP operating margin of 22.3% and EPS of 70 cents a share. Price history since last quarter, AMD is down by 8.3%. SPY is up by 4.2%, and XLK is break even. Near-term options imply 9% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 3, gain of 10, loss of 7, loss of 9. Revenue has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 15 of the last 20 with 4 in line. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 9 of the last 20 quarters. 9 of the last 20 quarters. That's it. AMD. I think that one's, they have a weird history. I think AMD, although I do think it's important, that history just reminds me. They usually die, and then they just trade up randomly like 2 days later. So I don't know. I feel like AMD is going to be a little more trickier. But remember, any of these earnings, a blowout will be very good. So you never know when that's going to occur. Let's 60. So what? 1370, 1350. We'll use 1350. So market maker thinks AMD will move $13.50. Either direction, 8.4. So I think that's a little lower. So the premiums came down leading into today. Not bad, but about 8.3. That's a big move. So you got to pay up for that, even if it's out of the money. All righty. Next one up is Starbucks. So Starbucks, this is a value one, man. This one could be very interesting, especially we get a long-term deposit. But we'll see. They're expecting comps of 1.0, revenue $9.12 billion, operating margin of 14.4, EPS of 80 cents a share, full year guidance, global comps 4 to 6%, US 4 to 6, China comps LSD plus, consolidated revenue growth of plus 7 to 10. Price history since January 30th, Starbucks is down 6%, S&P is up by 3.6, and XLY is up by 1.1. Near-term options imply 6.6% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 1, gain of 9, gain of 1, loss of 9. Revenue has beaten 12 of the last 20, and EPS has beaten 14 of the last 20, with 1 in line. Let's see. So pricing in what, 6%? So Starbucks, you guys know what happens with Starbucks, right? It's very simple. Their earnings, it either blows out and makes a 10% move, or it does absolutely nothing. I think that's been the same schedule of that for the last 2 years. One big one, one small one. One big one, one small one. One big one, one small one. So yeah, if it doesn't have a big earnings, they're going to do nothing. And then if they blow it out, people will get hyped, especially with the value that offers there. Was that 578, 560? So market maker thinks Starbucks will move 560 either direction. 6.3%, a little lower, but generally the same. So not bad. 560. What's the next one? Pinterest. Wow. I'm talking about, damn, bonds are getting destroyed again. So bonds going lower here. It's kind of a little bit of a development there. Weed stock news. Is there more? There was some earlier. We got that within a second today. It was really, really hype. Pinterest. So Pinterest is expecting $700.3 million in revenue versus guidance of $690 to $705. Adjusted EBITDA $73.5 million. Adjusted EBITDA margin 10.5. EPS 14 cents. Monthly active users 504.9 million. Average revenue per user $1.40. Price history since last quarter, February 8th. Pinterest is down 17.3. S&P is up by 2. XLK is down by 2.3. Near-term options imply 14% move. Last 4 quarters, down 9, gain of 19, down of 4, down of 16. Revenue has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters. Wow. Oh, you sent the preview? I forgot SMCI. I need to get that one's another one. So we'll jump to that one after this. Thank you. So Pinterest. This one's pricing in a lot, but I mean, again, Pinterest, I'm surprised it didn't move that big last time, but if it does have a blowout quarter or a bigger one, this thing moves more often than not, though. So you're more likely to get a 10% move. I think that's why it's pricing in so much. So what? 425? 415? We'll use 415. So 414, market maker thinks pins will move $4.14 either direction. 12.2, a little lower. So premiums came down ahead of that. Interesting. That one, if you like Pinterest, I think you could justify it if you have an idea of their performance. Otherwise, that's 15, 12% is a lot. All right. So the next one, SMCI. So thank you to Troy. We almost skipped this one. So SPY's going lower too, and bonds have already blown out new low of the day, which is not good. So Supermicro revenue is projected to be more than triple to nearly $4 billion as AI boosts demand for its products. Barclays sees fourth quarter guidance easily beating an expected $4.86 billion, led by Tesla and Tier 2 Cloud, though some investors are wary about Supermicro skipping pre-announcing numbers like they did in January. Third quarter net sales estimate 3.96 on consensus, adjusted EPS 570, adjusted gross margin 15.1, fourth quarter adjusted EPS estimate 715, net sales estimate 4.86. That's for next quarter. Wow. Analyst commentary, Barclays overweight, price target 961. We continue to be overweight on SMCI, and we expect a robust year of AI server deployment led by Tier 2 Cloud and high-end enterprise. We see SMCI's positioning relatively intact for GB200 orders. Loop Capital buy, price target 1,500. Loop Capital more than doubled its price target from 600 due to SMCI's exposure to generative AI. They have 13 buys, 5 holds, 1 sell. Average price target 1,021. 16% upside from current price. Implied one-day move following earnings 13%. Shares are up 730% in the past year versus SPY, which is up 22.6. Yeah, new low on the market. Bro, SMCI is up 731% on the year. So we'll see. And then market is hitting a new low while we're going over previews. Again, I guess word to the floor. Wait till we fill the other gap. But like I'm saying, this is going to be some of that earnings move, getting ready. And before you know it, you have the Powell. But, bro, this is just straight down all day now. It didn't look like that in the morning, but now with bonds down and everything else, you are selling off a little bit. So SMCI, let's see what they're pricing in. Same distance. What is that, $160? 162, that says 169. We'll go with the 162. That's insane. Mm. 18%. Hold on. Oh, shit. Yeah, it's expensive. No, I just realized. I thought my court date was on the 4th. It's on the 3rd. I might not be here Friday morning. Dude, I lagged on that. I got to hit up that lawyer dude. But yeah, otherwise I might not be here Friday morning. I might go to jail. Sell off crazy. Well, they're pricing in 18%, $116. That's like what? That's like $1,000. And those contracts will cost you $3,600. Wow. There will be some good ones there. Why you have Corp? I don't know. They were supposed to throw this ticket out, and they wanted to like give me a ticket, and I'm like, it's a fix-it ticket shit. I was like, dude, no. But then I was supposed to have my Mr. Fix-It guy on there. I don't know why he didn't. I got the other one, though. I had another. You know, I told you I had my first speeding ticket ever in like a decade, and I got it thrown out. I was like, woohoo! So technically, I have no speeding tickets now. Well, Intel, again, after the earnings, you could add. The only problem that's going to be with Intel is that, oh, wait, we have to do Riot. The only problem with Intel is that sometimes if AMD does good, Intel could do bad. We've seen that before. So watch out for that. All right, the next one is Riot. So Riot total revenue estimate 94.8 million, net loss of 43.7. They have 11 buys, 0 holds, 0 sells. Average price target is 2027, 91% upside from current price. Implied one-day move following earnings is 5.7%. Shares are down 11.4 in the past year, while the SPX is up by 22.1. So that's a Riot. I don't think it tells us what's priced in for earnings. So if you're into the Bitcoin miners, and I mean, it is post, what's it called? It's post halving. That's $1.01. That's $1.07. So I think they're pricing in 10%. Yeah, 9.9%. So market maker thinks Riot will move $1.01 either direction. All right, the next one is Caesars. So Caesars, they're expecting revenue of $2.82 billion, adjusted EBITDA margin 32.9, adjusted EBITDA 923.2 million, EPS loss of 8 cents. Since last quarter, Caesars is down 9.9, S&P up 1.3, XLY down 2.4. Near-term options imply 7.4%. Last 4 quarters, gain of 1, loss of 1, loss of 4, loss of 1. Revenue has beaten 9 of the last 20. EPS has beaten 7 of the last 20. So, honestly, they might have a big move. I don't know if we could play it, but that's weird. They shouldn't be pricing in 7%, and I think it's because they're at like a 3-year low right now. So this earnings might be a little bit more pivotal for them. That's Caesar, CZR. I wrote it in Arabic, so you might not be able to read it as good, but that's Caesars. I'm surprised you didn't comment on the Amazon. Did you not see the Amazon? None of y'all said shit to my... Look at how I spelled Amazon, bro. I spelt it left to bottom up. I was left to top down. Nobody said anything to that one. So I didn't say anything either. You know what I'm saying? Y'all ain't saying. But that one got you? That's weird. 36.5 was like what? 245? 240? So market maker thinks Caesars will move $2.40 in either direction. 6.5%. That's a little lower. Well, it's still a little up there. I think there's going to be a little hype on that one. 240 on Caesars. Okay, next one. Lemonade. Oh, I have Lemonade. Oh, so I don't have Root. Sorry, Troy, I made you get me Lemonade too. But I have Root as well. So Lemonade and Root. Remember, these are both the same pretty much insurance companies. One wanted to buy the other. So Lemonade. Q1 gross premiums written 184.0, gross premiums earned 184.3 versus guidance of 183 to 185, revenue 114.1 versus guidance of 111 to 113, adjusted gross income 32.7 million, adjusted gross margin 28.8%, adjusted EBITDA loss of 40.7 million versus guidance of loss of 43 to 41, EPS loss of 81 cents a share, premium per customer 376, in-force premium 790.5 versus guidance of 789 to 791. Next quarter expecting premiums written 228.4, gross premium earned 198.1, revenue of 123.1, adjusted EBITDA of 33.6, and EBITDA margin or gross margin of 27.3, EPS loss of 81 cents a share. Full year guidance, adjusted EBITDA loss of 160 to 150, revenue to 505 to 510, gross earned premium 815 to 820, and then in-force premium 938 to 942. Since last quarter, February 27th, Lemonade is down 18.7, SPY is down by 0.1, and XLF is up by 1.7. Near-term options imply 16.6% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 28, gain of 47, loss of 22, and gain of 28. So, yeah. S&P, NVIDIA upgraded to AA- on continued strong AI investment. CZ sentenced to 5 months in prison. Wow. So he is now officially the richest inmate in the United States of America. So he is the richest person to go to jail. So nobody with his net worth will be in prison. Ta-da! But yeah, Lemonade, dude, Lemonade's crazy. This thing's moves a lot. It's pricing in 16.6, but I mean, it's moved 22 to 40% on every earnings of the last year. So revenue has beaten 15 of the last 15 quarters. EPS has beaten 12 of the last 15. Short interest is 33%. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 6 of the last 12 quarters. So Lemonade, I just think if you want dollars, that's your play. But honestly, I don't even think you could find like cheap contracts or not, if that makes sense. It's pricing in a lot. It moves insane. This is a weird growth story going on with it, you know? So what is that? $3.10? I get $2.98. $17.4%. It's pricing it more. So the premium went up. That's kind of nuts. How many rate cuts are priced in for 24? Right now on Fed futures, just about one. So, yeah, Lemonade, bro, if you want dollars, if you got high risk tolerance, I mean, that play is going to move a lot, but I don't think you're going to be able to find the earnings, man. That one is going to be very hard. So now the last one for the day for after hours, it's going to be your boy Root. So Root, very similar to Lemonade. They're exactly the same in terms of industry. And again, remember Root, we played this at 16, bro. 12 to 16, I was down on it. I got out on that buyout shit, bro, and then the shit goes up like 97%. Actually, 1,500%. So first quarter revenue for Root is expected to be $201.9 million. Net investment income, $8.78. Net premiums written, $212.6. Net premiums earned, $192.2. Loss per share, $2.35 a share. They got 4 buys, 5 holds, and 0 sells. Average price target, $43.25, 34% downside from current price. Implied one-day move following earnings is 17%. Shares are up 1,400% in the last year, while the SPX is up 22.6. And that's it. So, yeah, Root's pricing in 17. I think y'all can figure that one out. That one you got to be careful for. Search Fed Rate Monitor tool if on investing.com to get the Fed futures. All right, yeah. Dude, they're up 1,500%. But Chattadonia, that is all the earnings for today after the bell. So these are all of the companies that will be reporting in about an hour. You did miss Starbucks. So if it's on this side of the chart, you missed it. We still haven't done these. We're going to get into now the morning earnings. But anything after the bell today, we have done, priced it in, gone over the preview. All right, baby. Time for the morning. You know the vibes. Pfizer, your first one, baby. Good old PFE. Everybody in the PFA, put your mother and arm up and jab with me. Everybody in the PFE, get your mother and jab up. What? Nobody stand tough. Notice that this Donald Trump does not have his vax up. This bagger got you cast up. No, okay. I know, Pfizer. Supercharged. That's what we said. I know. All right. So Pfizer, they're expecting revenue of $14.01 billion. I don't want to read the segments too much. Expenses, SG&A, 3.41. Adjusted R&D, 2.7 billion. EPS, 53 cents a share. Full year guidance, 58.5 billion to 61.5 billion. SG&A, 23.6 to 24.1. EPS, 205 to 225. Price history since last quarter, January 29th. Pfizer is down 7.7. S&P is up by 3.4, and XLV is down by 0.2. Near-term options imply 4.4% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 2, break even, loss of 1, break even. Revenue has beaten 13 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters. In a weird way, 4% is a lot for Pfizer. That's kind of funny. Bro, I'm telling you, all the premiums for earnings this time around, they have been jacked up a little higher. Because I'm telling you, Pfizer doesn't even move a lot, but they got a little bit of juice. Still lower, though. 25.6. $1.15, $1.17. We'll go $1.15. So market maker thinks Pfizer will move $1.15 in either direction. 4.4%. Am I playing any of them? I already got some previews, but I don't know. I mean, there's a couple that out of the after hours, I don't know. I don't think there's only one that got my attention out of that whole list, or two of them, but I'm not really too down with them. So we'll find out. I'm going to let you know. We're going to go over the previews, have the numbers, and then go after the plays. But yeah, Pfizer's pricing in 4.4. Kind of a decent amount. They haven't really moved more than 2% in the last year, though. So we'll see. The next one is CVS. Again, these are all for the AM tomorrow. You have Pfizer leaps. Should you keep? I would move them into Pfizer shares. But otherwise, the leaps, I don't know what's going to happen in time. Long term. All right, CVS. They're expecting $89.33 billion in revenue, gross margin 15.2, operating margin 3.97, EPS $1.71, health services $40.95 billion, healthcare benefits revenue 30.69. Since last quarter, February 6th, CVS is down 8.9. S&P is up by 3.2. XLP is up by 2.5. Near-term options imply 5% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 3, break even, gain of 3, loss of 4. Revenue has beaten 20 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 20 of the last 20 quarters. Dang, man. Imagine never missing on earnings and still trading near lows. That's crazy. All right. What that 232 or 332? That says 340. We'll use my number. So market maker thinks CVS will move $3.32 tomorrow morning after earnings. 4.8%. Not bad. Riot and Lemonade. Oh, Riot. No, Riot is just, that's crypto. I think we went over that one, but that was pricing in a lot. I think you just have to have that in there, but that one didn't really stand out to me. And then Lemonade and Root, if you want big movers and like you have a crazy risk tolerance, you just want something to trade that's going to move a lot, those are 20, 40 percenters, but high risk, high reward. So that's CVS. Next one is MasterCard. I think Barrick Gold slips in there. Yeah, Barrick and then MasterCard. So let me go over MasterCard and then I'll go back to Barrick. So MasterCard expecting revenue of $6.34 billion, operating expenses $2.65 billion, operating margin 58.3, EPS $3.25 a share. Since last quarter, they're up by 2.9. S&P is up 4.2, XLF is up 5.5. Near-term options imply 3.9% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 1, loss of 6, loss of 2, gain of 2. Revenue has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters. Mm-hmm. The bank run. There wasn't a bank run last weekend. Just the bank failed. And it was just small and then got bought up. And then nom, 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 nom. So MasterCard. It's an interesting pricing. They don't really move much, but the latest quarters they've been moving. And then they still have the Capital One deal, which is at play. We're pricing in $16.30. Wow, that says $15.50. Okay, we'll go with like $15.75. So I think around 15.75, market maker thinks MasterCard will move that in either direction. 3.4%. Not bad. 15.75. All right, and the next one is Barrick Gold. So honestly, Barrick doesn't really even have that much. Yeah, so the Barrick Gold preview, very limited, unfortunately. And then honestly, man, I know someone told me Hugh has been saying the same thing lately, but like for real, homies, just trade gold, don't trade the miners. I think it's very simple. I've said it for years, but I just really hope, if you really are trying to get in the gold hype, just stay away from the companies. Trade GLD, and I even hate GLD, but I would go for the actual commodity itself, not a company that mines the commodity. So Barrick, options in Barrick are pricing in greater than average earnings day volatility with a gap of 1.4% compared with the move of the past 8 quarterly releases. Option market is implying a 3.9% move compared to an average 2.4 of the past year. Shares of Barrick Gold have risen 1.1 on the past week and are now down 10% in the past year. That's all I have. So I have there's no analyst stuff or nothing. Hear me out, Amazon 220 call. And then 145 puts. Are they 61 each? It's up a lot though. But I think 2 standard deviations could hit on Amazon if there's a blowout. So if there's not a blowout, that shit is gonna cuck. I know Amazon, man. It's a big guy but it doesn't always have to move. So unfortunately, like if there is no AWS blowout, no guidance blowout, I mean, it's going to do nothing. Or it'll move it'll move like 4% up or down, just enough to move, but not enough to gain on any real out the monies. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not downplaying that play, but I'm just saying that's what you're playing. Like just understand that with any of the Amazon ones, you're really just playing for a blowout, beat or miss. Same thing could happen to the downside. A big AWS miss, all of that could lead you to the downside. I have no AMD play. Even if I did, though, I wouldn't tell you. So again, we're getting everybody on the watch list for the plays. If you miss it and it's already there, but I haven't gone over the plays, but I don't think I'm going to play AMD. So I already got out of my Amazon pre-runnings too. And then gold, it says pricing in 3.9 for Barrick. The next one is NCLH. So NCLH expecting $2.23 billion in revenue, fuel expense $199.2, EBITDA $452.8 versus guidance of $450. So analysts think they're going to do better. EBITDA margin 20.2, EPS of guidance of 9 cents versus 12. Quarter 2 revenue expected to be $2.35 billion, fuel expense $168.8, EBITDA $553.7, EBITDA margin 23.5, EPS 31 cents. Full year guidance December 24, EBITDA of $2.2 billion, EPS of $1.23 since last quarter. NCLH is down by 0.6, SPY is up by 0.6, XLY down 3.1, and near-term options imply 9.3% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 20, loss of 4, loss of 12, gain of 9. Revenue has beaten 11 of the last 12 quarters, and EPS has beaten 8 of the last 12 quarters, or 20. Bro, CGC and weed stocks ripping. So, yeah. NCLH, we hit that one. I remember hitting that one last quarter. But if you notice, it's pricing in a ton now. When I played it, it wasn't pricing in that much last quarter. So now it's pricing in a ton. It looks to be about 9%. 19. 160-ish, 150. Yeah, we'll go with that. One market maker thinks NCLH will move $1.56 either direction. 8.2 cents or 8.2%. That's a lot. When I played it, I think it was pricing in like 3 or 4. You kept KGC up 23. Wow, really? That's good. That's a minor and it went up. Take it. All right, so NCLH, I mean, it's pricey. I would play it if that was cheap, but unfortunately, it's more expensive than last time. All right, the next one is Wingstop, baby. We're getting closer to the end. Do you have MO options or just shares? I have MO in the long term. If you want to know about any options plays, go to the second link in the description. I had a really in-depth analysis of all of those questions on the watch list. So we went over those plays, my plan, and all that. So the next one, Wings. Oh, I didn't even go over the preview. So Wingstop, they're expecting comps of 12.7%. Company owns 7.8. Revenue $136.3 million. Restaurant margin 25.6. EBITDA $44 million. EBITDA margin 32.2. EPS 77 cents a share. Number of restaurants 2,259. Since last quarter, February 21st, Wingstop is up 23.1. SPY is up 2.6. XLY is down by 1.6. Near-term options imply 11.5% move last 4 quarters. Loss of 4, gain of 8, break even, and gain of 9. Revenue has beaten 13 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 14 of the last 20 with 1 in line. Don't ban you. I have to ban you. It has nothing to do with the topic. And then by saying don't ban you, you know exactly what you're doing by saying that. So unfortunately, welcome back to the extreme chat-a-dative tightening. I love you, man, but we got to get back to the OG. Welcome to the 10-year anniversary. Amen. Amen. Oh, Wings don't even got weeklies? That's crazy. That's damn. So I don't even, that's just $43. That's still 10%. That's insane. You could guess on the monthly. The monthly, it still works, but it's just, there's going to be a little bit of slippage. Did I ban the right person? Yes. Just because he said praise God afterwards, I still banned him. I'm not. Again, you guys got to realize I grew up in a church too, and people would always try to do stuff to me and then bring Jesus into it, thinking that I didn't observe what just happened. So, yeah, I don't. You could say praise God all you want and Jesus too. It does not change my view towards rules and how we operate. So, unfortunately, like I'm saying, if you are my brother too, I think you would respect me and the community in many ways too. But that doesn't, that doesn't stop me. All right. Well, Wingstop, that's pricing in too much, man. That one, good luck. Bro, CGC is up over 50. That keeps going. Honestly, there's not that many cheap plays today. I only have 2. Out of all of these previews so far, I only wrote down 2 of them that I'm going to go afterwards and just try to price them in. Wing is really tough. I like Root and Lemonade if you're just a crackhead. So here's what I'll tell you. If I didn't play Intel and get wrecked on that, I would be gambling on a Root or a Lemonade today. Does that make sense? If I didn't lose $3,500 on Intel, or wait, no, it was like 5. I'm still in it. I'm still down on it. But if I had the capital for it and I did not blow it on the other one, because I'm still in that play, I got to hold it. That would be my gamble play. Otherwise, there's not really anything good out there, man. I'm mad tied up. I don't have to let it tie me up, but it would be smart to let it tie you up. If that, we don't have to go out of hand, and I do think with enough time, but I don't want to take any gambles if I'm still reeling from the other ones or dealing with them. All right, KHC. So they're expecting growth, loss, organic 0.8, North America down 2.2, international up 2.7, revenue 643 billion, gross margin 33.9, adjusted EBITDA margin 23.6, EPS of 69 cents a share, full year guidance, revenue 26.64 billion to 27.17 billion, EPS of 301 to 307, price history since February 13th, Kraft is up by 6.3%, S&P is up by 3.2, and XLP is up by 4. Near-term options imply 3.8%. Last 4 quarters, loss of 5, gain of 2, gain of 1, gain of 2. And revenue has beaten 13 of the last 20. EPS has beaten 20 of the last 20. So pretty much their last quarter, they surprised. They have a little bit more premium, but other than that, this one's not really a big mover. But it's pricing in slightly more because last earnings, they got a little juicy. Juicy. So, pricing in what? $1.40. This is 143. So I'll use $1.40 divided by 38.58. This is for Kraft Heinz. Market maker thinks they will move $1.40 in either direction. 3.6%. So it's not bad. I think you need to have a general idea. But then again, I think just like Norwegian, Kraft wasn't pricing in that much. FCC terminates agreement with FTC on open internet rules after net neutrality reinstatement. All right, Estee Lauder. This one would have been a great one if it didn't pop so hard. Honestly, it's actually kind of near that price, so I haven't looked at this one yet, but just the story of Estee Lauder I've been following. Yeah, it's pricing in a shit ton. So Estee Lauder revenue $3.92 billion implies $4.3 billion versus guidance of 3.5 year over year. Operating income $330.4 million. Non-GAAP gross margin of 70.2%. Non-GAAP operating margin of 8.4%. EPS of 49 cents a share versus guidance of 36 cents to 46 cents a share. Full year guidance revenue of $15.75 billion to $16.07 billion. EPS $2.08 to $2.23. Since last quarter, February 4th, Estee Lauder is up by 8.6, S&P is up by 3, XLP is up by 2.1. Near-term options imply 9.6% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 12, loss of 19, loss of 3, and loss of 17. Revenue has beaten 15 of the last 20 with 1 in line. EPS has beaten 18 of the last 20. Forward quarter EPS has beaten 1 of the last 16. Whoa, that's crazy. SPY new low. My goodness. So Chatadonia, that pressure, and honestly, there's only 30 minutes left. If you don't get saved by your 30 minutes, it seems like set up into Amzn and Powell is pressure. Remember, we are waking up to a shit ton of data tomorrow. Yeah, I think a little fear coming into Powell and a little fear about the earnings. Because I thought it would have got a bid if they were feeling good. I thought we would have bounced around here and then closed right around here. Would have been a nothing day. SMCI is dumping now. Yo, that's earnings today after the bell. What the hell's happening with that? All right, well, here it is. The final play of the day for tomorrow morning. Oh, wait, no, Estee Lauder. I got to price it in. I forgot. $145. 13. 14. We'll go 13.15. So market maker thinks they'll move $13.53 either direction. 9.2. So I don't know. I like the story of Estee Lauder, but I don't like that chain, man. That's expensive. But if anything, that one beat or whatever that story develops, Estee Lauder, huge name, huge value, big moves over the last year. 1 out of 20 quarters have beat on EPS, you know? So we'll see how that one plays out. All right, and then the final one now, Marriott. And then again, SPY just hit a low. Bonds, we're already doing that earlier. Not AMD. Honestly, I think AMD is going to be a cuck. I think some of the options can hit on AMD, but after going over the preview, I haven't looked at 2 standard deviations yet, but I was reminded AMD doesn't move on earnings. Like, I'm telling you, AMD, if you look at its earnings results compared to its performance on the quarter, they don't reflect at all. AMD doesn't do anything on earnings, and then the follow-up is usually bigger, and it kind of goes into its own little realm. So, honestly, I'm not really a fan of AMD. Dizzle. All right, so Marriott, they're expecting worldwide system-wide revenue of 4.6. Worldwide system-wide. Why does that sound so funny? Worldwide system-wide. Worldwide system-wide. 4.6% versus guidance of 4 to 5. Revenue of $5.95 billion. Net fees $1.19 billion. EBITDA $1.14 billion versus guidance of $112 to $115. G&A and other expenses $239. EPS of $216 versus guidance of $212 to $219. Full year guidance EBITDA of $4.9 billion to $5 billion. EPS $918 to $952. Price history since last quarter, February 13th. Marriott is up by 3.6%. S&P is up by 3, and XLY is down by 0.2. Near-term options imply 4.5% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 6, loss of 2. Gain of 1, gain of 5. Revenue has beaten 12 of the last 20. EPS has beaten 15 of the last 20 with 2 in line. So this one, I played it last time, and I don't think we hit. But they're not pricing in a lot. But they weren't pricing in a lot last time either. So that one could just be... I think Marriott could always surprise, bro. Again, don't underestimate the travel plays. That's why I grabbed Airbnb today. Mm-hmm. All right. So Chattadonia, that's it. That's all the previews. Time to go over plays. We only have 30 minutes. Like I said, I have 3 of these names written down. Out of all of those, there's only 3 of them that I am attracted to. And even then, I'm not really sold on any of them. Again, I'm telling you, we've been monitoring all of these. I could even I smell it from a mile away. Even the same plays that I hit last quarter, same companies are charging triple for these earnings. So you got to watch out. Unfortunately, if that's the case, we already took money on the pre-run-ups. Those have been playing out good. So let's see. Time to go shopping. Which ones am I eyeing? I will let you know if I make a play on them. So, I mean, again, I went over the same info with you in real time, and I got the info myself. And I was like, okay, this sticks out to me, and I wrote it down. I hope you did the same. So that's what you should be doing during these moments is like actually paying attention and going over the pricing. And I'm literally just speaking my thoughts out loud. So after I'm writing some things down, I'm writing some and going, and I will find out if we align, but I'll let you know if I end up making a play or not. Some of you have asked questions. I've given you my honest feedback. Again, AMD, Amazon, I've told you. So I'm not trying to conceal anything, but I do hope that you are, like in the game. You know what I'm saying? So I'll let you know when I'm done. But unfortunately, if we don't match up, I can't give you that because if we didn't have the same idea, if that makes any sense.
As you can imagine, as we work on platforms with lots of user-generated content,
this is an AI hearing
the ones who have
on AI
of
replicas
that is working to.
All right, just let me price these
couple
of names, and I'll be right back.
Content. And increasingly, we need the name, image, likeness, and voice rights in order to actually act on that on the artist's behalf with the platforms.
I think you believe that new digital replica rights need to be fully transferable?
Yes.
Why isn't a license enough?
I think it should be at the choice of the artist. The artist should have a choice to either transfer or license.
Okay. Mr. Scheffner, state-level right of publicity laws restricting commercial speech have existed for many decades. They've been developed they've developed their own case law, and they're well understood. The new digital replica right proposed by No Fates Act would affect non-commercial speech beyond what most state laws currently cover. Can you explain how novel this proposed right would be in the context of existing right of publicity laws, and how should we consider preempting similar state-level digital replica laws, especially when it's such new territory?
So thank you for the question, Senator Tillis. And you're absolutely right that most state right of publicity laws, which have existed for more than a century, are really limited to commercial uses. That's in advertisements or on merchandise. What Congress is considering doing here is really novel. Although it's sometimes described as right of publicity, we think it's fundamentally different in that it would apply in expressive works like movies, TV shows, songs, which are fully protected by the First Amendment. So there has developed a robust body of case law in the traditional commercial right of publicity context, which says, yes, it applies if you put somebody's face on a billboard or use it in an advertisement on a lunchbox. But it doesn't apply if, for example, you're making a biopic or a docudrama about somebody. You can't use right of publicity law to censor those portrayals. Again, this is a novel form of right, which is going to be subject to heightened constitutional scrutiny, like Professor Ramsey described. Because it applies in expressive works, it's really important up front to provide some clarity to film producers so that when they're about to embark on a project, they know what's allowed and what's not. And if it's too vague, if it's too uncertain, they're going to shy away from using this technology to engage in those sorts of portrayals. Again, that chills speech, and the First Amendment case law says that a statute is vulnerable to being struck down if it chills constitutionally protected speech.
Yeah, which is why we absolutely have to get it right. I think there's general consensus that we have to make progress, but the challenges of all this work being struck down are significant, so we have to do the legwork. Thank you. I'll have a second round.
Great. Thank you. Senator Tillis, Senator Huron.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Tillis, for bringing this bill before us. And as you say, Mr. Chairman, that the bill has gone through a lot of input from a lot of different groups. And if I listen to your testimony accurately, it doesn't sound as though any of you think that we should not do something that will protect, I like the framing of protecting personhood. Any of you think that we don't need to do anything in this area? Okay, so looking at this statute, then why don't we go down the list very quickly? What do you like most about the current bill? And we'll just start with Mr. Kinsel about the current bill, and what is the most important thing you would want to change, if anything? And if you can just keep your answer really short.
I'll start with what I believe it needs to contain, which is it needs to contain consent for the use of people's name, likeness, and voice to train AI models and create outputs. That's what needs to happen. Second, it needs to contain monetization, which is fair market license that person can exercise through that consent. But in order for that to happen, and in order for all of that to be operationalized by the platforms, we need two things. One, which is provenance of the content that generative AI models are trained on and that they're outputting to be retained, which means they should keep sufficiently detailed records on what they trained on, so that later on, that provenance can be embedded into watermarks, which are recognized by the platforms on which the content is.
The point is, it sounds like consent is the critical part of this, consent of the creator.
And provenance.
Of the image.
And provenance of the content. Okay. And we are good at tracing provenance on luxury clothing, on cheese, on wine. We should be able to do it on intellectual property as well.
Going down the line? We're talking about this particular bill. Is there something in this bill that you think is the most critical aspect of the bill that you support? And is there anything that you would change? in the bill?
I think the most important thing is to put the power artists. I want to be in control of my likeness, my brand, my legacy. I have sacrificed so many years to be good at dancing, at singing, so much financial input, so much time. And I do it in the name of my legacy. I do it so that one day I can look back at my body of work and say that was me. To be protected in the bill.
Thank you, Senator. I think what I like most about this bill is
I was muted? Oh, dude, I was just telling you guys all the plays. That's hilarious. Oh, dude, my bad. I was like, Twigs? Oh, I was talking about that. Yeah. Oh, man, I got to say that all again. I don't want to. Fuck that. Just get the stream alerts. What the hell? That's stupid. I was muted? Oh, somebody got to get the stream alerts then. I don't know. This is bullshit. Nah, it's okay. It's okay. All right, well, I surprised myself. That's what I was saying. I actually surprised myself, and I made a play. There's one of them that I really like, believe it or not. So there's actually like a play that I'm down with, but I did them a little bit different, and I am only going to cover these once. So I'm unmuted now, but I'm only going to cover these right now. We only have 30 minutes left in the day, so if you miss these, please do not repeat these. And you will get them on the watch list afterwards. And don't forget, money that you need is cursed. Don't be dumb and listen to what I'm telling you. You guys know what I'm saying? Like, dude, someone's asking me for stuff. And like, bro, I am sharing with you my thoughts. So like, I hope I could give you information that's useful. But you got to apply this on your own and be smart, okay? Yeah, you got to be wise and be wise with it. So I'll explain my logic here. So the first play that I did was Starbucks. I only went with the put. I spent about $20. It's 2 standard deviations, so you're going to have to calculate that. But the thing about Starbucks, I wanted the calls, and I don't even think the puts are that great, but they were really cheap comparatively. The calls were jacked up too much, but the puts were interesting just because they were cheaper, and then, quite frankly, if they do bad on this earnings, that put level of 2 standard deviation, it takes them back to their earnings of last year. So I don't think it's likely. I think this is a lower probability play, but it's possible in the sense that if they have a downside surprise, it's probably going to that price right there. So that's the first one. I'm not muted anymore. I know you could hear me. So that's play number 1. I'm not going to repeat that again. Starbucks, 2 standard deviation put only to the downside. You can figure out the price. Come on, baby. No, don't ask me on there. Let's go, baby. Even if you're $1 off, you know what I'm saying? This is experimenting. You'll find it. You'll find it. That's good. That's good, man. That's good. But that is play number 1. And then play number 2, this one is a little bit out of 2 standard deviation, so I could save on the price. But I grabbed Caesars, and I only did the call side, and this one was about $20 as well. So literally Caesars. This one was 41. Actually, I just told you that on accident, so God bless you. But that one was a little bit out of the money, and I don't like this play. Why did I buy Caesars only to the call side? The puts, the stock was too cheap, wasn't worth it. Why did I only go to the call side? I told you the logic when I was going over the preview. That's what I'm saying. We're like, I don't know what y'all think I'm doing, but I'm telling y'all the answers all day, bro. I already told you what's going on with Caesars. Nothing. It's that 3-year low has to do with it. That's what I said when we were going over the preview. What else? There's something else with Caesars. I said it during the preview. Travel industry, that's not it, but close. I'm glad you caught on to that, though. I'd keep that in mind for Marriott, Expedia, and all the other ones. Hell yeah. Come on. There's very specific, vary about the options. Well, so I encourage you, because, again, the information is all there, baby. That's why you got to listen. That's why I keep punting to the watch list, because I'm like, come on, baby. But if you remember, during the preview, I was telling you, Caesars does not price in that much. I was telling you guys how if you go to the preview, where is it? I could probably pull it up. But I was telling you, oddly enough, this stock does not move, and for some reason, the option chain is pricing in 7. So you should recall this. I said this a little bit ago. So take a look at those past earnings. This thing does not move a lot. But for some reason, it's pricing in decent, and then the 2 standard deviations, like I'm saying, just above, it wasn't that bad. I got it for $20. So the way I'm looking at it, I feel like there's a little bit more anticipation on these earnings. So it's not my favorite play, but I think for $20, I could kind of justify it, but I only went with the upside. So that's play number 2, okay? And then the final play, this one is my favorite, believe it or not. This one is my favorite, but you got to be careful because it's a little more expensive, and the reason why it's my favorite has nothing to do with anything happening in the world right now, unfortunately. So, the final play, I grabbed MasterCard, 2 standard deviations. I spent a decent amount of money. It was under $100, but I went with a MasterCard call. No puts on it. I only went with the call side because it's too expensive, but I like it because, one, AXP did good, and they're leading, but, dude, simply put, MasterCard is a roughly $500 stock, and that contract was like $70. It should have been $60, to be honest with you, but it's not that bad for 2 standard deviations considering it's pricing in 4. It has moved above 4, and then all of its other sympathies are up there, not to mention the buyout. So they could get clapped. It's not like, again, credit card. I think, was it Discover who did bad and then bounced? So that one's a little riskier, but that's the play where option chain value, that's the best deal I've seen so far. Just in the sense, $500 stock, $60, $70 within 5% or something like that. It's not bad. That's the first time I've seen a fairly priced name, but then again, I can't predict the earnings. So the options might be priced decent, but we don't know how the report is going to be. That's for MasterCard. So that's it. Those are all my plays. $75, $25, $120 for all of them. A little bit more. I didn't think I was going to spend that much. Just I saw the MasterCard and I took it because I was like, you know what? I'm kind of down with that one. So, yeah, none of it's a recommendation. If you put money that you need on any of those plays, they're probably going to lose, and be wise. So there you go. There you go. Weed stock still going crazy, but, Chad, we only got like 18 minutes left. That's it, baby. Can I go over the market pricing significance on the watch list? I can, but I could do you one better. If you go to the description, there's a video called How to Price Options. And that explains all of it, the importance, how it relates to earnings, not earnings, even other events. That tutorial will fully prepare you for all of it, and it's in the description of this video. So not bad. All right. I'm going to go to the bathroom now. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity and get ready for earnings. I don't have anything. AMD and Amazon, no plays, surprisingly. So good luck, my friends. Good luck. It's not loading up. Oh, now it's making me play an ad? Boo. Come on. Let me get a good one. Boo. I need a pee. Yeah, like 17. And then market, man. Actually, let me get a little checkup here. We're down 1-2 NASDAQ, 1-0 SPY, 119 on the Dow, 1-6 on the Russell. And then 50-60. I haven't filled that last gap, so there's honestly still a little bit of room.
The last couple of quarters.
So we'll see.
The new CEO
follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I'll be right back, baby.
Somewhat of a dismantling of the conglomerate style of this business here. Is that why we're seeing such a positive reaction?
Well, they certainly surprised on the earnings per share on the upside. The market was very pleasantly surprised by that. And there's also a bit of a received wisdom that when a dividend aristocrat retreats from that, they generally see their market capitalization go up simply because they're not so wedded to having to continually think about the dividend. They're able to think about the business a little bit more holistically.
What are you expecting from 3M with the new CEO over the next few months? Like, when are we going to be at full velocity here?
That's a really good question. I know for a fact that the incoming CEO certainly likes to get up early. He likes to work weekends, and he's very keen on both lean management principles, and he's a big fan of M&A. 3M don't traditionally go outside of the company to look for executive candidates, so I'd expect you to be shaking things up.
Well, really looking forward to that. I love 3M. I think it's so interesting because it makes literally everything. Kyle, thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. Kyle Porter joining us there from Bloomberg. I mean, not only the sticky Post-its, but like it makes like the film on solar panels. Like it makes all the things.
Yeah, they do. I mean, I don't know. I still think, that healthcare business, the one they sold off, Solventum, I can't remember the name of it. But I was looking, that was really a driver, a big part of their cash flow here. And that's obviously the direct reason why they're cutting that dividend. You just wonder whether they're going to use that money, whatever money they would have been paying out. Is that just basically the Solventum money, or is this money now that's going to be reinvested into the remaining 3M?
Well, from what Kyle's saying with the R&D, you can make an argument it could be reinvested. Anyway, we will be following that.
How much R&D do you have to put into Post-it notes anymore?
No, it's the film. It's the sticky films on planes and all this stuff.
Oh, okay.
All right, coming up, Chris Ailman, CalSTRS CIO, will be joining us as we head to the last trading day of April. This is Bloomberg.
We've tried everything to address plumbing emergencies faster.
Thanks, appreciate it. All right, Chad, we're back. 14 minutes remaining. Bro, this is it, man. I told you about the plant, bro. I love him. I love this plant, man. And then it made me open up my window. I don't really like the light in my office because, like, it gives me glare on my computer screens. But, like, I'm feeling it today. I'm feeling it, man. I hope y'all doing good. He's super sure. That's Romaine. That's Romaine. Share the love, like the video, and get ready for earnings, man. We're going to have all of that right after the bell. So yesterday was a Monday. We don't really like Monday earnings. But today, right after the bell, man, it's going to get crazy. So if you remember, I've been saying this today too, and I really do believe it. We moved a little lower, but I honestly think after the earnings today, after the bell, we might move after hours just as much as you've moved intraday. Maybe a little less. So it really depends on the report. And then literally by the morning, too, we're going to get a couple of other companies, and then pow, pow. Earnings decides the future. By future, I mean tomorrow morning. Yeah, a little bit. But even then, the market is not shy of gapping up and then selling off ahead of the data. And what I mean by that, maybe we react to earnings, and then by the morning, it's going to go the opposite way as we respond to the Treasury, then the ISM, then the PMI, then get ready for POW, So we saw that after Google and Microsoft. So that is something to keep in mind, to keep your head on a swivel. No news on Zim. Last news was, a couple weeks ago during some of the Israel stuff when that tension was there? Any chance? Maybe, dude, PayPal was good. I'm telling you, PayPal, it might just be waiting for Square earnings in the market, but I don't know about the timing, like the May and the fact that it's like options, but PayPal should have been up there. But again, you were in the money earlier. I think you do have a little bit of hope by next week. I don't think you're far off, but it should be up a lot more. Like that thing was hitting I think it hit 72 at one point. Don't keep it in direct sunlight. No, it's not. It's like my room is really dark. So I just open my window. It just lets light in, but he's chilling. He's chilling, cleaning the air. It's my guy. Amazon earnings. We have already done it. So unfortunately, there's nothing left to it. The good news is that I made my Amazon plays way ahead. I'm not making a play on Amazon. And I sold out this morning for like 130%. So really, Amazon, I think it's pricing in 7.7 or 9.7, I believe. So it's pricing in a lot. But other than that, it's going to be We talked about it. It's just blowout on earnings. Otherwise, I think it's going to cuck. I don't think it's going to do anything. Same thing with AMD. Honest, I think AMD will be harder to move. AMD just don't have earnings like that. AMD moves big after earnings, but the day after earnings, it's not like it's a gigantic earnings mover. It's really weird. But maybe it does have the ability to surprise. So if I'm wrong about anything I'm saying today, it will be due to these companies surprising. And that's acceptable. If, like I'm saying, blowout beats or misses, you're going to get huge moves. Anything in between, the market's priced very, very aggressively. Yeah, man, CGC's up 50. Big. Oh, whoa, that little green shoe, 10-minute rigged. Turn that red. You just popped up like 5 points up, 5 points down. 10-minute rigged is here, my friends. My goodness. Ten minutes, man. We gotta start getting ready, man. Ban someone? Can you say BBG? Nah, it's not. I don't do it for fun, dude. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't ever want to ban anybody. I just want good vibes. So I'm not, like I said, I say I love you afterwards. That's what I really mean. And I hope I see you again, but I'm not going to tolerate certain things, you know. If you want it, you want it. If not, that's cool. Amzn leaked. Someone said that about, what was it? Oh, this morning. Or no, yesterday, the Treasury. A 10-minute rigged. This started in COVID. This literally started during 2020. We just noticed the last 10 minutes of the day, you get like the final like closing numbers, but we just call it 10-minute rigged because they were just at the final 10 minutes, the market would just flip directions or just make the biggest move out of nowhere. Yeah, 50-57, Amazon, big red. Dude, it's earnings. That's not uncommon. This is where some of the earnings, pre-earnings plays, like this is where they make their move. If you really think about it, like that type of last-minute move, that's just going to jack up the premiums on both sides and then make you feel some type of way. So welcome, baby. Welcome. And just even get ready, final five, but you're going lower, so a little bit of tension coming into tomorrow morning, and then now a little bit more riding on these Amazon earnings. Again, SMCI too. That's something we can't forget as that relates to the AI stuff. Founder of Binance sentenced to 4 months. CGC 74. Oh, I should have played that one instead of the MSOX, but that was beautiful. Bitcoin under 60. That's wild, bro. Because it's been down since the halving. So very weird on a historical context. But then everybody front ran that to shit this time around. And there's PayPal. Come on, that sucks. Those squares were green in the morning. Then they faded. And then SPY going lower. We might fill that gap. I thought it was going to be a little tighter there towards the end. But 50-51, man. You're 3-4 points. You're going to fill it. 40-48. I don't know why you wouldn't. Apple's starting to dump now. So keep an eye out. Maybe we could double dip on pre-earnings plays too. Oh, I'm kind of down. Actually, wait till tomorrow. So if Amazon does bad, you're going to all get really lucky. Because if Amazon does bad, you might be able to get cheap pre-earnings for Apple. Yes, that's how a crackhead thinks. I know. I'm letting you in on the inside. 50-50. 3 more points. 2 more points. But that's it. That's for the gap fill. We were kind of looking for that all day, and now literally right at the final 5, you'll probably wick into it and then make your move. $50-50. Bro, low ticker's going. So kind of a crazy end of the day, earnings move and all of that. Remember, a lot of data, but there's a lot on the low ticker. Yeah, Apple is dumping. Some names are holding up, though. That's the interesting part, especially if they haven't reported yet. But then some of the bigger techs like Apple, that's a fat move, bro. That's $2. That's down to once, and then the contracts are higher though. So this is all very, very weird over the last couple of days. But those earnings premiums are going to get tricky. Tesla, yen pop, well, final 5 in 15 seconds. And then, bro, low ticker gassing even harder. A lot of volatility indexes on the high. So 50.47 gap has now been filled. Finally. So the gap from Thursday, all of these, all of last week's gap up and gap downs have now been filled. I don't even think you had. Do you have this one? Yeah, technically you haven't filled this gap either. So 49.66. Depending on how good or bad earnings are, that's actually still one more left. Oh, wow, you just flushed 3 more points on there. All right, guys, end of the day. I honestly, right here, just like yesterday, look at, this is why I don't want you to freak out. Do you see yesterday you had the same little stick? It's this move doesn't count. Just like yesterday, look at where we started off from. You're probably going to start from here if we gap up in good earnings. So I wouldn't trip out, but get ready for Amazon. But that being said, Chatatonia, you get ready to wrap it up. That's it. We got earnings on the way. The market is about to close. I got to bring this one down. So the new guy's going to come on here, and I love every single one of you, but he could cause a lot of harm. So I'm here to warn you that when the new guy comes on, it gets really, really loud in here. When you hear me say earmuffs, that is your warning to protect yourself and to protect your ears from unwanted and loud noises, because it's about to get crazy in here. And I give this warning because YouTube has taught me. Apparently today's my 10-year anniversary on my other channel. And over those 10 years, I've learned how damaging those loud noises could be to real people. So we don't want that to happen. You guys are great. You are awesome. Even if you've been banned, I still love you, and you could come right back here, okay? But I don't want your ears to get blown out. I don't want you to ruin your life or a relationship. So when you hear me say earmuff, if you are sensitive to loud, unexpected noises, please mute your speakers, all right? Sound good? Sound good. All right. There you go. The warning is earmuffs. Earmuffs. That's all you got to just mute it until the end of the day. From there on out, it's going to get super loud. There's no turning back, okay? I know. Mm-hmm. All right, spot going a little lower. Bring it home. All right, earmuffs. Earmuffs, this is not a drill. Earmuffs, this is not a drill. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seat, or be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. To make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 66 degrees and sunny, looking like a beautiful day. Unless you bought right before the last 5 minutes because the market makers wanted to scam you ahead of earnings and all of the data. But good news is we are no longer under COVID guidelines until the election, so no masks are required. But we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys in business. If you're interested in the Call Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. That's it, man, bro. This is ended the day move. A lot of it's driven by earnings. All of your big tech is taking a dump ahead of it, but there's a little bit of tension now ahead of the data and riding on these earnings. Like I'm telling you, if that's a big-ass move ahead of it, this should be telling you how much this thing is going to move like after hours. So we got a lot of power on this right now, but remember, whatever you see right now is not real. It could be voided or added to by tomorrow morning and even after the bell here. So, Chad, finalize it! You only have 1 minute! Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures, Amazon, AMD, SMCI, Pfizer, MasterCard. If you're going to play it with the option, you literally have only 20 seconds left. Shares, you got more flexibility. You're going to wait. Good for you. We got till the morning, but everything is going to change in 10 seconds, and then you got to wait till the bell and everything else. But Chad, wrap it up. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna, let's go. Wow, oh my goodness. Oh, Chattadonia, we did it. We made it. I need a GG. I feel like Amazon might have already come out. They usually drop right away. But before anything, I don't care if you just got here or not. I need that good game, baby. Let's go. Drop them until the earnings come out. Don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed, participated, brought something to the table. Plays, moves, vibes, perfect. Good game, baby. Way to make it and hold it till the end of the day. That's what I'm talking about. Good game, baby. Members, non-members, stream alerts. My people who didn't get banned, God bless you. Good game. And even if you did, you get another try, baby. We love you. God bless you. That's it. Amazon. I don't have Amazon yet. I don't have Amazon yet. That's it, baby. And shout out to Twitch. I hope you know we stronger as one, baby. Oh, there it is. Amazon. Cut it. Amazon, so revenue, they see first quarter service sales 82.4, product 60.9, operating, hold on, segment sales, international, EPS 98 for first quarter, 143.3. So I got to compare the numbers, but I think it's a decent number. You're getting a pop in lock. I'm looking for I don't see dividend news, unfortunately. So let's see. So EPS was 98 cents, so they beat on that. Revenue 142.63, they beat on that. First quarter net 10.4. They were expecting 11.2. So I think they missed on net. That's not good. I haven't checked. Operating margin 10.7. They killed it on operating margin. I'm surprised that's down. They killed it. Operating margin very good, even though net was down. Service sales, where the damn cloud? All right, let me get to the other one. Do you have Azure numbers? Yeah, 25.04. Estimate was 24. They see second quarter 144 to 140. So they guided a little lower. So they lowered. That's it. They beat on this earnings. It was good. Oh, you have operating at 5th. Why did mine say? Oh, I guess net income. Interesting. Operating beat. I thought they missed on that one. The net sales, they guided lower. I don't know where SMCI is. So that's it. I think it was a good report. AWS beat. Check for AWS guidance. I think that will be the kicker during the conference call. And then other than that, I think it's a good number. The only bad part is going to be the headwinds of the guidance. Yeah, it's not a bad report. That could have been a lot worse. But again, that operating margin is huge. They just killed it, 3%. Operating margin increased by 50% than expected. So the lowering of the $5 billion on next quarter, that's it. And then we don't have the numbers for what's it called? We don't have the numbers for cloud. For next quarter. Amazon included pre-tax valuation loss of $2 billion tied to Rivian. Remember they got a gain on that? What's the other one? AMD's not out yet? Oh, Caesars? I didn't check that one. Amazon's the big boy. I'll get back to the other earnings here in a second. So some of them I may not be covering. There's a lot, man. Again, no dividend. Operating margin, 82.4. Service sales, North America, 86.3. I think it was a decent report. That's it. It was just decent. The guidance, conference call, a lot's riding on this. So take note. Look at the market's not even moving that much yet, but I think a lot is riding on the conference call now, unfortunately. Starbucks. I don't know if Starbucks is out yet. Let's see. We need AMD next. That's the big one. No dividend news. Starbucks ain't out. What do we say? Caesars? SMC. I don't know if Caesars came out. SMCI. We're getting a pop. SMCI. No, I don't have anything on there. SMCI is not out yet. Divvy announced on conference. Most of them have done it on the filing. Yeah, no SMCI yet. It's not out. It is not out. So Amazon, again, Amazon was good. Slight pressure on guidance, but general, and then no cloud guidance yet. So Amazon could still move. You just subscribed long-term short sale. Well, are you going to be available at 4 p.m. Pacific today? If you are, I will put that on the watch list for you. So I could give you a full in-depth answer to that question, but not now. There it is. Earnings round 2. Who was that? Merit, Zynex. I think SMCI might have came out. I think I missed it. It just slipped right there. Let me find it. Yeah, SMCI, EPS 656. Oh, net sales were 3.85. Yo, I think they missed, bro. Hold on. The stocks, the easy numbers aren't out, but literally, I think they missed, but it's going up. So literally, the revenue is 3.85, net 402, EPS 665. We need that guidance. No, because wasn't it 4 billion? Let me check. Oh, I don't have the easy preview. No, SMCI, no, 3.96 was the expectation. They did 3.85. So no, they were a little bit lower. And then we don't, yeah. Well, you have 366. I see 395. At least that's the Bloomberg one. And then they see fourth quarter EPS. Oh, there you go. They guided up. 762 to 842. Pinterest is out. Yeah, so they just guided up. Slight miss on there. And then Starbucks death. Let's go. We'll take that. Those puts were cheap. I told you, it'll hit if they die. So we might get lucky on that one. Inshallah. But Pinterest is up. Honestly, SMCI guidance. What about revenue? Do you have a revenue guidance? I don't have a revenue guidance on SMCI. They see net sales. So net sales 3.8 versus 3.6 in the second quarter. Gross margin of 15.5 versus 15.4. Net income of 402 versus 296. Cash flow from operations 1.5 million or billion versus and capital expenditures of 59. All right, so I don't have the revenue, but I think EPS guidance, and then they just killed it on the year over year, but they were slightly lower on some metrics. But again, that's still triple where they were at a year ago. Oh, there you go. 5.1 to 5. That's huge. No, that's absolutely huge. So SMCI, who was it? Like Loop Capital or Bernstein? They were at 4 billion was on the high side. So keep that in mind. But SMCI might go. Again, the stock is just up 1,500%. But if you want the craziness, that's all you. Pinterest, let me get you that report. That looks like it's going nuts. I think Starbucks missed too, or we might hit on that one. Pinterest global monthly active users rose 12%. Revenue 740. They see revenue 835 to 850. I think they guided up. So what did I just say? Revenue of 740. Oh, they killed it. Ugh. That's like they beat revenue by 20%. And then I don't know where their second quarter guidance was supposed to be. They usually don't give guidance, but they gave a higher number. So no, Pinterest killed it. 20% higher revenue this quarter. And then it looks like a slight guide higher. Yeah, Mondelez. Let me get you Starbucks. So Pinterest was a solid beat for now. And then they were down 19 on their last earnings. Yeah, Starbucks. Let's see. North America comparable stores declined by 3. No. Oh, dude, Starbucks did really bad. Dude, North America dropped by 3%. No way. Did I do the 80 puts? I did I'll see you on the watch list, baby. Yeah, see you guys. That's new watch list advertising. YouTube.com/the trading fraternity. Let's see you there tonight, baby. But again, the logic I shared, I hope you guys realize the information I'm telling you ahead of it is applicable. However you want to go from there, that's on you, baby boy. You know what I'm saying? YouTube.com/the stock market. International declined by 6. Dude, I don't think Starbucks has ever did that bad. Bro, Starbucks did really, really bad. And then the company opened 364 stores. Consolidated revenues declined 2% to $8.6 billion, or 1% decline. Dude, they did. Dude. Yikes. No, Starbucks was really bad. Dude, when was the last time North America comps were down by 6? Even international went negative. So, honestly, I hope it dies not only for our puts, but if this mother effer starts showing 70, that's going in the long term, bro. You give me this at like 70, give me a 50, okay, give me a 6 handle, I'm buying this, but I don't know, man. If that's a bad report, though. SMCI, they went red. You remember, the earnings wasn't, damn, that's crazy. That's crazy. Again, here's the thing, you got to wait for Amazon. Amazon still could move this whole entire market. That AWS guide has not came out yet. Amazon's not done. Like I told you, it was a nice earnings. I do think it was more cucky than a big beat or not, but that guidance number is that's the real final boss. So how you know it's doing? Starbucks is the signal. Maybe, man. I don't know, but dude, it's been a minute since Starbucks. Yeah, I would call it a gray swan to a degree. That's very bad for the consumer, or it's very bad for them. Do you see what I'm saying? Half of you are blaming cancel culture. The other half are blaming the economy. So I don't know, but I can't put my finger on it, but that is a bad general report, I would say, for that company. And I'm sure, imaginations will run. Oh, yeah, where the fuck is AMD? Yeah, hold up. Where the hell is Lisa Su in all of this? Hold on. We are not done yet. Where is Lisa Su? Lisa. Okay, we already got SMCI, and SMCI already flipped. But where the hell is Lisa? That's the final one. We need that's it, 415. Ain't seen no wires, and then I heard boom from the Twitter files. No. Gator boots with the pimped out Starbucks coffee. Ain't got no job, so I don't buy coffee. Coffee, can't pay my rent, 'cause inflation's high as shit. But that's okay, 'cause I saved democracy. No. Come on, sing it. Couldn't run a no money. Come on, baby girl, that's right. You're the number one standard. Yeah. Okay. All right, CZR. I think CZR did bad. I think that's the final one, but we got to get locked in. Honestly, we did a lot of the bigger checkups here. I think Starbucks is the worth. AMD is a cuck until preview. SMCI was bad on this quarter, good on guidance. Balance that out with 1,500% gain. And then we're waiting on AMD, and then Starbucks was trash. So Caesars, let me get you that number real quick. We only got a couple more minutes. We need the big one, man. Lisa. So Caesars, they're down. They didn't really move. Was it triple miss? They missed on revenue, 2.74 versus 2.8. Operating results in Las Vegas are a combination of record occupancy driven by Super Bowl. Adjusted EBITDA, 853 versus 923. So, yeah, they missed on revenue, EPS. Let's see, revenue 1.03. Vegas revenue even missed. They missed on margin. Yeah, missed on everything. They should be dying a little. See, that's why they're down 7. Yeah, that's still big for them. So, again, something big was supposed to happen, but I was telling you, it's like people were expecting something, but that play, not as much. And then Starbucks, like I told you, like with Starbucks, the whole point was that, this thing can, just if it was a bad earnings, it could get clapped in a second. So that's all we needed, and that's what we got. So there you go. And then, oh, wait, MasterCard's in the morning, so we're going to have to wait for that. AMD's not out yet. It's already dropping. I want Starbucks. I will buy Starbucks for the long term, but, sadly, there's a lot more downside on that one, just because I want to see how that earnings was, and then the fact that it's if that's the first time your comps are going negative in a minute. I know they had their little downside cycle, but that's not really a name that goes negative on international and U.S., especially like compared to last year. Like, what the fuck was last year? Like, it's not like that was a huge growth year where they were like, yeah, it's a hard comp to beat. That was a low comp. No, comparable to last year, dude. It's disgusting. Yeah, and where's Bros? I feel like that could either be very bullish for Bros or they'll get caught up in it. Yeah, I don't think Bros moved. Dunkin' greater this. You know what? I won't lie to you. I went to a Dunkin' in 2024. I tried Dunkin'. I wanted a donut, and I went to Dunkin' Donuts, and it wasn't bad. I haven't had Dunkin' Donuts since we were poor. Back in the day, AMD, my parents used to feed us Dunkin'. You have no idea. AMD, 47% first quarter gross margin, EPS 7 cents, net revenue 123. Hold on, let me get the estimates. Is this AMD? No, that's Amazon and hieroglyphs. So AMD revenue, what were they expecting? 5.4. They did 5.5. Adjusted EPS 62 cents. That's what they came in line. Gross margin 47. They missed big on gross margin, I think. I only have non-GAAP margin, so my number could be wrong. EPS beat by 1. I have they're in line. So 62 versus 61. Revenue 5.5. Estimate 5.45. See second quarter 5.4 to 6. Estimate was 5.7. So they widened the range, lowered the bottom end, and raised the top end. Honestly, just not stellar, if that makes sense. That guide is pretty good, but it's just not stellar, if that makes any sense. But then they're not up the same way. So I don't know if they'll get punished too much because it's not like they're trading like NVIDIA. Yeah, bro, Starbucks earnings is awful. That keeps coming across the wire. Not bad, not good. I think a total cuck. Wait, I want more guidance numbers or conference call in that sense. Honestly, if you haven't noticed, the market's like not really moving that much. Where do we close at? 502. We're down to what? We're down like 3/4 of a point. So honestly, we're not even moving. I thought we would move a lot more. Low key, you might have to punt till the data, or Amazon, we still have to wait for that conference call. Yeah, AMD dumping, down 5. Starbucks going. Now the stock market's starting to move. Intel's going, but Intel should have gone up. Come on, Intel. You're supposed to benefit off of their failure, but I think all of them are going up. Honestly, even after SMCI's EPS guidance was good, but that's it. PG&E nears deal with KKR with stake in power business. PG&E, PCG on the high. Oh, I don't even think anyone's responding to that, bro. That's up 1. Oh, wait. Does it already have? Here's the KKR for stake in power. Oh, for stake in the power business. They're not buying the whole thing. I was like, dude, we got that. That was good. We do have it early, though. Paramount Charter agreed to extend talks and contract renewal. Amazon still has a conference call left, though. I'm telling you, I've seen Amazon up 15%, and that conference call has made it gone negative, and I've seen the same company down 10%, go green 10% after that conference call. So Amazon still has a little bit more because their full AWS guide is on there. But so far, it looks like AMD is the one getting us moving. Even SMCI, again, they had a good guide. AMD's guide is higher to the top end, but they lowered the bottom end by almost like 500 million or something. Starbucks was really bad. I'm actually shocked. Like, even though we played it for that idea just in case, I didn't think it would materialize. Even the puts were so cheap, I don't think anybody believed they were going to do that. Starbucks adjusted EPS 68 versus 80. Revenue 8.5 versus 9.1. Comparable sales down 4 versus 1.4. And then they say long-term strategy remains intact. For Starbucks, you got the 78 puts. Was that my math? Please, I'm stressing. Oh, you're stressing? Well, don't worry. That stress will go away at 4 p.m. Pacific time when we go over it on the watch list. YouTube.com/The Trading Fraternity. I can't wait to see you guys there. So good thing. Don't worry. That stress, don't like give it 2 more hours, 3 more hours. It will go away. So thank God we don't have to wait too long. That's a relief. I thought you were going to have to wait till like tomorrow morning or something. I was worried for you, but no, we good. Yeah, nice commercial. I know. I've been missing the opportunity. That's what I realized. I'm like, dog, every time I get these questions, I need to be fucking advertising the shit out of the watch list to y'all from now on. So thank you for the inspiration. I've missed the opportunity, but I'm glad to take advantage of it now. Root popping. What did I tell you? I said, listen, man, if I didn't get blown out on chip plays, these are the ones I would have been gambling on. Because these were, Lemonade honestly didn't move, but yeah, those would have been my gamble ones. But unfortunately, I already used some of my budget. I got to stay budgeted. You know what I'm saying? Watch list was good. Well, hey, let me ask you guys now, is there anything you would like me to give you an in-depth response on? So like I said, I don't know, today nobody asked me the same stuff because I think they knew what I was going to do, but I only got one question written down that I'm going to include on the watch list. But if you have something you want me to take time on the list and actually explain, I would love to do that for you, especially if you're going to actually get an answer. So you let me know. Estee Lauder, are they after the bell? They might be. Roots up 25. AMD recovered. Watch SMCI too. Again, AMD was just like cucky. It wasn't bad. It wasn't good. There's some good. There's some bad to it. Same thing with SMCI, low key. Is the Starbucks hinting something? Do you want me to put that on the watch list? Or because we were just talking. Half the chat is saying economy. Other half is saying boycotts, and cancel culture. Talk about potential LT pickups. I can, but if I put it on that watch list and you ask me after the deposit, I'm going to send you to that video. Explain the well, listen. Well, I need give me. I want a question that you are gonna go and listen to it and then not ask me again about it, so I could get it on there. So you let me know. God, I feel you. Well, let's go, baby. I think Dylan, so be on the watch list. Make sure you're subscribed though. YouTube.com/The Trading Fraternity. I'm gonna talk about that long short-term sale thing. That was a really good question you asked. All right, yen and currencies. I could give you guys something on it. I could give you guys an update. Yen. I'm writing these down. I'm being dead serious. Like if you are serious, but then again, I will not answer these questions. I'm just gonna send you back to this video. You know what I'm saying? But I would really love to give you guys a good answer if it would help clear some things up, because I don't want you to be lost. Like, what's going on? What's happened? What happened? Good entries. No. I don't want general. I want like specific questions that you would spam throughout the day that you need an answer to. Otherwise, those ones I think will make videos to them. But literally, like, I don't know if you guys saw yesterday's watch list to give you an idea. Like, again, there's a lot of questions yesterday. And I know you guys I kept telling you go to the watch list. But, like, literally, we went through the whole watch list. I did all the plays, but then, like, people wanted to know. I went through the plays that I'm in recently. I went over the older plays that were a little bit older than that I was still in. And then they're like, can I go over Apple? How do I make my thumbnails? Like this stuff I get spammed. So, again, where do I get my previews? I could give you an in-depth response on it. You just got to let me know. I just closed it out. Yeah, I got it. Granville's, give me to the weekend. I thought I was going to get it to you this weekend, but I did not have time to. But I got you. I'm a man of my word. I'll stick to it, man. But give me some time. I've been a little busy there. Let me see. I probably just do it now. I don't like it when people harass me for shit. You know, even if they're entitled to it sometimes. But I'll let me get that out the way. 'Cause I don't like owing people for shit. People's giving me all day. Where's this at? Where's this at? Give me that. Give me that. All righty. All right. I think that's it, though. We got to wait till conference call. You got any questions, you let me know. And that's it. That's it. That's it, baby. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. All right.
It's a code, baby.
Let one play. Let one play.
All right, guys, listen to this blues riff and B. Watch me for the changes and try and keep up, okay?
Hello, how you doing? I'm that motherfucking guy. Had a call, I had a put. Now I'm Marty McFly. NQ/ES, get my pronouns right. If I'm throwing hands up and his finger to the sky, throw me in the fire, then I'm coming out alive. Boy, I've been here for a while. I don't need to take 5 years running. How the hell I hated, not inspired. Yeah, they headed for the Insta, but I do it for the life. Put it on my life. I don't think twice. Instinct on beast. Had to learn it to survive. If you think I'm cheap, you ain't give the right price. I would never love a lifestyle more than I love my life. Always been a boss, I don't never need a break. Always been on stars, you could put me with the grace. Big man, milk can, we could talk about the rate. Zotan to my rag, got it all in one place. All in one take, I don't want debate. Shout out to my nephew, man, he got my whole estate. Shout out to my mama, she know I'ma keep the faith. And don't forget about my girl, so pretty like her face. Why they mad at me, talking about they fallacies. My life is fantastic, yours is just a fantasy. Head trick with the assets, I ended up with equity. Ain't fucking with you fascists, the ownership is set me free. And God too, don't forget how God move. Only need a little bit, that's the way that God proved. Fuck you, you ain't feeling it. Shake the dust from my shoes, living in this silhouette. It's hard for me to act rude. I am that dude, put him in a bad mood. Only time you see me out is if I'm buying bedrooms. I don't really stress, dude. Tell me what they get you. Like I'm eating out, I'm just trying to get the chat food.
Stop acting like you know me, homie, you ain't got the vibe. Kept it for reactions, cause a demon need a rise. What's a lying to a secrets, I eat you to find the pride. Be careful the things you thinking, you speaking, and what's inside. Money, 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 I don't give a fuck about it. 2020, homie, already had the bag without it. Hate or love it, you ain't even know the half about me. But I take a half and double that, I keep it 100, homie. On a minor P, it sound like money make them all involved. Don't see it, but they feel it, that's what happened when the landing hard. Sleeping while we eating, I don't know who should be more apart. Money is a servant, more worth is when treated as a god. Cold.
Money. Let's go. Give me one more. I gotta get this in. I gotta get this out.
The whole idea of spiritual warfare is not what you think that you watch something like The Exorcist. Spiritual warfare is much more subtle, and it's much more...
All right, Granville. Good work, baby. Way to find it.
Call, baby. Yeah.
All debts paid.
Letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul.
I had a little more for you, but you were pressuring me, man. You know what I'm saying? I had to get this out. I didn't want another email or another comment, so I just there you go, baby. Amen.
I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing, then it's needed. And my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it unless it say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the troops. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yep, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest's on the way. You gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade. Either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain. Every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to faith. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run. They want it all today. My father is really awesome. Don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it. So either way, giving thanks. Yep. You could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste, they scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm.
That's it, bro. And honest, dude, my sister just texted me, bro. Yo, I gotta give a shout out to Joe Biden. This is a serious shout out to Joe Biden, but I'm disappointed with you, okay, Americans? I'm disappointed with some of y'all. How come I just found out April is Arab American Heritage Month, observed by President Joe Biden? How come I just found this out? I didn't see not one person celebrate Arab American Heritage Month. I only get one day? What? It's not the whole month? Oh, all right, I'll give you half a shout out, JB. That's bull. What do you mean? I was like, finally? Y'all ignored us Middle Easterns for a long-ass time. You know that, right? In everything. Y'all don't care. That's it. Middle East what? What? And now we only got a day? Oh, man, that's cold. I'll take it, though. I'll take it. We ain't get shit. We ain't get shit till then. So, yalla. We gonna turn up with our day. Fuck that. I didn't know I had that. Wow, let's celebrate. It's the last day. I just found out on the last day, bro. Yeah, I mean, my brother said something similar to what you said in the Twitch. He was not as excited about it. He was looking at, he just started, he's like, well, what about them? And how come them? Blah, 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 blah. I was like, okay, calm down. I'll take my day. That's it, man. Yeah, saying the title takes longer. It really, oh, wow, I have all these childhood photos she sent me, too. There's me with a fake camel. That's racist, but, okay. Whoa, it's so weird seeing my mom young. That's a trip. Yeah. Oh, you guys have to see this. It's literally baby Josh next to a camel, a fake camel. Yalla, habibi, yalla. Amazon will do. It's up to that conference call. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be here for that, but the watch list at 4 p.m. Pacific time, youtube.com/the trading fraternity. Oh, there'll be a lot there. I've showed you guys that childhood photo of me. I have one. I just blurred out the face. It sucks because, like, I don't even have to blur out the face because I was cute as hell as a kid. You know that? I was like a Gerber baby. I was so beautiful. I don't know what happened. It went downhill. So, honestly, it don't even look like me anymore. So, honestly, you could probably see little Josh baby face because it don't look like me at all. Unfortunately. Hey, man. Yeah, way to find the billboard, dog. That was hype. Man. That was hype. All right, well, Chad, that's it. I think SMCI, AMD, lukewarm. I had a PHILO on that, so we'll see how the market takes it. Starbucks, bad. Amazon, kind of lukewarm as well. And then now, we got to wait for that conference call. So, Chad Adonia, that is all I have for you. Thank you again for being here. I appreciate all of you, but that is the day. And y'all gave me an opportunity, man. So thank you guys again for real, especially all of y'all, man, whether it's new or old, but especially those over the years. You were really part of the community, made the most of it. You didn't get banned. You didn't get in any beef. I really do respect and appreciate that. And even if you did, you could try again tomorrow. And if I don't tolerate it, don't be as surprised. You know what I'm saying? But I love you. God bless you. Thank you all again. Go read the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we're here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't never going out of style, and why hunger is humble. And a hunger means you will go for it more than even 5 minutes a day, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Wow. Chatadonia. I'll see you on the watch list. It'll be a good one. I only have a couple questions, so my questions on the watch list. I'm new to this. I heard the phrase long and short. We're going to talk about potential LT pickups and explaining the recent yen situation. If there's any other ones, comment finalizing now, but that's going to be the time I see you. I think the conference call starts in either now or in 30 minutes. So we'll see, baby. But I love you, Chad. God bless you guys again, and I will see you in a little bit. Email me. Yeah, why not, man? Send me if it's a good question and one we could get out the way. Yeah. Anyway, just get it to me, baby. Get it to me. But that's it. That's it. I love you. I love you. That's it. Bye. Yeah. Hey, everything. Where's Donald? I'll debate you anytime, any place, you little prick. Come on. I know. This guy, he thinks he can debate me. He can't even talk. He doesn't even know where the stage is. The Democrats. I know Josh is one of them. But still, we'll find a way. Look at the poll numbers. I don't even think Joey can get to the poll. But I love you, Chad. Have a good night. And watch out. El Baghdadi. Exactly. Don't you dare forget about me, Joshua. I know. Janet Yellen, can you explain to me why you would incentivize a first-time home buyer credit and then a first-time home seller? Is it ironic that after you sell your first home, you need to live in another place? Is that how it works, or do you go move into a box in San Francisco? Exactly. I'll reclaim my time. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye.